flesh on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on their shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears, wolves trace our steps, God's count our kill. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, breath like white smoke, eyes on the shore, fire in the dark, both on my tongue, salt on my clothes. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
All right. Welcome. Friday night, another live stream. Man, we've got a lot to talk about tonight with the war in Iran. What's going on with it, right? It's kind of hard to tell because, Donald Trump posts 800 times a day on True Social with completely different things. You never know, right? We're at peace, we're at war, strait's open, it's closed, it's back open. So we're going to figure all that out tonight. And Donald Trump has also just made some statements a couple days ago that the United States is preparing to invade Iran. So that's coming off the heels, of course, of last week him trying to access the nuclear codes. So, it's definitely looking like this thing is going to draw down. It's going to de-escalate. It looks like de-escalation is definitely happening, ladies and gentlemen. So let's, where's everybody tuning in from tonight? We like to do that. Yes, he did. But does that mean we're going to? Not necessarily. Because he says all kinds of shit. We're going to go through it all. Where's everybody tuning in from tonight as we let everybody filter in as the show's just getting started? Germany. Woo. Florida. God, Florida's got some crazy stuff going on right now, huh? Just arresting people for making Netanyahu jokes now. Oof. Florida's getting rough out there. What else we got? Texas in the house. Portugal. Wow, I don't think we've ever seen Portugal before. Very cool. Chicago. Okay. Well, Nick Fuentes stomping grounds, huh? New Zealand. We do have quite a few New Zealand and Australian. Is my camera blurry? Do I look clear, guys? I can't tell on my screen. Hold on. I need to turn my brightness up a little bit. Let's see. Maybe it's just my eyes. Oh, no, we look good. Okay. Flint, Michigan. Whoa, wow. Whew, that's a place. Excuse me. All right, Stockton, California. Hell yeah. Nate Diaz is stomping grounds. All right. Cool. Okay. Now, we're going to talk about a few different things, all right? We're going to go through all the insanity of Trump's posts over the last couple days, try to figure out where we're at because, yes, in fact, there is another new threat deadline. Yes, another threat deadline until complete obliteration of a civilian populace. We're on, what is this, the fourth or fifth one? The deadline has been shifted about 17 times, and we now have a new deadline before we maybe invade or nuke them, or nobody knows. But that new deadline is, of course, this weekend. Yes, Donald Trump loves to put those deadlines on the weekend, doesn't he? So we can do a little insider trading with our buddies. So we're going to talk about all that. We're going to talk about a few other things. We're going to talk about the poor 8 Iranian women who are facing execution. Oh my gosh, that story is viral. Wait till you find out what I found out about that story. We're going to talk about of course, the Navy Secretary of the Navy, fired abruptly out of nowhere, and we're starting to learn why. Sounds like because he wouldn't shoot people on sight in the Strait of Hormuz. So they replaced him with somebody who will. So that's good. We're going to get some reactions from everybody around the media on this. And then we're going to talk a little about what this is doing to the economy because, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what it's like where you're at, but I drove by the gas station today and I take a picture of the gas station, typically weekly, the exact same gas station. And we are officially at the highest gas prices that I've seen yet. We are $5.39 a gallon for regular in Oregon, and about $7 a gallon for diesel. So, it's not great. It's not great. And I have got a picture of that today. As I was driving home, I thought, hey, maybe, the Strait of Hormuz is back open, even though it's not open. And Brent crude futures have skyrocketed back up again, up over $100 a barrel. So we got that going for us. We'll talk about that in the economy section. Okay. My allergies, guys. The weather's getting really nice here in Oregon. And God, the allergies are brutal out here for me. All right. Let me turn this brightness back down a little bit. Okay. Got a nose hair. Hold on. Sorry. Like an itch in my nose. Okay, we got some super chats. Let's talk about those, and then we're going to jump into the episode. All right, what do we got before we got started? Trump asks NATO for help again. Yeah, well, they've said no every time. They should all respond with, we have bone spurs. Yeah, they've actually responded a lot worse than that because now both France, Spain, Italy have all shut us down from using their airspace or their military bases for the war. So that's not good. BB has, this is true, guys. I was going to do a whole episode on this. Remember back about a month ago when nobody knew where BB was, and they kept putting out AI slop videos of him. Well, we found out the reason why he was missing is because he was going through cancer treatment. Yes. So we were right. Well, we weren't quite right because my prediction wasn't that he was dead. I thought he was injured or wounded from an airstrike, but it sounds like he just had butt cancer. So it looks like God tried to do it for us and couldn't get across the finish line. Big man upstairs, we appreciate the effort. Okay, he tried, but fortunately couldn't get it across the goal line on that one. Okay, so let's. Oh yeah, we got a couple more. Penta says, I just went balls deep on Polymarket on the wheel. Oh, speaking of which, we are going to talk about the Green Beret, of course. It had to be a Green Beret. It had to be an 18 Echo, which is Nate's job. who got caught insider trading on the Maduro raid that he was on. We, of course, will talk about that at the end. But anyway, Penna says, polymarket bet on will or won't Nate get calf implants. Wow. Starting the episode off with insults tonight, Penta. I see that. That's nice. Thank you very much for that. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Have a great stream tonight, everybody. You'd be higher up on a chance of Nate getting hair transplant than calf implants. Trying to work that. I'm actually trying to schedule that for this summer. Get that done. But calf implants are unlikely, Penna. Although I do need them. Ken, thank you. Grand Bear, how long before the next Gulf Tonkin incident? Probably this weekend. All right. Your mom's house. Ooh, okay. First we had Austin 316. Now we have Keg Seth 2517. That's funny. Okay. Let's jump into the episode. We'll get back to the super chats here in a bit. All right. So this is where, of course, the episode has to start. And that is, of course, Donald Trump issued a statement 3 days ago saying the United States is prepared to invade Iran per the POTUS. The United States is prepared to invade Iran, citing a statement from the president, Donald J. Trump. The claim comes amid ongoing U.S.-Israeli military operations against Iran that began late February. These have included airstrikes on Iranian targets, a naval blockade related to the Strait of Hormuz, and discussions of further measures to address Iran's nuclear program and shipping disruptions. Reports from major outlets have noted Pentagon planning for possible limited ground operations or raids, though no full-scale invasion has been ordered. But we are in the limited ground operations. This is how this shit always starts. You know what I mean? This is how it started in Afghanistan. This is how it started in Iraq. In Iraq, it was going to be a quick 6 weeks. That's what George Bush said. 6 weeks in and out. That turned into, we're still there 25 years later, still technically dealing with Iraq and not necessarily war in Iraq, but dealing with, counterinsurgency issues and things like that. So, 25 years later, the 6-week war, not going so well. So again, that's how these things start. And we're kind of see Donald Trump signaling this because he's also said that he feels like he's done everything he has at his disposal currently, right? Which is the air campaign didn't work. So now what he's taking credit for is, which we're going to see here in a minute, he's now taking credit for blocking the Strait of Hormuz and that Iran wants the Strait of Hormuz open. That's where we are currently at today, according to Donald Trump. Okay. Now, I know this is going to be confusing, but these are all important things in the last couple days Donald Trump's put out. And as we try to figure out the psychotic dementia behavior, we got to look at all these things. All right. Donald Trump also said this week, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, the selection of a great and acceptable leaders, we and many wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring back Iran from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Okay. Now, with that, again, we talked about this at the start of the show. Donald Trump has extended the ceasefire with Iran. This was 2 days ago for 3 to 5 days, which if it does the full 5 days, we'll put this, I believe, on Sunday night. So, yes, it's almost like, again, we say every Friday we get a ceasefire extension and then something big happens over the weekend. Last weekend, it was Donald Trump trying to nuke Iran and being stopped by General Kane. Maybe this weekend it's some type of amplification into a limited ground invasion. We're going to have to wait and see. But as Donald Trump said here, Sunday is the deadline for Iran. It is always on the Sunday, right? Last time it was Easter, right? When he freaked out and threatened to blow up the whole country. So yeah, Sundays is usually the day. This is usually the day he chickens out is on Sunday, right? So again, we're we're up in the air right now. But somebody said that's why I fill my car on Friday these days. Yeah. I mean, it's also starting to get to be like, I'm not a big stock trader. I was kind of into trading a little bit earlier in my investment career, you could say. I don't do it anymore. I just invest in index funds now, but I kind of feel like I should start. It's just so obvious what he's doing, right? We've got peace through the weekend, and then that disappears over the weekend, right? And then you got usually a chicken out and the market explodes on Monday morning. So I feel like there's an easy way now. People have figured this out, that probably a lot of people making a ton of money based off of what he's doing. Now, Donald Trump is now claiming that the reason why we can't get peace talks across the finish line is that Iran doesn't know who their own leaders are. I know you're going to laugh. No, they don't know who's in charge. Iran doesn't know who's in charge of Iran. According to Donald Trump, which he says here, and this was yesterday, Donald Trump said, Iran is having a very hard time figuring out who their leader is. I'm pretty sure it's Khomeini's son, but what do I know? They just don't know. The infighting between the hardliners, who have been losing badly on the battlefield, and the moderates, who are not very moderate at all, but gaining respect, is crazy. We have total control over the Strait of Hormuz. The United States has total control over the Strait of Hormuz. Doesn't feel like it at the gas station, and by the way, the Strait of Hormuz is completely closed right now, but we have control over it. No ship can enter or leave without the approval of the United States Navy. And guys, have you ever noticed how he does this? Why does he quote stuff like this? Like, it's, quote, sealed up tight. Is this a quote from someone? Is this a term or a phrase that we typically use that we need to quote? Sealed up tight? It's bizarre. In the quote use, you ever notice the quote use? How bizarre it is? Like, just the random things he'll put in quotations. Like, there's no reason for that to be in quotes. Anyway, sorry. I just started noticing this with the way he types and talks on these, is that he always is quoting random shit. Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, until such time Iran is able to make a deal. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So again, the reason why we have no peace deal is because Iran doesn't know who's in charge of Iran, right? I mean, okay, maybe Trump's cooking. Maybe he's right. What do you guys think? Does Iran not know who's in charge of Iran? Oh, the one thing I wanted to do, we do want to do a poll. We're going to see after ceasefire Sunday, okay? Are we going to escalate, de-escalate? So essentially what this means is, after the ceasefire ends, and there's no deal, because there will be no deal before the ceasefire. We know that, right? Do you guys think we'll escalate the war? Like, ramp up the bombing campaigns, limited boots on the ground, maybe drop a tac nuke. Who knows if we're feeling frisky enough? Or will things die down and we'll maybe we'll find peace coming off the back of that limited ceasefire we have going on. A ceasefire that's not actually really a ceasefire, because we're still, Iran is still bombing ships, and the United States is still attacking Iran. And Israel, as we're going to see in a minute, is still bombing Lebanon up until today. So I'm not really sure what the ceasefire actually is, but we are in a ceasefire technically at the moment, even though nobody's abiding by the ceasefire. It's kind of like the ceasefire in Gaza. Did you guys know we're still in a ceasefire in Gaza? That ceasefire that never was actually a ceasefire. So we're in one of those currently. Now, the reason why I get you guys' poll on that is before I show you this next thing, which is pretty important to understanding, are we going to escalate or de-escalate? Well, I like to pay attention to what the military is forecasting, what the military is doing. And this is what the United States military is doing. This was posted as of 2 days ago. Not a coincidence. Trump's new ceasefire set to expire right around the same time as the third strike group enters the Strait of Hormuz. Yes. The third aircraft carrier strike group, the USS George H.W. Bush, is sailing into the Strait of Hormuz by Sunday. Three aircraft carrier strike groups now. So doesn't really feel like a de-escalation situation. 3 aircraft carriers off the coast of Iran. Yeah, again, we'll have to wait and see what happens. And yeah, here's again more from Donald Trump. Donald Trump gives Iran days to act or the ceasefire ends. Now, this is why this is important, is because Donald Trump has also been saying this. And I just mentioned this earlier. President Trump reportedly believes he has done all he can do militarily and wants to exit the war with Iran. I don't believe this last part, but I do believe he thinks at the moment through air campaigns, he's done everything he can and he's not achieving any goals from that. And the only way he's going to achieve any actual goals, getting the enriched uranium, facilitating an actual regime change, well, he's going to have to do that with escalation of force into a ground campaign. It's just the reality, right? You can't bomb your way into a regime change. They're not bombing them is not going to get them to give up their enriched uranium. We know that. So really, the only thing we can do at the moment is surrender and leave, which we would all prefer, right? Because we would like to have gas go back down to, even though it'll take probably 2.5 years now for gas prices to go all the way back down. Eventually, maybe by 2027, gas prices will be back down. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. Donald Trump doesn't feel like the type of guy who is willing to tuck his tail between his legs and give up, right? Especially when he's not the one fighting the war. It's, other people's sons and daughters. He doesn't give a fuck about them dying. So I do think he's going to try to push it through, right? It's either evacuate backwards or push through. And we'll have to see what actually happens. There's a lot of talk about how he might do that, right? There's talks about taking Carg Island. I think that's probably going to be step number one if we decide to do this. Although at this point, I don't think it really does anything for us, as we know here. Carg Island, we know that we got multiple Marine MEUs. We have the 82nd Airborne. We have nearly 30,000 ground troops waiting off the coast of Iran right now. Very, very easily take this island. The problem with taking this island is it's a very small island. And you put thousands of troops on the ground here on an island right off the coast of Iran's actual continental part of their country. They can ballistic. And the problem is this isn't even a ship. Ships move at least, which makes ballistic missiles not as effective. This is an island. It doesn't move, which means this is a giant target for Iran's ballistic missiles. And so, yeah, pretty worrisome for our military if we decide to do this. It could be very, very, very ugly. Now, let's actually do want to get a different poll here before we show the next clip. Looks like 80% think we're going to escalate, 20% de-escalate. I think that's probably pretty about what I expected with that. Now, with this, I just want a general, do you support the war in Iran? That's it. Do you currently support the war in Iran? Yes or no? And the reason why I'm asking you that is Donald Trump was asked about what he thought about Americans who are against the war. And he had some pretty bold, pretty bold words to say to us. I'm going to show you here. We'll let you guys vote here. We'll wait about 15. Maybe we'll do 4 or 5 super chats to let the poll come in, because it's very important. It's very important for all of you to get your vote in, because Donald Trump is going to speak directly to you, the audience, about what he thinks about you here in a sec. All right, let's do 3 or 4 of these, and we'll jump back in while you guys vote. Poop scoop, Jesus, thank you. Rube says free Gannon. Oh, I like this. This is a good. We're gonna get to this story. Gannon is the Green Beret who was arrested for his betting on the raid. We're gonna get to that at the end of the show. Thank you, Rubes. I appreciate you. This was one. But Pierre says, for Munchkin Treats, we miss you, fam. Nate is boring. You're the man, Nate. Yeah, we're not as exciting, Munchkin. Munchkin will be back when we get to the new studio. If I can ever get these fucking electricians to come out and do their job, we're pretty much there. All right, a platoon of Kofefi drinkers and Jesus people could take Tehran in about 3 hours. Yeah. All right, one more, and then let's jump into the poll and let's look at this. SRP Valkyrie says, speaking of spring in Oregon, I missed the 3 years I lived in Corvallis. Dude, I am in Junction City. Well, technically I'm in Monroe now. I'm actually right next to Corvallis. Are there any creators that we have in 7th group asking for expat in Colombia? Creators? Seventh Group creators, I think Adam Tyler is from Seventh Group. I may be wrong on that. I do have buddies from Seventh Group if you're looking for an answer on something, though. I've got buddies, a couple buddies I went through the Q course with that I'm friends with that are still in Seventh Group. So if you got a question, I can always reach out and ask them. Okay, let me see the poll results on this so that we can get to it. Oh, God. 96% of the audience does not support the war. That's even more. I thought it'd be like 90-10. And 4% of you do. Okay, important, because Donald Trump was asked what he feels about the majority of Americans not supporting his war with Iran, and this is what he responded. They're foolish. You're all stupid. Donald Trump thinks you're fucking dumb. Calling Americans foolish who don't support. Also, my God, the orange on. Look at this. That didn't even get down to the neck. Just look. What is he doing, dude? This bronzer. But yeah, he thinks you're fools. The United States president thinks you're a fool if you don't support the war. There you go. The president of the United States calling you stupid if you don't agree with him. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice, isn't it? Yes, Donald Trump, who's known for his high IQ, is calling rest of America stupid for not supporting his war that he's losing, by the way. Now, let's get into some things that he's also been talking about. This was yesterday. This is, again, I just can't keep this guy straight on what is actually happening here. Okay, let's break this tweet down as of yesterday. Our buddy Sticky Green Beret in here talking shit. Love to see it. We're going to talk about this too. This is a real thing that just came up in his comment that's coming as well. Talking about how long it's going to take to actually clean up the Strait of Hormuz, even if it were to open today. All right, Donald Trump says, I have ordered the United States Navy to shoot and kill any boat. Small boats, though. Small boats, though, they may be. Their naval ships are all caps, 159 of them at the bottom of the sea. Well, then who are the Iranian boats we're talking about here? That is putting mines in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. There's no hesitation. Additionally, our minesweepers are clearing the strait right now. We're going to get to that comment in a second. I am hereby ordering the activity to continue, but at a tripled up level. Tripled up level? Not sure. We're just 4x, 5x, 40x. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. We're just saying things to say them. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Isn't this bizarre? He keeps doing this. He reminds us the entire Navy is destroyed, and then keeps talking about Iran's Navy that's causing us problems in the Strait of Hormuz. I personally don't understand, because when I read that we've destroyed their entire Navy, all caps, 159 ships, but then you also tell me that there's boats that are still shooting. They have, Donald Trump has said, fast attack boats and more Navy boats that are laying more mines into the strait. I don't understand. Because I thought the Navy was destroyed. But then he keeps talking about the Navy that's a problem. The Iranian Navy that's shooting other ships. The Iranian Navy that's laying mines. I don't understand, because I thought their Navy was destroyed. Is this what Navy is this? This is the Special Navy? This is the Fast Attack Boat Navy? This is a separate Navy? It's just like all the air defenses we destroyed, and then we get 10 aircraft shot down. I don't understand. I don't, like, conventionally, like, you got to explain it to me. I'm a Green Beret. I don't know anything about this, right? I don't understand how conventional war works, because, I do unconventional warfare as a Green Beret. And so I'm just confused. I don't know what these anti-aircraft systems are that we all destroyed. They're somehow shooting down ships. I don't understand how we destroyed the entire Navy, but they still have a Navy that's causing us problems. Anyway, maybe you guys understand this, but it's really tough. I really hard to keep track, right? It's kind of like the Strait. The blockade to the blockade, right? And we're going to get to the blockade here in a second. Now, the United States, by the way, we're controlling the Strait of Hormuz. We're the ones blocking it. Iran actually wants it open. We're going to talk about that here in a second. This is a great comment. Where was that? Somebody said, only MAGA does. Right. I think it is. It's MAGA logic, right? Like, we're not going to get it. Okay. We're not going to get it. Right. We're not going to get that the Navy's destroyed, but they still have a Navy. That's not the way our brains work. But it's okay. Now, let's talk about what I was just mentioning, and that is Donald Trump talking about that Iran wants the Strait of Hormuz open. I didn't know this. Again, this is more my brain is not smart enough to understand this on the level of Donald Trump. It's not. Okay. So 2 days ago, Donald Trump says Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. Okay, this is news to me. I guess I thought they did, since they're the ones that closed it, but maybe not. They want it to open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore what they are losing if it's closed. They only say they want it closed because I have it blockaded. Closed, exclamation. Here we go. Let's talk about the quotes here. So they merely want to, quote, save face. This is not something you need to quote. The term save face is a regularly known term. Nobody made this up. It's just part of regular English. Mr. Trump, you don't need to quote that. Anyway, people are... God, this guy's so fucking stupid, dude. It's hard to even do this satirically and sarcastically sometime, guys, while I read this shit. He's just so fucking dumb. Okay. People approached me 4 days ago saying, sir, Iran wants to open up the strait immediately. Was that Pete Hegseth that told you that? But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran. Okay, so if we open up the Strait of Hormuz, we can't make a deal with Iran. Okay. Unless we blow up the rest of their country. Like, hold on, let's back up. Look at this. Look at this dementia-ridden, psychotic sentence. Let's go back. It's just so out of control. Okay. People approached me 4 days ago saying, sir, Iran wants to open up the strait immediately, but if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we want to blow up the rest of their country. Their leaders included President Donald J. Trump. What the fuck is he talking about? Look, Iran wants to open the strait. We won't let them. But if we open the strait, we have to bomb the rest of their country? Does any of that make any rational sense to anyone? How does it, like, what is he thinking when he's tweeting this stuff? Like, is somebody telling him this stuff? Again, it's absolutely wild. And he's doubling, tripling down on it. All right. He says, here's another one. He says, Iran is collapsing financially. They want the Strait of Hormuz opened immediately. Starving for cash, losing $500 million a day. Military and police complaining that they're not getting paid. SOS! Exclamation, exclamation. And I got the final one for you. Here we go. Is Donald Trump takes full credit now for the Strait of Hormuz being closed. All right, let's take a watch.
They would have opened it up 3 days ago. They came to us and they said, we will agree to open the strait. And all my people were happy. Everybody was happy except me. I said, wait a minute, if we open the strait, that means they're going to make $500 million a day. I don't want them to make $500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one that kept it closed. We have total control of it. And it'll open when they make a deal or something else happens that's very positive.
What? This is so Trump, though, right? Think about this. Think about it, right? Iran, we all know, all of us, everybody that's, following this at all knows, the reason why Iran is surviving is through asymmetric warfare, explicitly because they're leveraging closing the Strait of Hormuz. It's their one and only tactic to surviving. Donald Trump, so frustrated that he cannot open the Strait of Hormuz, has resulted to just the most Donald Trump thing ever to then say, okay, this is what he says in his own brain to himself. Okay, if I can't open the Strait of Hormuz, what I can do is I'll just take credit for it being closed. right? And then everybody will think how awesome I am because I'm the one who's closing the Strait of Hormuz. Motherfucker, all of our problems right now economically are because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Donald Trump has now just taken credit for crashing the world economy. It's no longer Iran's fault. He's now responsible for gas prices being $5.50 a gallon. He's taking credit for that now. He's literally he's so out of his element. He has no idea what to do that he's decided, I'm just going to take credit for the thing that's fucking America and its allies because he needs some type of win, right? It's not a win for us, but for him, he's in control. I'm in control of the situation. It's like, no, bro, you're not. This isn't the 7D chess. Isn't I'm the one who closed the Strait of Hormuz? Okay, no, you didn't, but also that's not a good thing. We want it open, bro. But again, guys, here's the thing, though. Just wait till you see this. Donald Trump's claiming that you guys know the U.S. blockade has completely failed at this point, right? Chinese ships are flowing through, Russian ships are flowing through, and not only that, 26 Iranian vessels made it through in one day. It says here, at least 26 Iranian Shadow Fleet vessels bypassed the U.S. blockade. At least 26 vessels linked to Iran's so-called Shadow Fleet. Again, they don't have a navy, but here we go. Continued operating since the U.S. implemented its blockade on the 13th of April, according to Lloyd's List Intelligence. More than 10 ships have crossed the blockade since its expansion last week, including 11 tankers carrying Iranian cargo that departed the Persian Gulf or the Gulf of Oman since the 13th of April. We're not even managing to stop them or stop anyone, except the Strait of Hormuz is still closed for all of our allies and us. It's just, again, and you can tell this. You gotta let them cook. That's the thing. We haven't given them enough time, guys. How long? Let me ask you guys. Remember this? How long was the war supposed to be? Remember? Do you guys remember at the start what this was going to be? What did he say? What did he say? This special military operation. How long was it going to be, guys? Do you guys remember what he first said? 4 weeks. 4 weeks. 4 weeks. Yep. This is what Donald Trump said. 4 weeks. 2 to 4 weeks, he said. 2 to 4 weeks. You guys are both right. He said 2 to 4 weeks. How far are we? Do you guys know? We're getting close to 3 months at this point. Ew. This is how these things go, right? And so when people say, let him cook, it's like, we've already given him 2 extra months and he's still not cooking. When's he going to turn the burner on the grill? Because we're all waiting for the dinner and the cooking hasn't even started yet, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's been almost 3 months. What are we at now? What are we at? Like 10 weeks now? Right? Just, okay. Chang says 20 years. Well, I mean, that's what it's been in Syria, or not Syria. We haven't been in Syria 20 years. We've been in Syria for a long time, but Iraq, 20 plus years. We were in Afghanistan for 20 years. So, yeah, I mean, this is how this always goes, right? Like, this is always how this happens when we would get into these things. Now, if you guys didn't know this, what we're talking, hold on, we're going to talk about this. It's actually Democrats' fault that the war has gone past the 4-week mark. Did you guys know that? This is, and I'm going to show you the post from Trump. Democrats are at fault for this. I didn't know that. I didn't know that the Democrats were in control of Congress or the executive branch or the military or this war. You know, you can blame Democrats for whatever you want. I'm sorry, when I don't really ever blame the party that has zero systemic control of the government, okay, whether it's Republicans or Democrats. And for example, what I mean by that is Republicans control the House, Senate, executive, and have a majority on the Supreme Court. So, sorry, a year and a half, almost 2 years into your Republican-controlled Congress, presidency, and Supreme Court, you can't blame anything on the Democrats. Nothing. Like, not gas prices, not the war, not the economy, not the labor market. They don't have any control of the government. They can't do shit, right? But according to Donald Trump, of course. Here we go. Oh, I just lost it. Let me pull this back up and show you guys. All right, here he is. Okay. Donald Trump says, as of a couple days ago, the Democrats are doing everything possible to hurt the very strong position we are in with respect to Iran. What? What could they possibly be doing to hurt the military operation in Iran? They have no control. They can't stop you. They've already shown that. Couldn't even get the War Powers Act through. What? Anyway, here we go. Watch this. Despite World War I lasting 4 years, 3 months, and 14 days, World War II lasting 6 years, the Korean War lasting 3 years, the Vietnam lasting 19 years, this is a little bit of a skewed number here. Iraq lasting 8 years. What? Well, first of all, Iraq has lasted 25 years. Okay, just bizarre numbers. He didn't get the numbers right. He says here, they like to say that I promised 6 weeks to defeat Iran. And actually, from the military standpoint, it was far faster than that. But I'm not going to let them rush the United States into making a deal that is not as good. Oh, there it was. See, he actually already won. That's how he's justified this going now, 10, 11 weeks? It's because he already won. Oh, he won. He won. Yeah, the actual fighting in Vietnam was about usually like what we could really say if we want to talk about America's involvement, real involvement, is closer more to like 1962, 63 to 1973. Vietnam's closer to 10 years, whereas Iraq was 25 years. But anyway, his numbers aren't even fucking right. But my point is, oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh, wait. Oh, I lost it. We got a MAGA cuck. Valhalla TDS. No, do you know what TDS means? Trump devotion syndrome. You, fuckface. You are the one who has TDS, Trump devotion syndrome. That's you. There is no more Trump derangement syndrome. That's only Trump. You, you're a cuck, right? Because you're obsessed with a male politician who you would let fuck your wife as you sat in the hotel corner chair. You are a simp for the guy in charge. You're a pathetic. You have Trump, right? Devotion syndrome, TDS. That's you, bro. Right? So we all know that. Everybody knows that at this point. So again, Trump devotion syndrome. That's what MAGA has. We've completely rebranded the TDS term because it doesn't make sense for anybody else, right? People that don't support Trump aren't deranged. They're just regular fucking people. It's the people that somehow still support this fucking pedophile, right? You support a pedophile, dude. You're here talking shit to me, right? As you simp for a pedophile? Okay, dude. Bold strategy, Cotton, as they say. Yikes, dude. All right, not only that, he had the fucking audacity to say this. I would have won Vietnam very quickly. Well, had you not dodged the draft 5 fucking times with fake bone spurs, you might have had a chance to actually win that war faster for us. But you didn't, because you didn't participate. And so, no, we don't know if you would have won. We don't know if you would have won that very quickly because you could have fought it and you didn't because you're a pussy. That's the truth, right? It says here, Trump, who avoided the Vietnam draft on 5 occasions, said he would have won the Vietnam War very quickly, suggesting it would have ended far sooner than the 19 years it lasted and nearly 60,000 American lives lost. First comment, top comment, bro has lost his mind, laughing emoji. Wow, and also, like, could you imagine having 5 draft deferments, never having served, and you make that comment? Just this fucking guy, dude. This guy. I can't. Again, think about that. Think about that guy in the chat. That guy in the chat sits at home, watches Donald Trump, and goes, "Yeah, I like that. I like that. I support this guy." Think about that. That's a human being that exists and can vote. That guy in the chat can vote, and his vote is worth as much as yours and I's. Think about how fucking crazy that is. That guy can vote. That's wild. Absolutely wild. It's guys, I'm a big like proponent of everybody should vote. You hear people talk about like, oh, we got to repeal the 19th. We got to have only homeowner or only landowners vote and things like that. I'm a everybody should vote guy until I see a guy like that. And I'm like, okay. Maybe not everyone needs to vote. That's that fucking dumb, but I don't know. Anyway, I digress. All right. Now, of course, what's the other big problem? What's the other big problem with the ceasefire deal, guys? What's the big hiccup with us getting this? And you guys know it, but let's let the chat try to guess here. What's the big hiccup with us ever getting this peace deal across the table? The real hiccup, why we're not going to be able to do it. What is it? Bum, 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 bum. I need to start saying this like Coach does. Right, you get it, right? You guys get it, right? The big problem is that's part of the stipulation deal Iran has made very, very clear, is that Israel has to stop bombing Lebanon, okay? And so Donald Trump has told Bibi this, okay? He's informed Bibi that Sunday is going to be the deadline for Iran agreeing to the deal. So Bibi knows that's the last moment, right? If the peace deal goes through, he cannot bomb Lebanon anymore. And guess what happened yesterday? Okay. Yeah, our greatest ally strikes in Lebanon, kill journalists, wounding others. So we literally, I believe it was a French journalist or a French politician was also killed recently while visiting Lebanon, as well as one of the priests from the Vatican. So they're still just bombing the shit out of Lebanon, like right now. So doesn't really feel like they're going to stop, you know? And we could probably pull that. Let me see what you guys think on this. And this is contextual here. We're going to say, let's say Iran and the United States come to a peace deal by the end of the ceasefire, right? Will our greatest ally honor the ceasefire? Hypothetically, let's say we come to peace before Sunday, and of course the stipulations are going to include this. Let me know what you guys think. Will they honor the ceasefire? All right. Now, next story we're going to get into is another story Donald Trump keeps sharing. MAGA keeps sharing. Oh my God, this is going to blow your mind. These poor women. These poor Iranian women. Okay, we'll let the poll go. All right, let's take a look at this story, and you guys are going to laugh your ass off because I debunked this story myself. So here we go. Yes, Donald Trump has been posting this everywhere. Oh wait, this one goes towards the back part of this. I need the actual Trump one. This one? Okay, here we go. Starting with this one. You guys have probably seen this story. So there are 8 Iranian women who are currently being held captive by the evil regime, and they're going to be executed. But Donald Trump is going to save the day. Here they are. Donald Trump says Iran won't execute 8 women after he demanded their release. All right. Now, and again, here's more of him urging Iran to release 8 women reportedly set to be hanged in show of goodwill ahead of peace negotiations. Wow, that's great. I mean, this is everywhere. The New York Post, here it is. Save them! Exclamation. As ceasefire extended, Trump demands Iran not kill these women. Oh my gosh, it's so crazy. And then Donald Trump declares victory. He did it. He saved the women. Very good news. I've just been informed that the 8 women protesters who are going to be executed tonight in Iran will no longer be killed. 4 will be released immediately, and 4 will be sentenced to 1 month in prison. I very much appreciate that. Iran and its leaders respect my request as president of the United States and terminated the planned executions. What a win for Donald Trump. This is absolutely incredible. Hey guys, like we got to give him his flowers, right? When Donald Trump does something great and he saves these poor women, awesome. What's the problem with this story? There is just a really big problem with the story. Well, initially I saw this, and Iran said, "Hooray! Trump saved 8 AI-generated people." Okay. Now, so you know what I decided to do? I decided to just take that picture of those 8 women, and I want to show you the picture I used. I didn't use anything crazy. I didn't even use the highlighted backdrop photo. I used the actual 8 images of these women, right? No weird highlighted background, no nothing, just the pure images. And so guess what I did? I went ahead over to ChatGPT, which can, look at images and look and find out if they are AI generated or not. And I plugged it in myself. And ladies and gentlemen, let's look at my tab. So here's me on ChatGPT. I posted this picture. All I said is, I've heard these pictures are AI generated. What do you think? And what did ChatGPT say? Short answer, they are very likely AI generated. Here's what stands out. Uniform perfection across faces, skin texture, symmetry, and lighting are unusually consistent across all 8 people. Real photos tend to have more variation, pores, uneven lighting, lens differences. Too clean features. The faces the faces are slightly plastic, overly smooth, look common in AI outputs, especially around the cheeks, lips, and under eyes. Inconsistent realism cues. Some eyebrows, eyelashes, and hairlines look slightly unnatural or overly stylized. Minor asymmetries like eye alignment or lip edges look algorithmic rather than naturally imperfect. Lighting mismatch. Each image has a slightly different lighting direction, but the style of the lighting is very similar, like it was generated rather than captured. Expression patterns. The expressions fall into the common AI generated portrait modes: neutral, slight, smile, and soft gaze, which models tend to default to. And as it says here, none of these alone prove it, but taken together, look at this. And they even tell you which AI platform was used to fucking make them. But taken together, it's a classic modern AI portrait generation from Midjourney. They're fucking fake AI fucking women. They're not even real women. And you don't have to be an expert. You can take those pictures, slap it into AI, and AI will literally tell you exactly what they did to generate those women on AI. Like, they don't even fucking try. Guys, like, think about that. They ran that story everywhere. And any dipshit can take those pictures, slap it into AI, and AI will tell you those are fake pictures of women. Again, you saw what I put in there. I didn't do anything special. I put the pictures of the women, the default pictures, asked if it thought they were AI, and it fucking, yes, these women are AI generated. The thing is, they know. Here's the thing. Let's go back to this. This is what's so gross about this, right? And Iran said it themselves, obviously. But look what Donald Trump said, right? Very good news. I have just been informed that these women in Iran will no longer be killed. So he's claiming that he had some discussion with Iranian officials to pull this off, but the fact we know these are fake women that are AI generated, none of this happened. He completely just made this up and put this out in a tweet. How is this guy a president? How is that by itself not just 25th Amendment immediately? Like, okay, you obviously just made that fucking story up and then made up that you talked to Iran and made up that you saved these women. There's no real context to this at all. So, and it's everywhere. It's like, I bet you if we go to a few of these, like Officer Tatum or Ben Shapiro's channels, they probably have that story fucking right at the top. Oh my God. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you, Donald Trump. You saved them. It's like, come on, bro. That wasn't some crazy thing that report that somebody debunked this. That was Nate on ChatGPT. Literally just me, right? Just plugged it in. Here you go. Nope. Classic modern AI portrait generation from Midjourney. Anyway, guys, I can't. It's like they don't, my point is they don't even try. And this is what's giving it even worse. This isn't the only one MAGA's fallen for. There's a viral story of a female soldier that's had a MAGA influencer account with millions of followers that's just been unmasked as, I believe, an Indian guy. And all of these MAGA simps have been all over this fake generated woman's fake channel. Let's check it out.
An Indian man made thousands of dollars scamming MAGA supporters with an AI influencer. He would post pictures like this on Instagram, which would blow up due to super dumb MAGA fans, direct them to a third-party site, and then sell them nude images of this AI model. He tried a liberal version of the AI model, but it didn't work, stating that only MAGA fell for it because they're a super dumb crowd. There's so much irony across this entire story, but the only thing I can think about is how much of a loser you need to be to not only fall for the model, but then buy nude pictures of her.
I love that the guy who got caught, right? The Indian guy literally said, I tried to do this with Democrats, but they knew it was fake. Only MAGA was fucking dumb enough to fall for this and pay me for it. Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, just apparently MAGA will believe anything if it's AI. You know what I mean? Whether it's Iranian women or whether it's the MAGA influencers. It's just okay. Now let's get in. Wait, let's stop for some super chats. Okay, let's stop for some super chats. I need a break from the insanity. Then we're gonna jump into Pete Hegseth and Trump firing the Secretary of the Navy because that's an important story. All right. Let's hit a couple of these and then we'll jump back in. What if cancer is excuse for succumbing to injuries? Maybe that could be. Hardway says orders of the day until morale approves. The beating shall continue. Thank you for your attention to this matter. As you were, carry on. Kind of feels that way, huh? Financially, at least, economically. Benna says, all kidding aside, I contribute because this kind of community is what everyone should be building or joining. Nate is tuned in. This channel is a mission statement or solid. I thought you'd laugh, brother. Nothing but love. Yeah, I mean, we already, I always say, you already know, brother, that as long as the jokes are funny, even if they're directed at me, I'm going to laugh at them. And thank you, man. I appreciate the kind words here. I do think that we have one of the best communities on social media. And the reason I say that is because we have such a diverse community. I think I have probably the most politically, religiously, ethnically diverse community on YouTube. Maybe Ian Carroll, I think, is probably another one that's pretty close to that. But I mean, we have everything here in this channel, and that's very, very cool. Not very many people can say that. It's like what I feel like our channel here is that it's like an actual representation of the American people, right? Whether you're far left, far right, black, white, Christian, Islamic, we got people from everywhere, and international even, right? We got a big international following too. So wearing USA shorts, I am, brother, I am, hell yeah. But anyway, let's keep it moving here. Thank you, Penn. I appreciate you, brother. David says Trump wears tiny electric shock collar. God, what is this? Okay. When Miriam goes buzz, Trump goes, Iran must not have a nuclear weapon. Yikes. I don't even want to think about that. Kyle K reported that Dementia D is strong arming Iraq. He said the admin is posturing to go back into Iraq. Thoughts? We're already there. And so understand, like, a lot of the main way that we're facilitating this air campaign is through our bases in Iraq, not necessarily off those aircraft carriers, actually. So, and Iraq is not happy with us, right? Especially got to understand that Iraq has a huge Shia population, and much of that is in control of the government. And so they're allies with Iran in a lot of ways. And so they're obviously not happy with us either. And so we could very easily end up in a situation where we are in conflict in Iraq. They were just trying to overthrow the consulate the other day, a couple weeks ago. So yeah, it's possible. Corey says, send a 20 super and it took my money but didn't post. Following up about Lionel Nation. God bless. Thanks for the work. I can't afford 20. That's all good, brother. I appreciate you, man. Sorry if I hear that. I haven't seen it. I've gone one by one. Maybe it'll pop up as we go, hopefully. But if not, usually I think what happens is it may have shown it gone through, but it probably didn't actually go through for your bank account. Let's hope not. All right, Chad, super sticker, thank you. All right, two more, and then we'll jump back in. Colby says, Nate, as a Christian, how do you think this plays into eschatology? I believe all this is an attempt to usher in the apocalypse. Well, Pete Hegseth thinks that, dude. Like, you got to understand, much respect, brother. By the way, not all Protestants are bad. Yeah, I know. I'm a Protestant myself. but the evangelicals surrounded Trump, they actually believe this. They believe that Donald Trump is the second coming of the Messiah, and we are going to usher in, through a war with Iran, bringing Christ back. Pete Hegseth believes that. He talks about it. So, yeah, I think the Trump administration 100% that's what they think they're doing. Now, I don't know if Donald Trump thinks that, because I don't think he is biblically read at all, but definitely. I definitely think that there's a lot of that in the Trump administration for sure. Okay, now let's jump back in. Speaking of which, speaking of Pete, well, Hegseth just fired the Secretary of the Navy, the 34th military official, general or above, to be removed. Now, yeah, this interesting. Now, I wonder why. Well, there's a couple different. We don't know for sure, but I've got my theories. Okay, so it says here, Navy Secretary John Fallon is out amid Iran blockade, and then where's the one I'm looking for? There was one more I wanted. Where the hell did it go? Oh, we'll get to that in a second. We'll get to the new secretary, and this will kind of make sense. Okay, so I started thinking about this, and I'm like, well, we do know a lot of the generals were fired because they have been protesting a ground invasion. Okay, a lot of the 24 generals that were fired last week. A lot of them have literally said the reason why they were fired is because they refused to support Donald Trump on a ground invasion into Iran. So why would we fire the Secretary of the Navy? Couple different things here. One, the failure of the blockade. He's in charge of the Navy. He's in charge of the blockade. The blockade didn't work. The U.S. blockade didn't work. So this could be punishment for failures of the U.S. Navy and the blockade. Now, isn't that interesting that Donald Trump talks about how we won everything, but then you watch him firing generals and military secretaries behind the scenes, which means he thinks what is happening is the United States is failing. Okay. Or what we've also heard is that the Navy secretary did not or would not go along with firing on anybody who tried to go through the blockade, right? So what Donald Trump wants is the United States to literally start World War III with China if they try to go through the blockade. And it sounds like the Navy secretary said, we're not fucking shooting like Chinese and Russian ships. Okay, dude? Like, that's not going to happen. And the reason why I think it's probably the latter is because of who the new Navy secretary is. And we just got done talking about sort of psychopathic evangelicals and them wanting war more than anything. Well, this is the new Secretary of the Navy. Let's listen to him and see what he thinks about things.
There's a place in Monterey, California called Lovers Point.
Yeah.
The original name was Lovers of Christ Point, but now it's become, they took out the Christ, it's Lovers Point, and it's really, Monterey is a very dark place now.
Yeah.
A lot of witchcraft and
Right.
the Wiccan community has really taken over there. And we can't let that happen in Virginia. Virginia is, I mean, especially down in Roanoke, they're God-loving
Right.
people.
Right.
Richmond too, and Virginia Beach. And we just need to mobilize Christians across the nation. I mean, there's a place.
The new Secretary of the Navy talking about how Christians are in a fight against witches and Wiccans. Okay. So that guy's fucking Looney Tunes. And now he is in charge of the United States Navy. The guy who's literally talking about fighting witches in California is in charge of the United States Navy. So, wow. Sounds like we're cooked, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, my point is that guy probably doesn't have a problem bombing and shooting literally anybody that comes across the blockade. So if I had to guess, again, that's probably really what's going on. Now, this is we came back to this full circle as we saw our buddy Alex had commented about how long it will take to clear the sea mines. Yes. So, new report just come out yesterday. From the Pentagon, by the way. Pentagon said this. Not Al Jazeera, right? Even though it's an Al Jazeera article, it is from the Pentagon. and then issued out through the Associated Press from the Pentagon, said U.S. officials told 6 months needed to clear the sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz. 6 months to clear the strait. So think about that. Let's say all of this de-escalated, right? We came to peace. Israel's happy. Iran's happy. The United States is happy. It's still going to take 6 goddamn months to clear that out to get back to regular supply train traffic. That's if that happened today, because they can't clear those mines out right now because Iran is firing on ships and then just dropping more in the water as Donald Trump is crying and throwing a tantrum about that. So again, 6 months is what it will take once the war ends just to clean up the strait to allow regular traffic back through it. So for everybody who thinks, MAGA, I know you guys don't think this, gas prices are coming down immediately once the Strait of Hormuz is open. No. The war ended today. It would probably take close to a year to get gas prices to come down. Today. Pull on what? Everybody's saying pull. What are we pulling? What do you guys want to pull on? You can't just yell pull. You got to tell me what you want the pull to be. All right. What do you want the pull to be? I don't know what we're talking about that would need a pull at the moment. But yeah, so again, guys, it's just this is not a good situation, right? The strait is cooked. The strait is cooked. Okay, I have to, guys, I don't know if you saw this. Pull my wiener. What? Jesus Christ. What are you guys talking about? I did see the Russell Brand stuff. That was pretty weird. We're not talking about that right now. But Israel poll. Oh, checking the poll. We put that up earlier, right? My YouTube studio likes to blank out, and then I try to brush it. It won't open. Let me close some of these tabs out real quick, guys. All right, what's the poll? Oh my God. Oh, will our greatest ally honor the ceasefire? 97% said no. No, they will not. That's wow. Not a lot of confidence. You guys don't have confidence in Bibi? Really? You don't have any confidence in Bibi honoring the ceasefire? I don't know, guys. That's yeah, I don't know. That doesn't seem very fair. All right, now, I don't know if you guys saw this. Donald Trump fell asleep again today during a press conference, and there's one of the funniest pictures I've ever seen in my life that's going viral about him right now. Keith Edwards did a video on this. We won't play the whole thing, but we are going to play the start of Keith's video because it's objectively hilarious. And let's do that real quick. All right, here we go.
I have one question for you. What the fuck is going on with the President of the United States? What is wrong with him? I know there are many things we could say that would accurately answer that question. Of
Keith can barely not laugh while he's doing this.
What is wrong with the president? Because yesterday, the President of the United States fell asleep during a press conference. The President of the United States doesn't even stand during press conferences anymore. He sits down at his desk, and he can't even be bothered to stay awake. Now, I'm going to show you that clip. You may have seen it already. I have some thoughts.
Oh my gosh, this picture is so bad.
But then Donald Trump spent the rest of the evening posting insanity on his blog, True Social. So I'm going to ask again, what the hell is wrong with the president? Look at this greasy, slimy, demented mess. And I also want to know, why isn't the press taking this seriously?
Yeah, good point.
Because I think this is one of the greatest American scandals in recent generations. And it's also a huge cover-up that no one's talking about. And I don't understand why the press isn't curious about why, when we see Donald Trump doing this, we're not asking questions.
We continue our work on negotiating international trade agreements. 59 days after we stood in this office and President Trump, standing with Albert Bourla from Pfizer, announced the first of the 17 MFN deals.
Oh my God.
Together with our colleagues from the Department of Commerce under Secretary Letnick's leadership and from the U.S. Trade Representative's office
just out
under the leadership of Ambassador Greer, we negotiated a landmark
Oh,
agreement.
he's back.
In which they agreed
Look
to
at him.
increase significantly the amount that they spend on branded pharmaceuticals for the first time in 26 years.
Oh, he's back out.
That work continues with other countries. And third, we will continue our work with our partners in Congress to codify the principles that underpin these most favored nation deals, so that these savings for American families and this innovation that is unleashed at the same time persists for decades to come.
Does that not worry you?
Yeah.
Does that not make you at least curious about why this keeps happening? And yet the corporate media remains silent. I don't know if they're scared. I don't know if they perhaps have been told something off the record that makes them feel like they don't need to ask. But what I don't want to see is a book come out in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, that says the president of the United States was dying, his health was failing, and the White House knew about it. Because
all right, again, I don't want to take all of Keith's thunder. Dude, I love Keith's show. It's fucking great. So make sure you go follow Keith's channel, Keith Edwards, if you guys aren't already following him. One of my favorite news channels out there. Just, dude, that's fuck, dude. Again, it's not funny. Like to Keith's point, it's not funny. Okay, I know, like it objectively is funny, right? Watching Trump asleep at the wheel, but it's also not funny for our country. It's fucking terrifying for our country because this guy again was trying to access the nuclear codes a week ago. That guy, right? Let's make sure we understand what I'm saying here. This guy was trying to access the nuclear codes 6 days ago. Okay? That's not good. Right? But we should probably God, I don't know what we're supposed to do. But we got to do something. Okay. That's good. We got past that part of the show. We're going to get into some reactions, right? We love some good reactions. So let's get into some good reaction, good and bad reactions, right? We got good ones and bad ones, right? We'll start kicking it off here. And this is from OAF Nation, actual guys. If you don't notice, I use their stuff all the time. This is where I get like all of my military updates and news. So make sure you guys go follow them as well. Great channel.
Like I might go fucking insane. Let me just make sure that I'm getting this right. 2 months ago, the Strait of Hormuz was open and Iran had zero control over it. Then Trump decides to go to war with Iran. Iran closes the strait and shuts down global trade entirely. And now Trump wants us to pay $20 billion to reopen it and leave them in charge of it. The only reason anyone can point to why we went to war with Iran was because they were enriching uranium for nuclear weapons. The only reason they were enriching uranium was because Trump tore up the Obama nuclear agreement, which was working. The only reason he tore up that agreement was because we unfroze $400 million in Iranian assets as part of the deal. But now he wants to give the Iranian regime $20 billion, 50 times what Obama did, just to get their uranium and reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before he started the war. I feel like...
Yep. Yeah, buddy. Oh, somebody said Nate back on that sauce. That solo cup ain't fooling anyone. Well... No, I'm not back on the sauce. Again, I've explained before, my entire house is completely empty other than this studio, my old house. So all I have is plastic cups and, paper plates. And we got two of them here. See, got two big things of water. A Diet Coke. So no, not on the sauce. Still sober. For now. For now, we say. You never know. It's been nice, though. It's been nice. I actually kind of enjoy it. Sorry, excuse me. The pollen. Okay. Great take. Now let's get to some not so great takes. We got to have some of those, right? Well, we're going to go back and forth on good takes, bad takes. Okay. So you can't expect a good take from this fucking woman ever. But here we go.
Trump has been the steady leader our country needs throughout this entire endeavor. And again, thanks to the success of the military operation and his hardline negotiating style, we're on the brink of a deal. And if not, the president as commander in chief still has a number of options at his disposal that he's unafraid to use. And President Trump has proven before he does not bluff. When he makes
His nickname's Taco. He literally has a nickname for bluffing. It's called Trump Always Chickens Out. That's his nickname. He is literally the bluffer in chief. Carolyn.
Makes a promise, he follows through on it. And I'm not sure why, after 10 years of covering this president, the American media still cannot understand when President Trump says he's going to do something, he's going to do it.
What? What? Donald Trump never bluffs, and whenever he says something, he always does it. He said he's going to destroy the entire country of Iran like 13 different times and then chickened out every single time. What are you talking about, Carolyn? Also, I don't know, man. I'll tell you this. I know where Trump's going after he kicks it, but I can promise you that woman is headed straight down to the fiery lake for the way she can fucking lie, dude. Oh, my God. Could you imagine? She wears that cross necklace and then just goes out and just blatantly lies to the American people over and over and over again. Oh, my God. Wait, somebody just had a really good joke. Where was that? All right. Yes, that's a fucking good joke, dude. That's a good calf joke right there. Right? That's funny as fuck. Good calf joke. Well done on that one. Okay. I saw that one as we were going. All right. Now let's see. Let's see which way the wind's blowing today, because depending on which way the wind's blowing is whether or not Megyn Kelly is currently supporting the president or not. So let's see.
I mean, he keeps doing this. He ratchets up the rhetoric every time we're at the end of a ceasefire or demanding, that they respond to us in some way. And Trump escalates the rhetoric. And that Wall Street Journal article the other day made really clear why he was doing that and really kind of exposed how it's a tactic. And he admitted that it was a tactic to aides who then spoke to the Wall Street Journal. And this also talked about this article about how he is trying to seem unstable and wanted to be as unstable and insulting as possible, believing it could bring the Iranians to the table. That post about a whole civilization will die, he saw it as a way to spur negotiations in a war the president was desperately ready to end. Axios reporting today that Trump is bored of this war and wants it over. Whatever. Maybe it wasn't the best thing to start if you didn't have the patience to actually see it through. That's what his supporters of the war might say. I mean, those of us who have been against it from the beginning would like to see it wrapped up, whether it's out of boredom or not. It's really too bad that the cost of American lives isn't the motivator. It's just that Trump has moved on to other things because he has the attention span of a gnat.
Oh, God, you never know what you're going to get with Megyn, right? Megyn, sometimes Megyn's she's on it, great takes, right? Great criticism of Trump, and then she'll come out and simp for the dude the next day, right? You never know what to expect from her. She's the ultimate fence sitter when it comes to criticizing Donald Trump. Puff says that's an insult to gnats. That's a good one. Yeah, Megyn, at least she was an 8. Yeah, we know that. Again, she's better than the others, right? Let me give Megyn credit. Hold on, time out. Let's give Megyn some credit, okay? Megyn is much better than the others. She's much better than the Shapiros and the Tatums and the Matt Walshes and the Levines go down the line, because at least Megyn sometimes on things like the war, on things like the Epstein files, well, actually not on that one, but things like the war, she will come out, she will criticize Donald Trump, and she will criticize MAGA. So it's not the best, right? Because she's also will turn around and say she would still vote Republican if Donald Trump nuked Iran, right? But at least, where's Ian Carroll? He posted today on Instagram, actually. He was moving, I think. He was moving. Who just said this? Who just said she's no Hannah Kasparian? That's the truth. Anna's the GOAT, dude. Anna's the GOAT, man. I see an Anna clip and I'm immediately like, oh, wow, here we go, dude. She's about to destroy somebody for sure. All right, this one's going pretty viral as well, and that is Theo Vaughn. Let's see what he has to say.
What American is this helping? Besides the war, the industrial war complex, what American, what hard work, what guy who's trying to take care of his family, or a single mother who's a nurse who's going to work and has to get home and get to her kid's ball game and has to be both parents. What farmer is this helping? What regular person is this helping? I just don't know. I don't understand. So yeah, that's what our president's up to, and it's fucking baffling. And it's sick, and it feels like he's just been compromised by Israel, by this dark government over there. I don't know. It's fucking dark. It's dark. What can we talk about? Yeah, it's dark shit over there. It's dark shit. I just don't. I don't know. Where do we get some leaders? Yeah, where do we get some leaders? And how do we? I don't know. Fuck. I guess we start just by leading ourselves, huh?
Man, is that not just how we all feel? Can you just like intrinsically, as he explained that, you just like feel it in your soul as an American of just like, dude, we're just so fucking cooked, man. And to his point, we're the leaders. I was thinking about this the other day. I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, the Republican Party is so bad. And it's not just me saying this, right? Chris Christie is talking about how bad the Republican Party is. I mean, like, pretty much everybody is acknowledging how bad the Republican Party. Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to burn it down. Like, so many actual conservatives are just so sick of the Republican Party. And I started thinking about it, and I'm like, maybe I should just become a Democrat, right? That's how bad the Republican Party is, out of spite. And I started thinking about it, and I'm like, who would I vote for? Let's say I did that. Let's say I actually switched parties. Who would I vote for? And I started going down the line, trying to figure out who's the Democrat Party have for leaders. Nothing. It's just nothing. They got nobody. And then I started thinking about, well, what about Republicans? Who would I vote for a Republican? Thomas Massey? And then yeah, but here's the problem. You know what I found out today in my research for insider trading? Do you know what congressman has the highest trade amount of all the congressmen? Ro Khanna. So it's just like, dude, even the ones you think, and I'll show you that here a little bit later when we get to the actual stock market portion of the Green Beret story. But it's just like, dude, why don't we have any leaders, man? No, not Rand Paul. Rand Paul's bought and paid for by AIPAC, dude. This is my point. You start to like look and be like, okay, let's think about who are the actual leadership of both parties. You've got who's on the right? Who's the front runners? Marco Rubio, JD Vance, Nikki Haley, right? These are who they're going to slap and slop us forward with, right? Ted Cruz is running. We already know that. Like, right? That's just gross. So there's got to be somebody that steps up for the Republican Party, right? Thomas Massey is the only one I can think of that actually has the consistency, that actually has somebody that I would actually support. There's one. And then I look at the Democrats and I'm like, this running for president, by the way. I saw somebody say Graham Plattner. He's not running for president, right? He's just joining the Senate. You start to think, Bernie, well, Bernie's too old, right? And you go down the line and you're like, fuck, we got the American people. My point with this is like both sides, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, there's nobody. Nobody is an actual leader. Nobody is a real candidate in the field. Nobody. Mark Kelly? Yeah, but what's the problem with Mark Kelly? We showed this before. I'll pull it up. This is an interesting. People are like, yeah, Mark Kelly's an interesting choice, right? Oh, okay. Well, that might be one. Veteran, NASA astronaut. And then you go and you pull up a AIPAC tracker, right? I'll pull it up right now. And who's the number one guy? Right? Here it is. There he is, number one. And that's but this is old. Because now it's up over 5.5 million. Or whatever, 500,000 based off what they're showing here. Point is, right? Dude's bought and paid for by AIPAC just like the rest of them. I mean, maybe Eli Crane with $500 here. But my point is, it's all of them, man. You know? We just don't have anybody. We got no real leaders on either side. And I think it's so frustrating for the American people, because what that means is we're just going to get fed more, like another worst case, or like you got to choose between the, you know, who's the lesser of two evils, right? Aren't we like sick and tired of being in a situation where we're voting for the lesser of two evils, right? Or like, who's the least shitty candidate in the field, right? Aren't we tired of that as Americans? Yeah, AOC doesn't take, honestly, AOC is probably the best option in the entire field. The entire field, current field that we think is going to run between Democrats and Republicans. It's like Tucker's a great choice as well, but I don't know if he's going to run. I'm just looking at actual people that are in the field. Who's better than AOC's the worst? No, she's not. Well, I'll pull this up. Let's go to track AIPAC. Let's just see, right? All right, let's see. What is she at? Okay, here you go. Here's AOC's AIPAC tracker, which is here. $0. Green means $0, right? $0. So my point is, I don't think she's a good option. She's not somebody I would vote for personally, but she's probably the best option. And if AOC is the best option in the field, and sorry if you're an AOC fan, I'm not trying to beat up on AOC too much. I actually think AOC is much better than most. We ain't got much going on either side, ladies and gentlemen. And I think it's sad, right? There's not, like, you want to have a situation where you got a field of candidates and you're like, man, I really like 2 or 3 of these. And it's a really hard choice between, like, who do I want to support between these 3 candidates, right? That's not what we have. We have a situation where we're like, okay, what do we got? Mark Kelly, that's kind of a good choice, but he takes a shit ton of money from AIPAC, so it'll just be the exact same thing that we got now. AOC, well, AOC's young. She's super far left, so it's going to be very hard for her to win in a general. Although she has been moving herself more into the moderate category as she's become more presidentially inclined. Pete Buttigieg, Pete Buttigieg can't win in America. America's not going to elect a gay president. Not yet. It's not going to happen. And you guys know I'm super supportive of the LGBT community. I'm not a anti-gay right-wing guy at all. Super supportive of the gay community. I just don't think America is not going to vote in a gay president. It's not going to happen. Not an openly gay one. No, the majority of Americans won't vote for him. Not to say that he's the worst candidate. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at what America will vote for. So anyway, again, we're a little bit off topic here. But again, it's just, man, it just sucks. Maybe we'll get some exciting candidates into the field in 2027 when the primaries start to like build up and we start to get, we might have some like surprise entrants that excite everybody. Let's hope. Yeah, I think we're all hoping for Massey, right? Massey has a proven track record over a decade of being America first. He also has an insanely high Liberty score from Conservative Review. It's like 96%. I think the only person higher than him is maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene has 100% perfect score. But again, I think if you're on the right, like Democrats aren't necessarily going to be happy about Thomas Massey, but Massey's a libertarian at heart, I think. So, he's going to fall closer to the liberal side than a lot of or like Democrats might be willing to support him. I don't know. But this is possible too. I think this is real. I think they're trying to prep this. They might not do it though because of how unpopular they both are now, and they're starting to see that. But I think this is they're going to try it. They're going to try to pitch this for sure. We're going to see. I like this ticket. If you're a Republican, I like this ticket a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind these ones. I don't even mind something like this. You know what I mean? Again, fuck it. Andrew Yang. I actually like Andrew Yang. I like Andrew Yang as a Democrat candidate. I don't know if he'll run or not. I think he has some pretty decent ideas. Okay, anyway, we got a little sidetrack there. Sorry about that, guys, but hey, we're in the discussion of this. Interesting discussion, right? Now we got a Chris Murphy, Democrat senators in hot water. I think his comment was funny. A lot of people didn't find this comment very funny. But Ali Vase says at least 26 Iranian Shadow Fleet vessels bypassed United States blockade, and he said, "Awesome." Of course, everybody's super pissed off at him for saying this. I don't know. I thought it sounded like he was being sarcastic, and it was kind of a funny comment. I don't think, but whatever. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, we already did that one. Oh, interesting one here. Check this out. This Eric Prince from Blackwater. A lot of people are pissed off that he said this, and I'm actually going to provide some context to this. I was just talking to JD Delay about this. Is JD still in the chat? I was just talking to JD about this right before the show.
So yeah, your initial assault into Carg Island is going to be mighty thin because those aircraft have to cycle, and that's assuming you don't have any losses from maintenance or from missiles. Do you do a mass drop of the 82nd on the Carg Island? Yep. Again, that's pretty sporty. And an airborne invasion in a place that has thousands and thousands of missiles. Not to mention, the Iranians have been learning. They've certainly been paying attention to modern drone warfare and have certainly implemented FPVs down to the squad level. I mean, you see videos of the Israelis in southern Lebanon losing tanks, losing armored personnel carriers to the same FPVs that the Russians have been using with great effect in Ukraine. So it is, again, a fight against Iran. They're not Arabs. They're Aryans. They are a highly intelligent, highly skilled warfighters. And it would not be the pushover by comparison that you see of the Iraqi army.
Yeah, and the Iraqis. Okay, so, oh my God. Conservatives are furious that he had the audacity to say that Persians are white people? How could you possibly say that? They're Arabs. That's what Fox News is furious about. No, they're fucking not. For those of you who didn't know, Iran, the Persians, are white people. Did you know that? They're Caucasians. Do you know what Iran means? Do you know what the word Iran means? It means the land of Aryans. The land of Aryans. Persians are Caucasian. They're white people. And you start to go, wait a second. The people who didn't know that start to go, whoa, wait a second. Wait a second. Why are we at a war with white people? I thought these were brown people. No, they're Caucasians. It's just like, oh my God. It's just like the ignorance of people. Yeah. Iran is full of Caucasian people. If you didn't know that, which is, one of those reasons, highly intelligent Caucasian people, by the way. That's why Persia has been so successful for the last 4,000 years. Not that because they're white. I'm just saying they're extremely, people think Iran is like rural Afghanistan. No, it's not. Dude. Iran is an incredibly developed, technologically advanced country, right? And the Persian communities got one of the highest education rates and things like doctors. It's just like, but you're not going to hear that on Fox News. That didn't fit the narrative very well, right? Meanwhile, what's Israel? Not that, by the way. Well, technically, if you want to talk about the Ashkenazis, they are. But that's my point. This is just one of those things that you get propagandized into when you're an American, right? To think that, oh, these evil Arabs in Iran. No, dude. They're Caucasians. They're Persians for the most part. Anyway, guys, it's just like, come on, dude. And anyway, they were furious that Eric Prince had the audacity to say that Iranians were Aryans. And it's like, yeah, well, they fucking are, dude. It's not, we can't argue about that. That's just the truth. You can Google it yourself, you know. Anyway, wild stuff, huh? Wild stuff when you start to learn a little bit, right? All right, let's talk about the effect this is going to have on the economy. We'll do a couple super chats and then we'll jump into the economy. Because like I said today, visiting the gas station, we're at the highest gas prices, at least in Oregon, that I've ever seen. I can't remember, even under Joe Biden, I don't think we ever hit what we hit. We were at, what was it, $5.49 for regular at the gas station right down the street that I've been tracking, which was at, I believe, $3.09 before the war started. Right. So we've almost we're at like 80% increase in gas prices here in Oregon, closing in on doubling, which I would not be shocked to see here soon. Strait of Hormuz remains closed. They're just going to keep doing this as Brent crude and oil prices continue to rise. I don't know what it's like where you guys are at, but yeah, Iran is 100% prepared, locked and loaded, and this is going to be a bloodbath. Yeah, I think if we try to launch a ground invasion, it's again, I think the United States will win. If we want to throw, 100 to 200,000 young American lives into the meat grinder, like I would prefer that we don't sacrifice 200,000 of our best young men for a war in Iran for no reason, personally, right? And what's the victory? Let's say we go in there and we remove the regime from power, just like we did with Saddam, just like we did with the Taliban initially, right? What then comes next? The exercise of 20 years of failed nation building when we try to put things back together, and we can't ever do that successfully. So let's say we did this. We launched the entire full-scale ground invasion, right? We go through the valley, coming straight through Herat in Afghanistan, and we roll the tanks in, and we probably do, again, lose at least 100,000 troops' lives just trying to get there. And then we take Tehran, which would probably lose, that'd be like Fallujah. That's like, Fallujah or Ramadi, or where the bulk of the lives lost in the global war on terror come from, urban environments. You're going to lose tens of thousands just trying to take that city. And then what? You overthrow the regime and we spend 25 years nation building and it'll be failure, and then we leave after 25 years and nothing changes, and probably the IRGC takes back the country right afterwards. That's what happened in Vietnam. What happened in Afghanistan. I mean, it's what happened in Syria. The president of Syria is the former leader of Al-Qaeda. Al-Jilani's in charge of Syria. After 12 years of civil war sponsored by the United States? Again, guys, we get nothing out of it except for dead soldiers and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars spent. That's why it's just like there's no benefit to it. There is no end state where the United States gets anything out of this. Now our greatest ally gets a lot out of that. Oof, they get a lot out of that because they're not going to be fighting that war. They're not going to put boots on the ground. Right? They're not going to be doing it alongside us. They've already said that. Netanyahu said himself they will not supply a single ground soldier to the United States because they're busy in Lebanon. That's what Bibi said, right? Somebody said Diet Coke, ... question mark. Yes, if you are into fitness and you like soda, then you drink Diet Coke. That shouldn't shock you. Shouldn't shock you. That's the only option. If you need a little, I don't drink a whole lot of soda, but if I need a soda kick, then yeah, you got to do Diet Coke. Okay, now let's talk about the economy. Okay, now of course I always like to get Donald Trump's take on the economy before we talk about it together. Donald Trump said yesterday, the economy has never been stronger. Okay. Okay, so there we go. There we go. So there you go. It's the strongest economy we've ever seen. Great. All right. I don't know if you guys saw this. Talking about economies, This has nothing to do with a $500 million bribe the UAE gave Donald Trump in that jet, I'm sure, but Donald Trump is considering an interest-free finance, which they'll never pay back, by the way. Essentially, we are going to bail out the UAE. We're going to financially bail out another country, a Gulf state country. Okay. Cool, man. You know, one of the richest countries in the world, by the way, the UAE. Do you know why we're going to bail them out? Oh, that's right, because they're about to collapse economically because we closed the Strait of Hormuz by starting a war with Iran. So now we have to bail out our fucking Gulf allies because they can't export fucking oil out of the strait and their economies are going to collapse. So, yay, good job us. That's another win for America. Lots of bailouts. Oh, by the way, let me ask you guys this. The fact that gas prices are $5, $6, $7 a gallon, are we going to get a bailout? The American people, we can't afford gas. We can't afford groceries. Are we getting a bailout? Who's coming to rescue us? We're going to bail out UAE princes, Saudi princes. But I bet you we don't get bailed out. What else is happening? Well, here's some more good news, and we talk about this all the time. And what's happening with the BRICS and, you know, the fact that U.S. petrodollar is getting absolutely destroyed. And I've been saying, what have I been telling you guys? The longer this happens, the longer we screw over our allies. Where are they going to turn? They're going to turn to BRICS. And that's what's happening. Russia has officially announced that all future oil and gas deals made with Europe will be priced in Chinese yuan. Say fucking bye-bye to the U.S. petrodollar, ladies and gentlemen.
Выполнял все взятые на себя обязательства по известному соглашению, о котором мы сейчас упомянули.
I'm not going to play too much Russian on the show. Algorithm will pick it up. But my point is, yes, Russia is now only selling oil in Chinese yuan, no longer the U.S. petrodollar. So think about this. All of our Asian allies who cannot get any oil out of the Gulf and have to turn to other sources like Russia, that's where they're getting a majority of their oil from now because, again, America lifted all the sanctions on Russia. So now Russia can freely sell their oil to our allies, by the way. Remember when he did that about a month ago? Well, now they're selling it at max price to our allies in Chinese yuan. The art of the deal, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump, the greatest to ever do it. The greatest, like, if you want to talk about who he's been the greatest president ever for, China, Russia, Iran, Israel. This guy, when it comes to being a great president, Donald Trump has absolutely been phenomenal for our adversaries or enemies. Absolutely phenomenal for China, phenomenal for Russia. Russia is making out like a bandit thanks to this. Everybody's coming to them for oil. They're no longer sanctioned, so they don't have to sell their oil off on the black market for $40 a barrel. They're now selling it at a max $100 to $110 a barrel, and also have the new increased demand from our Asian allies to buy their oil in Chinese yuan. It's almost like I said this exact thing would happen 2.5 months ago. Huh. Whoa. Crazy. As the gas prices ramp up out of control at the pump for American consumers. Great. Thanks, dude. Thanks. This guy's crushing. Oh, also, hey, don't worry. Wholesale inflation is also skyrocketing. Almost doubling in the last year. So, yes, wholesale inflation is up to 4% and rising fast, by the way. Donald Trump's face here. But again, yes, inflation. I'm sure we're going to blame this on Joe Biden, right? This is what I promise you this statement from Donald Trump is coming. When inflation hits 5, 6, 7%, he's going to blame it on Biden. He's going to say, I inherited this inflation. Even though, what was inflation when Joe Biden left office? I believe it was 2.8%. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Right? I believe the day, and again, here, right, wrong, or indifferent, whether you like Joe Biden or not, we're talking about numbers and truth and objective reality. I believe that inflation the day Donald Trump took over was 2.8%, which is pretty good. 2% is really where you want to be. Like 2% is the money, perfect line for inflation, right? Your currency is not devaluing. You don't want that, but it's just a tiny ramp up, right? Joe Biden left Donald Trump a perfect economy when it comes to inflation. That's not, and I'm not a fan of Joe Biden by any means. I'm just saying objectively, that is true. And now he's almost doubled it. No, actually, this isn't true. This isn't true. 0% is not the perfect line for inflation economically. 1 to 2% is the perfect line. I'm not going to explain it all. It'll take forever. But if you actually, for example, take any type of economics class, you'll learn that. Yep. Because you do want your currency to actually increase a little bit, but you don't want it devaluing. Or you go into, if it's at 0%, you can go into what's called stagflation, which you also don't want. So 1 to 2% is just about perfect. That's not what we've had historically, right? Historically, we've had anywhere from 3 to 15% in the 80s and stuff like that. So, yeah, you have things like this. But anyway, that's irrelevant to my point. My point is Joe Biden left Donald Trump with low gas prices and low inflation the day he left office. That's the truth. And so what we expect a year later after Trump is even lower inflation and even lower gas prices. That's what we were promised. You know what I text my wife this today. I don't typically, when I go to the corner store, because I like saying that rather than the convenience store now because Donald Trump doesn't know what that means. I don't usually look at the price, right? If I'm grabbing a candy bar and a soda, I'm usually just swipe my card and I'm going before I see the price. For whatever reason today, all I did was buy this Diet Coke, nothing else. And when I swipe, and usually I have my kids with me, so we're getting snacks, and right, it's always a lot. It's not a lot, but right, it's always $10-15, whatever. I bought just this Diet Coke. Do you know how much this fucking Diet Coke, and not at some crazy store, we have a Dairy Mart, right, like a 7-Eleven, right down the street. You know how much this Diet Coke cost? This Diet Coke costs $3.95 fucking cents. A bottle of Coke is $4 at the convenience store. What? This was like $2 a year ago. And we have no sales tax in Oregon. $4 pure, no tax. Oh. Isn't that insane? How any of us can afford to live, dude? You're telling me a 12-pack of these would cost what? 12-pack of these would cost $48, $46. Took the 5 cents off. $47 for a 12-pack of these? But yeah, I bought it because I had already paid for it. I didn't realize. I was like, what? Oh my God, right? Jesus Christ. Coke's somebody said Coke's more expensive than gas, but it's not. Not here. Gas is still $1.35 higher than that a gallon. But again, and you guys have tax, right? In Oregon, we don't have sales tax. For you guys, I have sales tax. You got that plus sales tax. Oh my God, it's horrible, man. And it's obviously this is only going to get worse too, right? Because now that we have inflation ramping back up, Strait of Hormuz isn't opening. High gas prices are going to continue to ramp up the cost of everything. And it's just, dude, it's crazy. Crazy. $4 for a bottle of soda. What? This should be no more than 99 cents. This was if you think about from 1990 to 2015, this was 79 to 99 cents to $1.29. And now all of a sudden, $4 to $5. Yeah, this is crazy, man. So crazy, dude. And he's just going to bankrupt everybody, all Americans, that aren't in the top 1 to 2%. And this is actually happening, and this is why. And you see here, Brian, I've been watching a little bit more of his stuff lately. I actually like him, Brian Cohen. I actually came on to him recently. He seems pretty good. But anyway, he says here, a Fox News, and this is from Fox News, a Fox News poll just found that voters prefer Democrats over Republicans on the economy. And this is Fox News viewers for the first time in 16 plus years. Fox News viewers prefer Democrats on the economy. Wow. Just wild how terrible Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is supposed to be the economy president, right? Isn't that the main reason why he won? Is people expected we're getting a good economy out of it. And, you know, here's the thing. If Fox News boomers think Democrats are better on the economy than Trump, Republicans are so effed in the midterms, dude. They are so cooked. That's the only thing that keeps Republicans afloat usually. You have to have a good economy. Although I'll say this, I don't think that there's actually a lot of proof and actual like empirical data, excuse me, that suggests that Republican administrations typically are better on the economy, whether it be stock market performance, inflation, all those different types of things. Historically, I do believe Democrats actually are better for the economy. I hate to say that, but if you actually look at the data, that typically turns out to be true in most cases. Not under Joe Biden, though. Joe Biden was definitely not the truth on that one. But we also had a lot of shit going on, COVID, supply chain crisis, all that stuff. But anyway, my point is, and I looked at the average stock market returns against in like the last, how long did it go back? I think until the 1950s. And Democrats were like substantially, I don't remember the exact number on the data, but substantially higher than Republicans. Anyway, this is an aside. Because I, as a conservative, always figure, well, you know, Republican president, better economy. That's actually not what the data suggests. So interesting. Just an interesting thing to think about. You know what I mean? But right now, Donald Trump's economy is the worst economy that we've seen probably since the insane inflation under Carter. That was probably the next worst economy. And you had the gas embargoes. Oh, same type of time when the Iran hostage crisis was going on. Funny how that works out, huh? 48 years later, and we're back to the same bullshit. But anyway, a little bit of an aside there. Now, this is interesting because if you watch Fox News, they're going to tell you this. Fox News had a guest on, and it said the experts are stunned that President Trump slashed the federal deficit by $600 billion last year, partially due to tariffs. That was on Fox News. I didn't know that we, excuse me, oh, God. It's pollen, guys. I didn't know that we paid down the deficit $500 billion under Trump. And so I thought to myself, wow, I didn't give this guy enough credit. I didn't realize that we had been paying down the deficit since he took office over the last year. That's crazy. And so what I decided to do was, just look things up myself and find out, is this true? Well, I looked up what was the national debt the day Donald Trump took office. The day Donald Trump took office, $36.1 trillion gross national debt. Okay, so that should be what? The national debt should currently be $35.6 trillion, right? Okay, so then there's actually a website. Oh, wait. Wait a second. The website that actually tracks the debt, how come it's not $35.6 trillion? How come it's $38.9 trillion? Wait a second. He increased the national debt almost $3 trillion in a year. Fox News, you lied to us. Why would you do that? On something that's just so hard to fact check too, huh? Like typing it into Google. Now, obviously, I already knew that we increased the national debt $3 trillion. Or the deficit, excuse me. But why do they say shit like that? Or the deficit, excuse me, not debt. The deficit, right? The deficit, it was 36.1 trillion the day he took office. And it is what did we say? 38.9 today. So that's a $2.8 trillion increase, right? $2.8 trillion increase in a year. Not a $500 billion decrease, turns out. So anyway, that's unfortunate, right? Because, well, guess that was a lie, as they'd say. Also, this is maybe the worst clip I've ever seen in my life. Now, we have viciously made fun of Donald Trump for not understanding what math is, right? And for some context to this, to talk about drug prescription prices, and we've made fun of Donald Trump about this because he talks about how drug prices have decreased 600%. And anybody who knows how to do math goes, you can only reduce price up to 100%, then it's free, right? Well, no, we found out through RFK in a congressional hearing that it's because Donald Trump has a different type of math that he's using. It's Trump math, and that's what we just don't understand, is that it's his own special type of math, and you've got to understand that first, okay? So RFK says, President Trump has a different way of calculating percentages. Okay. If you have a $600 drug, God. Sorry, guys. If you have a $600 drug and you reduce it to $10, that's a 600% reduction. Okay. All right, let's listen to this.
Claims that Trump RX has reduced prices by as much as 600%, which I think means companies should be paying you to take their drugs. But let's do some real math here. Take one drug, Protonix, a 30-day supply of this heartburn medication, costs $200 on Trump RX, but there is an identical generic version of this pill called pantoprazole. Secretary Kennedy, do you know how much it costs for a 30-day supply of that drug at Costco?
But I would say this, Senator.
Do you know what it costs?
President Trump has a different way of calculating. If there's two ways of calculating percentage, if you have a $600 drug and you reduce it to 10, that's a 600% reduction.
That you know I only have 5 minutes. Do you know what the drug costs at Costco?
I do not.
The drug is $16 at.
Just again, dude. All right. Well, again. You got the special math from the guy who went bankrupt. How many times did he go bankrupt? 7 times? 6 times? Sorry, I don't know the exact number of how many times the dude's been bankrupt. It's a lot. But no. As a guy who has an education in business and economics and math, no. In fact, when you reduce the price of something 600%, then it actually, this is not just free, but they have to pay you to take it. So again, I didn't realize there was different types of math, basic math. I didn't know that. I'm glad I learned that. So we all learned something new from Donald Trump today. Yes, it is Trump math. Trump math is all it is. Okay. Part of the chart. That's funny. Yeah, it's just Trump math. And God, what do you like? RFK is obviously, I mean, the dude collects raccoon penises, right? Or foreskins. So I don't know, man. I'm not really sure what. Oh, and to think I actually sort of liked RFK back before we found out what a psychopath he was. But he's also just been a huge disappointment as well. Anyway, Trump math, right? Trump math. Fantastic. All right. Last thing we're going to talk about, guys, is the final story we covered today, and that is the Green Beret. Yes, and we have confirmed me through my sources and reconfirmed by Brent Tucker, my buddy Brent, that it was, in fact, a Green Beret from JSOC. Not only was it a Green Beret, it was an 18 Echo, which for those of you who are civilians don't know, an 18 Echo is a Special Forces communication sergeant. It's Nate's job. So it's one of mine. One of ours is the one who got caught putting in a $34,000 bet on Polymarket that Maduro would be captured. And there's a lot to talk about here. So, yeah, let's talk about the story, all right? And we'll give our opinions on it. I've got a hot take on it. Brent agreed with me on his live, and a lot of people agree with me. A lot of people don't, though, so let's talk about it here. So here's he says, Special Operations Soldier, Green Beret, involved in the Maduro capture, arrested for profiting. He made $400K, so he 10x'd on his bet. All right, hell yeah, pretty good. And here's Barron Trump giving a little shout out to our Green Beret buddy. Hell yeah, you know, Barron loved it, right? And OAF's own comments, bro bet on himself. Fuck is the problem? Free my mans. Yeah, a lot of the special operations community is talking about this. Okay. And we'll get your we'll get your guys' opinion at the end, but we want to talk about everything here first. Let's actually get a couple other takes that are important before mine. All right. Anna Paulina Luna came out and said, maybe not a popular take, but I am calling for this guy to be pardoned unless the DOJ plans on going after all the crooks in Congress currently insider trading. This is simply skewed justice. There is no justice when guys like this get the book thrown at them, yet members in Congress are illegally profiting every day. Yes, and this meme I made myself, and this is actually a picture of who they caught. Yes, this is the Green Beret that they caught insider trading that was on the Maduro raid, it turns out. So, I mean, shocker. She looks a little familiar. Looks a little familiar. Kind of looks like Big Jugs Nance, but don't know. That's the photo we got. Okay, it's not actually the photo we got. I actually have the indictment documents here. What makes this story interesting is they're not charging him with insider trading. Okay, they're not going after him for actually putting in the bet itself, which is very smart by the Trump DOJ, given we know how they're insider trading. What they're going after him for, and I'll read it here, is actually misuse of classified information. Okay, so Gannon Van Dyke, this was the joke earlier, free Gannon. The defendant misappropriated classified non-public U.S. government information about a U.S. military operation to capture Nicolas Maduro and his wife to make more than $400,000 in illegal profits. At the time, Van Dyke was an active duty member of the U.S. Army and had access to sensitive non-public classified information about the operation prior to its public disclosure. Rather than safeguard that information as he was obligated to, Van Dyke decided to use that classified information to place trades on a prediction market platform for his personal profit. Van Dyke subsequently tried to conceal his unlawful use of classified U.S. government information by attempting to obscure the source of his unlawful proceeds and to disguise his connection, to accounts linked in illicit trades. So again, what they're going to pop him on is misuse of classified information, not for gambling. So yeah, what they don't want to do is set a precedent for going after people for insider trading. Why? Well, the fact that all the politicians are doing it, Trump's own kids are doing it. Barron is insider trading off Trump's comments, off oil futures and crypto. We know the two older Trump sons have made hundreds of millions of dollars off insider trading on crypto as well. So again, they do not want to go after him for insider trading. So they're going to go after him for misuse of classified information. But this is kind of interesting, right? If we think about this, let's think about the actual bet. What he bet, right? If you're betting on that Maduro is going to be captured, he actually is still gambling. Okay? Just because he knows he was on the operation, by the way. He knows the operation is going to happen, but he doesn't know the operation is going to be successful. He doesn't know if he's going to get shot in the face on that operation. So he's betting on his boys. He's betting on his own team. He bet $34,000 that they're going to be successful. And then they conducted the mission. Well, they could have got there and Maduro might not have been there. Intel could have been bad. Maduro wasn't in the apartment. He was out drinking or partying or doing whatever he was doing. They show up to do the hit. He's not there. They don't get him. He loses all his money. The fact it had to be a successful raid, that's still gambling, right? So he bet the house on himself. And he won. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is a good thing. I don't necessarily think that we want to encourage our soldiers to be betting on military operations through Kalshi and Polymarket. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is this is the most hypocritical bullshit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Again, we know Barron Trump is literally insider trading oil futures off of his dad's tweets. Okay, we know that. right? There is literally another report of Pete Hegseth potentially being involved in this exact same thing. BBC is doing a big report on it, right? The BBC has found a pattern of spikes in trades on financial markets ahead of public announcements by Donald Trump, including during the war. Born to make fortunes, insider trading with Pete Hegseth. Okay, so again, is this a good thing? No. Am I outraged by an SF dude betting on himself and his unit to be successful on an operation? Not really. Sorry. I know people want me to be outraged at that. I'm really not. It's not like an athlete, let's say, who's betting on a game they're playing in, but they bet on the other team to win, and then they go out there and purposely throw the game and do shitty. It's like Pete Rose. That's why everybody wants Pete Rose back in the Hall of Fame. Why? Pete Rose bet on himself. He bet on his own team to win. That's a lot different than trying to throw a game, right? Again, is there honor amongst thieves? I don't know. But my point is, like, what did this do? This dude do? He bet $34,000 of his own money that the raid would be successful. I mean, while Nancy Pelosi made, what did Nancy? I got the numbers here. What did Nancy Pelosi make? Here, let's look at this. Nancy Pelosi made $24 million in 1 year in profit. Let's look at these numbers, right? This is the best stock traders in Congress in 2024. This is straight profit too. This isn't just revenue. Straight profit. Look at these people. These are millions. The low end of the spectrum is $3 million in profit that he made down here. The Kevin Hearns, Pete Ricketts, and then you get up to Mitch McConnell's. Mitch McConnell made $6 million in profit. Then you get up to Mitt Romney, $17.4 million in a year in profit. Then you get to the GOAT, Big Jugs Nance, $24 million in profit in 2024. $24 million insider trading. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. We care. Nobody in Washington cares. So again, am I outraged that this guy bet $34,000 of his own money? No. Oh. Let's get a poll though, because I did see a lot of people in my video commenting that they want the book thrown at him. They want to see him hang. This is horrible. This is horrible. This is the worst thing they've ever seen. I'm assuming it's MAGA because again, it's Donald Trump who's actually going after this guy. Are you outraged by the insider trading? Well, he's not even insider trading. He actually went on the raid and risked his life by the Green Beret. All right, you guys outraged? Let me know what you guys think. Some people are. Some people are absolutely outraged. Again, I don't think it's a good thing. I'm not condoning this. I'm just saying. Right? And all the special operations pages are all saying the same thing here. Right? U.S. Special Forces soldier arrested for polymarket bets on Maduro, and the 18 Chungus channel says, meanwhile, all of is free. As he says, let's talk about the hypocrisy at its finest. God forbid one guy makes a little cash one time, still was wrong, I agree, but we jail this guy and not 90% of Congress using insider trading to gain millions. Also, think about this. We have officially arrested a Green Beret who was on the Maduro raid before a single person in the Epstein files. Let me repeat that. We have arrested a Green Beret on the Maduro raid before a single pedophile has been arrested. Who else did they try to arrest? They tried to also arrest Joe Kent. Do you remember that? With the fake FBI investigation? Where'd that go? What happened to that FBI investigation? Remember, he was leaking classified information? Remember that? That just sort of evaporated into the mist, didn't it? They were going to arrest Joe Kent, a Green Beret, and now this Green Beret, before a single goddamn person in the Epstein files or any of these people in Congress. Think about that. Officially, and he's been arrested. He's been indicted. So they have officially arrested, Trump's Department of Justice has officially arrested a Green Beret on the Maduro raid, the successful Maduro raid capture before anybody in the Epstein files. They haven't even fired Howard Lutnick. Think about what Howard Lutnick did. Howard Lutnick, obviously one of Epstein's best friends, lived right next to him. He was on the island all the time. That's disgusting. He should have been fired. But remember Howard Lutnick, what he did with the tariffs? Howard Lutnick is the one who designed Trump's tariff policies. But what Howard Lutnick did, he put in a bet that the tariffs would fall through. And then when the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs, him and his sons made billions of dollars off of betting against America. Howard Lutnick betted against America and his own team and his own policies and made billions. And he's still standing in the Oval Office right over Trump's fucking shoulder. And he didn't have there was no risk of him getting shot in the face when he did it, right? Again. All right, let me see what the poll says here. Wow. Yeah, 11% said they are outraged. Okay. You're free to be outraged, I guess. Again, sorry. As long as Nancy Pelosi is not in cuffs, you can't convince me to care about this. Sorry. I don't. Again, did he steal money? Did he steal money from the government? No. He used his own money and he bet on a gambling website on his own team. That's what he did. Yeah. And he got caught, which is also dumb. Right? And also disappointing, right? Like a Green Beret communication sergeant, we're the ones that know all the technology, should have been able to not get caught. That's the biggest thing me and all the SF buddies are a little bit. The only thing we're outraged about was the fact that he was dumb enough to get caught, because he could have done this so easily and not got caught, but he fucked it up. Most likely what I think he bragged about this. I think he bragged about this to some buddies and he probably got turned in, would be my guess. But anyway, yeah, I just, what are we talking about here? This guy's going to go to prison for betting on a gambling website while Nancy Pelosi makes $25 million a year. Insider trading. Okay. Whatever, I guess. All right. That brought us to the end of the show. A little over 2 hours. Not bad. That's going to wrap this one up. Thank you all very much for being here with me. We are now going to, of course, move to the second part of the show, which is the super chats. I know a lot of you guys like this part of the show. For those of you who don't, feel free to exit stage left. But if you want to stick around with us, feel free to do so. Thank you all so much. And let's jump back into it where we were at here. Let me get caught up and let's work our way through it. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Here we go. Bobby says, nothing says de-escalation like 3 bird farms and their battle groups in the Gulf of Oman, Persian Gulf. Yeah, great point, Bobby. Nothing says de-escalation by like adding 3 aircraft carriers to the Strait of Hormuz. Paul says, don't worry, I'm Irish. The Iranians are like us. They will fight like we fought the Brits. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, fuck the Irish. Yeah, you guys have been fighting that conflict forever, huh? IRA, nasty. Penna, thank you so much, man. Super, super generous. That $100 donation says, from me and my wife to help with the studio build out incidentals. You guys know I'm Scotty on Patreon. Yeah, brother. Yeah, I just talked to you the other day about the signs you were talking about working on. But I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. At least, unless there's another Penta with your picture in Patreon. I hope not. But I appreciate it, man. Yeah, the new studio has not been cheap. It's been quite the investment. I think what are we at right now? We're at about 20 grand to build and renovate the studio. So yes, it's not been cheap, but that is an investment into the channel, right? We're always investing back into the channel, right? So yeah, it's pretty expensive. We basically had the building of it, but there's nothing inside the building. There was no insulation, no nothing. It was just a framed building, right? And so we've had to do everything. We had to put in new ground, ceiling, or new floors, ceiling, do all the insulation, drywall, painting, HVAC, electricity. Basically built the studio, the building itself. So yep, that's been we haven't even got to the gym yet. We're building a gym and a combatives gym as well, and we got to renovate that whole thing out. So that's But anyway, we're grinding. We're grinding. It's just I look at it as investment back into you guys in the channel. Thank you, Chad. Beach says, heard the crews of some aircraft carriers aren't getting enough to eat. Yeah, that's true. We know that's true because Iran destroyed the supply stations on land. Yeah, it's pretty gross. The food they're getting fed is not looking good. A lot of mystery meat being fed to the boys right now. Not good. Not good. If you voted no on the war, on the Iran war, your Palantir file was marked for extermination by 2030. This is probably true. Everybody who is a dissenter like us is probably, well, we're most certainly on a list. But Ghost, thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Wars of Racket says, hell froze over. Even my dad is impressed how Iran is handling the war. Wow, yeah. Verse whatever we're doing minute to minute. Once older gets wise for it. Republicans, Democrats, no more bankers wars. Yeah. I'm assuming you got a Fox News boomer for a dad. And yeah, I was talking to my dad about this the other day as we were headed up to go have his best friend inducted in the Special Forces Hall of Fame, and we were talking about who's winning, and he could not believe me that the United States isn't winning the war. I explained it to him, and he's kind of getting it, I think. But yeah, I mean, you get all your news from Fox News. It's you're getting a very different reality than the rest of the world is, for sure. You know what I mean? So we're working on it, though. Bobby says, I don't see a crime when a dude bets on himself. There are so many more that deserve DOJ prosecution. Yeah, again, like it's not a good thing, right? It's like we shouldn't be gambling on military operations. I understand that, but again, just comparatively to what they could be doing, like they don't have bigger fish to fry. Cash Patel was bragging about this on Twitter, by the way. Of course, Cash Patel finally arrested somebody. And it was a Green Beret war hero. Good job, buddy. Good job, Cash. You did it. You did it, man. Do you think the Liquor Cabinet, this is funny, this is what we call the Trump administration now, should use the 25th Amendment on Trump? And should they? Yes, 100%. And then you get J.D. Vance. Well, here's the thing. One of the problems here is I think a lot of people, myself included, talking to J.D. DeLay about this, not J.D. Vance, are starting to think that Donald Trump is a Trojan horse for J.D. Vance, and that it's always been the intent for him to sort of destroy things and then to get impeached or 25th, to usher in J.D. Vance as sort of the hero. When J.D. Vance becomes the hero that saves America, that makes him to where he does not have to go through the Republican primaries in 2028 because he's Mr. President. And I think that may be the tactic they're going to try to use to get him in there because he's got no other path to victory, right? I think Palantir and the small tech overlords that are trying to put him in, I'm sure they understand that JD is not going to win democratically. And so the best thing that they could do is make him Mr. President. And so that way he doesn't have to go through the primary process. That's what it's starting to feel like to me. I could be wrong, but again, that's what it feels like is happening to me. Cause like this feels so intentional. Like how, like it doesn't even make sense. Like Trump, I never liked Trump, right? Personally, but there were sometimes I liked his policies. You guys see, if he does something I like, I'll talk about it. Other than this new psychedelic thing, in the last 7 months, there's been nothing I can point to and be like, that's a good job. Nothing. Not the economy, not the border, not immigration, not foreign policy, not war, right? Not the labor market, nothing. I can't point at anything he's done that's good. And so it feels intentional, right? Like you can't be that bad on everything. The dude's out there blaspheming Christ and attacking the Pope, right? Like it doesn't even make sense at this point. But again, that's just my my theory at the moment. I don't know what you guys think, but Truth Prevail says, pretty brazen of Big Orange to call us foolish, considering the only war he knows how to get out of was Vietnam. He did successfully get out of that war. You're right. He can't get out of this one successfully, but he did get out of that one successfully. You're not wrong. Honestly, they look at us as cattle, easily replaceable. True. Objectively true. They believe that. It's the other Iranian Navy. Yeah, they have a few. That's the fast attack boats aren't, and the Navy, the naval ships that drop the water mines. Those aren't part of the main Navy. Those are the other Navy. That he's not talking about that Navy. He's talking about the main Navy. Thank you, Ghost. Arm with Harmony says one side effect of much goy sauce is puny calves. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, too much goy slop. That's what got me my small calves, I guess. I don't know. Renee says, Nate, what do you think is going to happen in the war? Thanks for explaining all this to us. Love light from Australia. Again, there's really two options now. There is back out or force your way through. Me and Professor Jang talked about this. And with Israel not allowing us to get out, I don't see any circumstance where we don't escalate this. But again, it's so bad politically for Trump. It's so bad for MAGA that I keep telling myself, like, dude, he's got to just get out of this. The midterms are coming fast, guys. Think about this. Think about a situation. We're in the midterms. Gas is $6 a gallon, and we're still at war with Iran. And the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. When people and when they drive to go vote at the voting station, they have to fill their fucking tank up for $6 a gallon gas. What do you think is going to happen in the midterms if we are currently in? It's going to be one of the biggest blowouts you ever see in your life. Democrats might take enough seats to just literally pass through bills without even, or like actually pass through impeachment, things like that, without even needing bipartisan support. So when we're in a situation where coming into the midterms where it's the same situation, oh, they're cooked. And so I do think there is a chance he's just gonna bail and surrender because it's so bad for him. But Bibi's not gonna let it happen, dude. And so what happens there is that we bail, but the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, and Iran maintains control of it, and we just make them super strong, and we just bounce. There's that. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. But most likely with Trump, I think he's probably going to escalate the conflict, would be my guess. I don't see any way that he gets out of it. Or we would be out of it, right? Like, we could have left this week 4 if we wanted to, and he's obviously not going to do that. So we'll see. We'll see. If Nate were a cup of coffee, he'd be decaf. Yeah, we had that joke earlier. That's a good joke. Joe says, Dear Mr. Musk, would you please permaban Donald J. Trump, please, sir? The nation is depending on you. Thanks, America. Yeah. Well, he's got True Social, though. That's the problem. We can't even stop him. We can't stop. Somebody take his phone. Take Grandpa's phone, please, somebody. Taco Joe says, everyone keeps watching the door kickers deploying and worrying about protracted engagement. I will start worrying when the logistics deploy at large scale. They already have, dude. There's 3 aircraft carriers in the Gulf, homie. 50,000 troops in the Middle East outside Iran. That's not all ground troops. 30,000 of those are logistic and supply troops. So we're already there. That's already happened. Daryl says, did Brent Tucker finally figure out our greatest ally is not the Israel of the Bible? I don't think so. We just talked to Brent literally right before I went live. We were talking about our fellow Brent's an 18 Echo as well. He was, in Delta, but he was a Green Beret first, and he's also a Special Forces Communication Sergeant. So Brent just wanted to call me and tell me that he confirmed as well that it was actually a Green Beret that did this. So, but anyway, probably not yet. Brent's a smart guy, though. He'll figure it out eventually, I think. Iran says no deal till U.S. has regime change. Yeah. Invert the pyramid, save the planet. Okay. And you got a little planet logo over here. All right. Dirty Donnie was just teaching Barron how to manipulate the stock market. Yeah, well, where's my meme of that? Oh, do I still have it? Did I close it? Damn it. I had a great meme of. You guys know the Are You Winning Son meme? Have you guys seen that one? Where the stick figure dad walks in on the kid on the computer and he asks, "Are you winning, son?" Somebody did one with it's Donald Trump and it's Barron sitting at the I think it was from the Spirit Airlines bailout. Didn't I have that? Oh, is it this one? No, I had we didn't even talk about the Spirit Airlines bailout. I forgot. Oh, also, by the way, Donald Trump is talking about giving Spirit Airlines $500 million as well. God. Here's a bailout for you guys. And this was the running joke, right? This was a 455% increase in a day to the stock. I wonder how many people got in right down here before the announcement. How many I bet you Barron got in down here. Anyway, I'm sure a lot of Trump's buddies made a fuck ton of money off of that. You know? So there's that. Grant Bear says, so now NATO can attack us because he closed the strait. Yeah, actually. Technically, now that we're the ones that have the Strait of Hormuz closed, yeah, our own allies might have to come and attack us to open the strait because Donald Trump keeps saying our allies need to come help open the strait. So there we go. That's out of control. Double closing the Strait of Hormuz is a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. That's one of my favorite memes and from one of my favorite movies. But yeah, it is a bold strategy. It's not working so far. It might, though. Maybe it's 7D chess. It's just you got to give them time to cook, right? Even though we're already almost 2 months past the 4-week deadline. Well, you know, it is what it is. Paul says, Nate, please play and comment on the, what is that? What is this? Pear, is that a pig? What is that? Oh, Lego meme video. I don't know what this is, but best one so far. I know you'll love it. Keep speaking out against the madness. No more wars of choice. So, guys, I can't use the Lego memes anymore. YouTube is banning AI accounts that are making those videos, and every single one of my videos or live streams that had a Lego video in it has been flagged and popped for it. So YouTube is like fucking super hard cracking down on the Iran Lego movies. I wonder why. I wonder who's asking them to do that. I wonder if it's the Trump administration asking for them to ban all those accounts. I bet it is because, again, they're getting destroyed in the meme war. Donald Trump is getting destroyed by the Iran Lego movies. So it makes sense that they're now banning everybody that's playing them. Unfortunately, I cannot use those clips anymore. I would like to, but yeah, all of my videos got popped for demonetization that used those. There you go. Censorship. Yay. Okay. Just dropping some support to the channel. Stay solid, man. Keep bringing the truth. Thank you, Stank Jesus. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you always being here. Linux says Trump literally shit his pants. He needs a nurse. He has no business leading in charge of battle. That poor horse and manage a war. Yeah. Yeah, there's actually a clip of him and everybody behind him going, oh, gross. And he literally shits his britches. So there's that. Trump cooking is all right. He's cooking shake in a 2-liter soda bottle. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Throwing a little Mentos in there as well, you know. He's getting used to lots of deaths. I forget what this is in context for, but thank you. Brian says, spending Friday night fixing my truck engine took shit last night. That sucks, man. I've had that happen. Thanks for the entertainment. A 7-hour stream would be nice. That's not happening tonight. Is TK still going to be part of the Maryland National Guard? I got to bring him a big backpack. As far as I see, yeah, he is. I know he's still under investigation as far as I know, but I've seen him posting pictures of him at drill weekends and stuff. So I guess he kind of is. I'm not really sure what Tim's been up to. TDS, Trump does shit his pants. That's funny too. Beame's tumor is smarter. Yeah. Couldn't get it across the finish line. I could watch you roast dorks all night. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Kenneth says, hey, Nate, didn't we almost drop a nuke on Vietnam because a certain 3-letter agency that starts with a C blew up that area, was almost low yield? Yeah, also the Gulf of Tonkin incident, supposedly we considered it after that, right? Shocker. But yeah, I don't know how true that is, but I have heard the rumors of that as well. Wouldn't shock me. Wouldn't shock me at all, by the way. Especially since that was not that far detached from dropping them in World War II. If you think about it, think about like 1963, let's say, or 1965. That was what, like 20 years after they dropped the nukes, which would have been shit. That would have been like the difference between 2005 to today, right? That's still at the time was kind of like, you know, modern stuff still going on. So I feel like they would have been more likely to actually use it when you're closer to the time that you used it. So But luckily that didn't happen. That's a good looking cat right there. A scorched girth. Nice. I would bet at least one of those 5 dudes that had to take his spot in Vietnam didn't come home. Yeah. Oh, for sure, dude. This is the same guy who thinks he should get the Medal of Honor. Yeah. Did you guys see that? Donald Trump saying that he thought he should have been put in for the Medal of Honor for the Venezuela raid because he had the bravery to conduct the raid. Yeah, he actually said that, by the way. Anyway, well, there's that. Bobby says Iranian oil fields will collapse if they have to shut their wells down. China will be directly affected by this. Did four-dimensional chess Don consider what will happen to the world supply chain if that happens? God, could you imagine because we get what 80% of our manufactured goods from China? Yeah, and that's what people forget. If you destroy the Chinese economy, you destroy the American economy. We are like this, right? You guys got to have to understand how many businesses, American businesses, have their manufacturing done in China or Vietnam, right? Or Bangladesh, the vast majority. And so when you destroy, like Bobby said, if you collapse, China's oil and their access to oil, that's going to destroy the American economy. Absolutely destroy the American economy. So, but no, to your point, Bobby, I do not think that he probably thought about this. So it's also why he's, I think, continuing to just let Chinese tankers go through. Like China really isn't being affected by this. So I think that's probably why. But yeah, it'd make things even worse. This channel is great. I love watching. Keep up the good work, brother. Semper Fi. Well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Frank says, no, and how many countries have been kicked out? Oh, have been kicked out, by the way. 109. Also, have you seen Weimar World? I have not. I know, well, I mean, I know about the history of Weimar Germany, but I don't know about Weimar World. That sounds a little bizarre. Beach Lover says, and they're all hot. What a coincidence. Oh, the Iranian women. Well, Persian women, I mean, just saying. They do pretty well for themselves on the beauty factor as is. But to your point, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point for the AI generated women. Okay. Oh yeah, we did this one already. Joe says way more than 8 women held captive on Epstein's island. Yeah, and he's going to save women of Iran. Seriously, I don't think so. Yeah, nope. Our greatest ally will honor nothing. 100% true. John says there will be no peace deal with Trump's golf buddy and corrupt son-in-law serving as our negotiators. And that's 100% true. They've got no interest in dealing with Kushner and Witkoff. Can't spell APAC without AI. That's a good one. Trump saved 8 I women, but bombed 160 little elementary school girls. True. This comment is objectively and factually true. Oh, God. Rough out here. Ranger with the Legos says, regarding the AI generated women about to be executed, it makes me wonder how often this was done. It's all questionable now. Yep. Especially when it's that easily disprovable, right? When I can just literally plug it into ChatGPT and ChatGPT goes, nope, that's AI generated. Kind of rough. Makes you wonder if Trump knew the women were AI or if an aide showed him the pictures and he went from there. That's a fair one. I could very easily see an aide showing him those and him just going, oh, wow, yeah, let's use that, right? But the thing is that he also said he had a conversation with Iran to free the women, and we know that never happened. So we do know he was just straight up lying and making up that he knew that he never had that conversation. So I'm going to assume that he also knew that those women were AI images, I would assume. But I don't know. Hey, everyone, I just convinced Thanos to spare Iron Man. You're welcome. Jesus. Makes you wonder if... Oh, yeah, we did this one already. Oh, this is was that just a repeat? Oh, no. Okay. That was weird. I must have missed one. That's because Trump... Wait. Yeah, we just did this one. That's because Trump is touched. I don't know if he's touched, but he definitely does a lot of touching. For sure, based off the Epstein files. Did you see David Harris post? Why is PDF wrong on Epstein Island but not in Islam? What is he trying to... That dude's one of the biggest cucks on the internet, by the way, for Trump and MAGA. But like, what are we saying here? Are we saying that PDF it only exists in Islam? Have you ever gone on the sex offender website and seen how many sex offenders there are in this country? How many fucking PDFs there are in this country? And they're not Islamic. That problem exists in every religion and culture, right? So what is he trying to say? He's trying to say that it should be okay because Trump's buddies did it? Or that it's okay because there's some of that in that's a very bizarre take, right? Very bizarre. Like this, why would you try to defend it at all? It's bad in Islam, it's bad in Judaism, it's bad in Christianity, it's bad in Catholicism. Hey, where do all the fucking PDF jokes come from? The Catholic Church, right? So why are we pretending like, again, this Islamophobia shit, man? It's just like, dude, is it any worse in Islam than it is in the Catholic Church? No. So what are we talking about here? It's not. I've talked about this before. It's obviously not a religious issue. It's a fucking human condition issue that's disgusting. So when people do that, it's so weird. So weird when they do shit like that. You know what I mean? 41 minutes behind here in Central Point. Costco is $4.55. Chevron $5.39. Boof. Boof. Yeah, Southern Oregon. Yeah, this is where we are. I'm not sure what it is in Costco here. It's always lower at Costco for us too, but man, that's high. That's about the same. Yeah, $5.39 is what it is for regular here in our part of Oregon as well. Rough, and that's not even California. Jesus, from New York. Ryan says currently playing Crimson Desert and listening at Pure Cinema and Nate's Lightning are some of the colors of the skill trees. I love this game. Crimson Desert. I don't know what that one is. Interesting though. Jang X says, I've been calling for these Trump bootlickers cocks for over a year. So I love it when a GB badass says it. Well, it's true, dude. It's true. And the reason I call them cucks, right, is because it's obviously an analogy, right? What is a cuck? It's somebody that sits in the hotel corner chair and watches their wife get fucked by some other dude. What does MAGA do? They sit in the hotel corner chair and literally get fucked by Donald Trump, or, right, they sit in there and wait for Donald Trump, their daddy, to tell them what to believe and think because they can't make any decisions for themselves, right? Another grown man dictates their life. You're a cuck, dude. It's not my opinion, as an objective fact, right? If you can't make your own decisions and you got to wait for your daddy, another grown man, to tell you what to think and say, you're a cuck. MAGA, all of you, 100% of you. Sorry if that hurts your feelings. Like, there's nothing wrong with that necessarily, right? You guys know I'm not knocking on anybody's personal lives. Do whatever you want, but you need to acknowledge who you are, right? And just be forward with it, right? Just say, I can't make decisions without my daddy. Like, that's what Brandon Tatum needs to come out and say. My daddy makes my decisions. If he gets asked a question, he should say, wait for my daddy to answer that. And then I'll tell you what I think, right? So again, they are what they are. Sorry, right? It is what it is. Okay, Penna, Chad 371 said Trump has balls and swag. Trump is softer than warm, fresh baby shit. Worked for him and Larry Ellison. Interesting. Not fond of Larry, but he was kind and serious guy. Larry also has SEALs on his yacht, not IDF. Interesting. I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, Chad, I feel like Chad's super MAGA. I've seen him. He got asked about Israel the other day, and he refused to answer the question. I think he said, I don't want to weigh in on that subject. And it's like, okay, I'm fine with that. I like Chad. I like his content. But I think he's probably pretty pro-Trump, would be my guess. I don't know for sure. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I would suggest, or I would assume that's the case based off of, what I've seen from him. But again, I like him. I like his content. So not knocking him personally. And again, I don't know enough of his opinions to weigh in on it one way or another. But I did see him say that and was kind of like, come on, bro. Reclaim America? That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Kira speaks. As a lifelong socialist, I believe both of the major parties are filled with crooks. Two wings, say bird. Excuse me. Yeah, I got a burp, came out of nowhere. I enjoy your live streams. Glad I found your content. Well, yeah, both the Uniparty, right? The blue MAGA, red MAGA Uniparty, or the neocon Uniparty is what, it is. And then you have the populist right and the populist left who are always fighting against that. Rhino Republicans, I guess you could call them. Although it's funny because MAGA calls like Mitt Romney rhinos, and it's like, no, MAGA, you are the rhinos, dude. Lindsey Graham is your mascot. You are the Rhino Party now. You are the neocons. That's you, right? Randy Fine, Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, those Ben Shapiro. Those are your talking heads. Those are your guys. You are the rhinos. You know what I mean? Sorry if you don't like that, but that's the truth. Newfoundland says, have you heard about the Florida college girl who's facing 15 years in prison for joking about baby? Yep, we covered it last week on the show. It's fucking psychotic and gross, and that better not go through. How do anti-Iran war SF vets like you feel about Matt Tardio constantly beating the war drum and their unwavering support for Israel MAGA? Obviously, I know Matt. Matt's been on my show multiple times. I say this all the time. When people ask me, how do I feel about Matt or Brent Tucker supporting, the war? I say this. Matt is a combat, and let me be very clear. Matt is a combat veteran Green Beret. He has earned the right to believe whatever the fuck he wants about this war. I don't agree with him. I completely disagree with him on the war in Iran and our greatest ally, but he has earned that right to have that opinion. And so I respect his opinion. I don't agree with it, but I respect him and I respect his opinion. So again, and I like the guy, so it is what it is, right? He's a nice guy for sure. But again, that's my thing, man. Like if you're a combat veteran and you want to support this war, rock on, dude. I don't agree with you, but you've earned the right, definitely earned the right to have your own opinions on the conflict. Okay. So again, is what it is, man. Agree to disagree type of thing. Right. But I respect him. So, he's a combat veteran in Green Beret. Why would I not? So again, that's where that one is. I don't have anything negative to say about Matt at all. Let's see. Just got fired today. Well, that's not good. From a well-known rocket company the day after posting mad shit about Sinus on Twitter. I'd do it again. Well, hey, man. You got to make your own decisions, and it is what it is, right? But it sounds like you probably don't want to work there anyway. Yeah. How much does Munchkin shed? A lot, dude. We're considering getting Munchkin of our own. A lot, but she's tiny. She's a Munchkin cat, right? And we also have we got a Rottweiler who's sheds nonstop, and so it sort of is over the top. So Munchkin does shed. I don't think it's too bad though. Cats also groom themselves, but comparatively to long-haired cats, Munchkin cats aren't bad at all. They're not bad at all. So she actually sheds less than most regular cats because she's a short, straight-haired cat. Ray says $50. Big dono. Thank you very much. Iraq vet here. Well, thank you for your service, brother. Used to be super right, now left of center of the MAGA cult in spite of helping to found the Tea Party. Interesting. That's kind of how I am, man. Thanks for what you do. I don't always agree with you, but that doesn't make me right, and that's what's important. Yeah, and I'm not always right either, right? Especially when we're talking about political opinions. A lot of times there's not right or wrong. But I have moved way further to the left from where I was 10 years ago, right? And what I mean by that is 10 years ago, I was way out there. Not as far as Nick Fuentes, but like pro-war, pro our greatest ally, right? Watching Fox News like 10 years ago, right? And watching Ben Shapiro and Mark Levine and like Ted Cruz. Yeah, we've come a long way after. Well, I guess that was long. Wait, yeah, that was about 10 years ago, right? 26. Well, a little bit longer than that. But I've moved way more to the center. I'm very centrist now, and then socially, I've actually always been liberal or libertarian, even when I was young. But yeah, as I've gotten older, I've just gotten more. I think I've gotten more empathetic, and I care about people. And let me explain this. I care about other people, and I care about fellow Americans more than I did 10, 15 years ago when I was in my 20s because I was a selfish dickhead and I didn't give a fuck about anybody because I was a 25-year-old man, and like most 25-year-old men don't care about anything but themselves. And I think now as I've gotten older and I'm in my, early 40s, I actually become way softer. Kind of a big softy. And, I'm a lot more empathetic than I used to be. And so I think that's why that's also changed my political leanings way further to the left than they used to be. Because obviously the reality is the left is far more empathetic than the right. I'm not saying that's good or bad. Good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just saying that is the reality, right? What does the left want? Universal health care, universal education, right? Like the left, what I mean by this is the left's heart is in the right place. What's the saying? When you're young, if you're not a Democrat, you don't have a heart. And if you're old, if you're not a conservative, you don't have a brain, I think is the saying. I do think that the left their hearts are in the right place. And I think that's why I think I have moved so much further towards the left. That doesn't put me on the left, right? But I'm pretty center right now. I mean, I would say at this point, I'm probably even center left on a lot of issues, just because the Republican Party and MAGA is so bad, right? That I find myself, for example, I was thinking about this the other day. What do I agree with MAGA on? Think about this, guys. I was really kind of going through like not an epiphany, but really like thinking about, sometimes I like to stop and like, what do I really think about things? You know what I mean? And I'm honest with you guys. You get the real take from me. I'm not a guy who's up here browbeaten and just simping for Trump because that's what's good for me, or simping for Democrats. I let you guys know what I really think. So I'm really thinking myself through in my own head, like, what do I really agree with, right? Politically right now in current events in 2026. So I'm thinking about MAGA and Republicans, and I'm thinking about what do I agree with MAGA? And I'm thinking, okay, well, current MAGA, 2026, Donald Trump MAGA. Well, MAGA is pro-war in Iran. Nope. MAGA is, they want to defend the Epstein class. I don't agree with that. MAGA supports high gas prices. MAGA is anti-Second Amendment. These are all things that we've seen objectively, right? What else? What else is MAGA currently supporting? MAGA is super pro, our greatest ally. And I'm like, I don't agree with any of those things. I agree with nothing. And that's the Republican Party currently. I couldn't think of one thing. The border being closed, right? But that's not even a Republican thing. Like, that's pretty bipartisan. Like, besides like extremists on the left who want an open border, most Democrats want a secure border as well. So I don't even look at that one as a conservative issue. And then I start thinking about, well, what do current Democrats want? Now, not blue MAGA Democrats, not the Chuck Schumers, but the actual progressive Democrats. Okay, they want no war in Iran. I agree with that. They want justice for the Epstein victims and accountability for the Epstein class. They voted on it, right? The Democrats are the one that pushed that through. I agree with that. They want us to stop foreign entanglements and invest money in our own people. I agree with that. At this point, they want to use our tax dollars on things like universal health care and universal education instead of bombs for Israel. I agree with that. So you see what I'm saying here? People say, you're a liberal now. It's like, I'm not saying, maybe I am, but like, I didn't move, really. Like, my politics over the last 2 years have stayed the same. MAGA went fucking 8 miles that way, and Democrats sort of just stayed where they were. Now, there's certain things I don't agree with Democrats on, right? Like the big transing the kids and on the drag queen story hour, open borders at the time. I didn't agree with any of that. Still don't agree with any of that. But when I just look at it, who do I agree more with right now in 2026 based off of my ideologies? It's progressive Democrats. I agree way more with than I would MAGA Republicans. As a conservative / libertarian, that's where we fall right now, right? Just ideologically. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but it is what it is. So it's like, I don't really care. Like, I don't care about the political parties, right? Who do I agree with ideologically? And it ain't MAGA. It ain't Republicans. So, again, I just want to extrapolate that, just brain dump on you guys. You know what I mean? Because I like to be honest with you guys about the way I feel. And I always have done that on the channel, and I'll continue to always do that on the channel. Let's just be honest with you guys. You know what I mean? I don't really care what you guys call me. You know? There's probably liberals that would call me a far-right nationalist, and then probably MAGA that would call me a liberal. It's like, whatever, cool. I'm fine with whatever you want to call me. That's just how I'm just how I looked at things. And then, yeah, there's this, right? There's this. So anyway, I just want our country to do well, guys. And whatever party is willing to put forth policies that's going to help the American people, the American working class people, that's who I'm going to support. Right? Whether it's a Republican, Thomas Massey, whether it's a Democrat, Graham Plattner, I don't care. Like I want to support you know, the people that actually care about our country. So anyway, long-winded, but you know, that's what we're here to do, right? Chit chat together. Right out the gate, boom. Yeah, I mean, I agree with this, by the way. I'm not going to read it out loud because, you know, YouTube, but I agree with you. I think it's objectively true, by the way. Sec Navy was a T donor with direct line to T, so he had to go. Probably true. Roy Benavidez. Yes. The absolute legend. If you don't know who Roy Benavidez and you want to learn about military history, Green Beret history, absolute legend. Absolute legend. Hodney deserved to be fired. He's the typical officer every enlisted hated. Okay. Cool. Pretty much every 4-star general and above is that way because they're politicians. And I haven't really met very many generals that were liked by anyone, to be honest. Because usually they're politicians and they're all bootlickers to get up that high. To get your star, you got to be pretty heavy bootlicker, to be honest. So typically, all the best officers usually cap out around major or lieutenant colonel, and they don't ever get any higher than that because they care about the boys, and so they don't do the things that help them move up the ladder. So yeah, I've worked for some great officers. None of them are going to be generals. None of them are going to be generals because they're all about the boys. You know what I mean? Andrew says, Nate, thank you for what you're doing, brother. You bring a lot of people together. It's nice to have a voice of reason in this bizarre world. Appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. General Admiral says, what do you think of Trump using a potentially bloody operation like Karg Island justify a nuclear strike on Iran? I think you're on the right track, actually. Whether it be Karg Island, whether it be a false flag, right? Something like that. I'm still worried about that. I'm still worried about that coming. Because we got to drum up the patriotism, right? Like we talked about this before. You cannot launch a ground invasion without an attack on the home front. The American people just will not go for it typically, and that's Vietnam, the Gulf of Tonkin, right? 9/11, September 11th. I shouldn't say 9/11. YouTube hates that. We almost always have a giant attack on the home front to World War II, right? World War I, right? Like Germany attacking our U-boat, or German U-boats attacking our supply ships, right? Like World War II, Pearl Harbor, kind of a false flag. If you have, at this point with our history, sounds like the United States government knew it was going to happen and let it happen on purpose, right? So that's what I'm worried about, is you got to have some type of big attack on the home front. And that doesn't mean it's going to come from Iran, but we can sure shit blame it on Iran, right? And Karg Island could be that type of thing, right? Where we sacrifice a bunch of U.S. troops and then we have the patriotism drummed up, and that's our reason we got to go in. So I am actually worried about that. I think it's still a scary possibility for sure. Penna says, tangent, looking at cash makes me sick. I moved the FBI game task force in CT. Those guys were all pro, high and tight. You just knew it was a team that was seasoned, capable, and dedicated. Can't imagine how they view cash. Well, we do kind of have a good idea because, you know, our friend Chris Piota has told us how they feel about cash, and doesn't sound like anybody in the FBI has a very high opinion of their director. We'll leave it at that. So again, there was that Atlantic report that the journalist interviewed over, I believe, 20 people, 20 of Cash's coworkers, who all said he's got a drinking problem and he's not showing up to work. So take that for what you will. JD says, as the most grizzled and accomplished vet since the legendary Tim Kennedy, I can say we won this war 17 times now. Stop with the Trump derangement syndrome. That's actually true. That is true. JD probably is the most grizzled combat vet in chat. He's just super humble about it, right? Out of the Marine Corps. So again, always thank him for his service whenever you see him, because he's humble about it, right? Thank you, JD. Appreciate you, brother. Don't know if you're still in here or not, but yeah, make sure you thank JD for his service. He loves that. Oh, Martin says, Paul Martin says, the U.S. was involved in Vietnam from 1944-45. Yeah, true. OSS support and training for Ho Chi Minh, like the French Indochina Wars, 46 to 55. Then the United States, 55 to 75. Technically 31 years, wars racket. Yeah, you're actually, again, you had the OSS and Green Berets involved in that conflict long before, the conventional military. Where do you actually want to start the conflict from? There's differing. Some people go 55 to 73 usually is where that ends, right? It's when MACV-SOG was deactivated in 73. And a lot of people say from about 63 to 73 is the real conventional fighting and things like that. But you're not wrong with what you're talking about here. So technically you could say 20 years, yeah. But it wasn't full-scale war like you would think. Like the global war on terror, where we just had the conventional military basically there the entire time. A little bit different in the Vietnam War. But you're not wrong. Christian says, the new Secretary of Navy is still not as bad as the other token Axion hired by Trump, Steve Chung. That guy. Yeah, that guy. If you haven't seen a picture of that guy, he doesn't even look like a real human being. He looks like an egg. And what is he? He's like Trump's... how to forget, with like Twitter strategist or some shit like that. 4-year vet at United States Marine Corps, 84 to 89. Thanks for what you're doing, Nate. Semper Fi. This country has changed for the worse. I agree with you on that. I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you on that, left, right, or center. Yikes. Tim says, since the president planned their own funeral, can you imagine what a jackass funeral would look like? Wait, God help us all. They do? They plan their own funerals? I didn't know that. I could only imagine what a gold decked out nightmare that thing's going to be. I didn't know they planned their own funerals. I figured they had a will, right? Like we do in the military, right? You have a living will, obviously, but I didn't know that. Oh my God. Imagine the monstrosity that thing's going to be. Yeah. All we do is complain. Vets are supposed to be the first to line up to go to war against tyranny, bioweapons, cloud seeding, spying, Congress, get rich, and not one yet. American public does nothing. The public is beyond weak, Nate. God bless. What do you want them to do, man? What do you want them to do? That's the problem. Best you can do is use your voice, protest, vote, right? We're not in a position where an individual is going to go out and remove a corrupt government. Unfortunately, we're not there yet. So best you can do is, use your First Amendment to complain about it. But then again, they're trying to get rid of that as well, right? We're seeing that too. Trying to shut everybody up too. But unfortunately, you're not wrong with that. But you can't do a whole lot more than complain, to be honest, at the moment. John Phelan was on the E-plane in 2006. Okay. Didn't know that. Heather says, Nate, your content is the best out there. Thank you. What do you think of Dan Bilzerian running for Congress? Okay. I knew I'd start getting this question eventually. Okay. Look, I've talked to Dan. I know I'll probably have Dan on the show. He's very controversial, you could say. I think he's very, very important, though. I don't think people understand how important he is for shifting the Overton window, right? What we are allowed to talk about. Much like Nick Fuentes is very, very important for opening the Overton window and really pressing the First Amendment on the government's throat. What I mean by that is actually showing people you're allowed to say whatever the fuck you want. And he is so controversial because people are not used to hearing someone actually say whatever they want. Because you also can't cancel him because he's worth a metric fuck ton of money, right? So it's not like independent creators like me, where if they shut everything down, you're hosed. Like, how am I going to take care of my family? You got to be a little bit careful with things, right? You got to play the game. He doesn't care. And that's why I think he's very, very important. Whether you like his opinions or not, it's important. Second thing I'll say about Dan, he's Armenian. And if you know the history of Armenia and Azerbaijan and how Israel is involved in that, he's allowed. If anybody's allowed to hate that country, it's Armenians, period. So, I think Dan's fine. Yeah, and I hope he wins, because Randy Fine's the most disgusting fucking person on the planet. Randy Fine advocated for starving babies in Gaza. Randy Fine advocated for nuking children in Gaza. So, yeah, I hope Dan wins, and I hope he destroys Randy Fine. Absolutely destroys him. He's running against the most disgusting person in the world. Why would we not want him to win? You know what I mean? So that's my opinions. I think Dan's doing important work. And you can say I'm anti-Semitic for saying that. I don't really care, because again, he's exercising his First Amendment rights in a way nobody else is, besides maybe Nick Fuentes. So again, he's playing a dangerous game, but yeah, I mean, he's allowed to say whatever the fuck he wants, man. And that's the beauty about America, is he's actually showing people in America, this is what the First Amendment actually looks like, So I don't agree with it, everything that he says, and right, or everything he's ever done, just like I don't anybody, but I hope he wins. So yeah, I'm sure there'll be a hit piece done on me for saying that I hope he wins, but I don't really care. Randy Fine is the absolute worst human being in the world. So yeah, we should. Let's do a poll. Why don't we do a poll? I'll listen to what Nate has to say about this. Let's just do a poll. Dan or Fine? It's gonna be a congressional race. So we're allowed to talk about it. You know what I mean? There you go. Who do you support? Why don't we take it out of my hands and just see what the community thinks? Yeah. All right. There's no neither option. Not the way these polls work. Don't vote if you don't want to vote, but otherwise you got to choose one of the two. But anyway, yeah, that's how I feel about him. I think he's doing important work. The First Amendment, he's exercising his First Amendment rights in a way nobody else is, and I hope he beats the who I think is one of the most disgusting human beings on the planet, Randy Fine. So, I mean, there's not very many people you could run against Randy Fine that I would say Randy Fine is I don't know if I can name anybody. Maybe if you put Randy Fine and Lindsey Graham up against each other. Then I'd have a little bit of struggle to figure out who I would choose between the two, but that's about it. Bad poll. It's the race. What do you mean bad poll? That's the congressional race. They're running against each other for Congress. What do you mean bad poll? What? Who else are you supposed to choose? Those are the two candidates. God. Fucking idiot. Oh, okay. Here we go. Trump on the amphetamines wear off. Oh, the picture. Yeah. Where's Racket? Oh, Trump, the motor's running out, motor's running, but nobody's behind the wheel. Almost feel bad. Yeah, I don't feel bad for him. Because we all remember Sleepy Joe. I felt way worse for Joe Biden than I did for Trump. Because Joe Biden doesn't say crazy shit and attack people and fucking, he was a corpse. He was a terrible president, in my opinion. But Joe Biden, I think, is a kind man from everything I've seen. And so, no, I felt bad for Joe. I do not feel bad for Trump. We Sleepy Turd, the art of slumbering. It's hard kissing the boots of you two. Yeah. No, I did feel bad for what they did to Biden. Yeah. Did you not see the way he interacts with people? You ever seen him crash out and call people retarded on Twitter? Did you ever see him attack the Pope? Did you ever see him threaten to genocide an entire ethnic group of people? No. So, yeah. I don't know what you want. Again, I think he's a terrible president, and he was basically a corpse by the end. But yeah, him being an evil fucking psychopath like Trump, no, don't think so. Again, if you think Biden is a worse person, human being than Trump, then you got something fucking wrong in your moral compass for sure. Yeah, don't think he was a good president. I thought he was a horrible president, but got to call it like it is sometimes. I really don't know what these suckers will throw out again at any time. Seriously, yeah. Wow, Latree really sucking the life out. Okay. Larry. This is Larry Loomer. Oh, the picture? Oh, I don't want to think about that. I get what you're saying. And oh god. Where's the is this still pulled up? Okay, it is. I still have it pulled up on Keith's video. This actually this comment is a lot funnier when you actually look at the picture. Wow, Larry really sucking the life out of DJT. Oh, gross, dude. But yeah, when we pull it up, it's pretty bad, huh? All right, brother, you're funny. You're funny. That's funny. Yuck, gross. Hardway says, reason fine, BS not. The reasonable man adapts to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt to the world himself. Therefore, all price depends on an unreasonable man, GB Shaw. Okay. Good quote. Red Better says, I want to know how you got a whiskey sponsor, then quit drinking. Yeah. So, well, I mean, the whiskey sponsor was through my best friend's wife who works for the company. So Heath, who's been on the show, I interviewed Heath. We talked about our time together. If you haven't seen that, Aaron, if you ever want to see us, because I don't ever talk about my military career, combat operations, but I did with Heath because he was there literally next to me in every gunfight and everything we ever did. There's an episode of me and him together a ways back. But anyway, yeah, it's because I knew the people working there, but not drinking now, so it is what it is. Nick P9. Oh, that's a cute kitty right there. Thank you very much for some allergy beds. Yeah, my nose is cooked at the moment, guys. The pollen. Appreciate you. I need to get some Benadryl in my system. Stat. But thank you. Appreciate it. Very generous of you. Great looking kitty, by the way. Carolyn Levitt, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, her quote was brutal. Or her what she was talking about there. How does he fall asleep with that much Adderall in his system? The drug tolerance of this guy. Because he's up until 4 a.m. sending 800 True Social tweets a night. So no shit, he's tired in the morning. You know what I mean? It's called sundowning. It's a symptom of dementia. Yeah, they stay up all night. So it's just another. Again, I've got I got to put out my Trump has dementia video pretty soon. I've been doing a lot of research and work on it, and he does have dementia, by the way. Frontal lobe dementia, to be specific. Suan says, hear me out. We have a business model making money off of MAGA. Goth MAGA, mommy AI. This is a great idea, by the way. We'll be rich. I tell you, rich. Might as well make money off of them. Yeah, well, people are doing this. That's the thing. That guy was probably making millions of dollars off of a fake AI MAGA generated woman on OnlyFans. So, wow. Honestly, older subject, but Palantir thoughts. Yeah, Palantir. So a special operator. I know Palantir intimately. It's what we use for our intel software and special operations and have been for the last 20 years. Absolutely incredible software when it comes to targeting people. That's why it's a little bit scary for it to be used by our own government. And so, yeah, I want it nowhere near the U.S. government. It's also why I have no interest in J.D. Vance ever becoming president, because he is just a little creation by Peter Thiel. And Alex Karp and Peter Thiel are not the people we want involved in running surveillance software for the United States government. I can promise you that. So, yeah, no thanks. The product itself, phenomenal. The use of the product, what are they using it for? To blow people up in Gaza. So, yeah, not a fan of that, obviously. Which they were using it for that in Gaza, by the way. Uh-oh. Hold on a second, guys. I lost my camera. It's too hot in here. Hold on. Give me a second. I got to, let me turn my camera. You guys can hear me? Give me a sec. Let me turn the fan on. Take a 2-minute break here real quick, guys. It's super hot in my house. I'll put the fan on and I'll turn this back on in a second. My camera just overheated. All right, give me take a 2-minute break, guys. I'll be right back. Go turn my air conditioning on real quick. I'll be right back. Well, that's how we know it's summertime, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't had. There we go. That's how you know. I haven't had the camera overheat since last summer. That's how we know we're. That's how we know we're hitting the nice weather. Camera overheated. It's hot out there. Okay. Should be good. I turned the AC on and got a window open. Anyway, wow. Haven't had that happen in, again, almost a year. Good to know. Now I know. Got to get out of this studio and get to the new one, you know. It's hot in this one. All right, we're back. Let's get back to where we were here. Sorry for that. We were on the Palantir one. Okay, this is the one I think we were on. Chappie says, are we not approaching the point where Congress has to vote for further military action? I think we passed it. Did we pass it yet? No. We are, 2 weeks away? We're getting close. I thought Trump only has 60 days before this happens. Right, but they can also vote to extend it, which they'll definitely do. Again, we already saw that with they tried to have a vote to, end his War Powers Act, and it unfortunately failed, thanks to a Democrat who had a tie-breaking vote, who continued to allow him to have his military power to do this against Iran. So, unfortunately, May 1st. Okay. Unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to stop, by the way, because he doesn't give a fuck what Congress has to say. And unfortunately, Congress still has a MAGA majority. So it's not much. They're only like got one or two votes now, but yeah, he'll still be able to. I wouldn't count on that stopping the war, by the way, is all I'm saying with that. Bobby says Levitt is just what's her name? Saint Pierre. I forget her. Jean. It was that French name, Saint Pierre and Whiteface. Yeah, they're both horrible. Oh my God. I thought I can't even say her name. That's who we're talking about, right? What's her name? I forget her name. I'm thinking we're thinking about the right person, right? The God, what was her name? The last one. Biden's. She would just get up there and just lie about everything. Just like Carolyn Levitt does. I thought she was the worst ever, and then Carolyn Levitt showed up, and I'm like, oh yeah, to Bobby's point, that's just her and Whiteface. That's just Drusky. Yeah. Oh, Pierre, right? Yeah, she was terrible. So was Carolyn Levitt. Jen Psaki was better than both of them. Jesus. Her and Kayleigh McEnany were way better than those two. What message did Israel send? Who is it? Wait, who is my favorite? Spicer. What's his name? Sean Spicer? Spicy? He was the funniest, right? Because he would just go out there and just crash out and freak out and scream at reporters. What was his name? Spicer? Spicy? Right? Spicer? Yeah. Well, he definitely was. He was a huge tool, but he was at least funny to watch because he would just go up there and just scream at people and freak out and had no idea what he was doing. Yeah. He just went up there and just screamed at people. So he was terrible too, but at least he was somewhat enjoyable to watch. Unlike Levitt's just the worst, dude. Her and the last one, Biden's last one, they're both so bad. Just getting up there and just lying through their teeth. Jay says left and right are just two wings of the same bird. Yep. Left wing, right wing, same bird. Have you ever tried a 6.5 at Grendel? I have not. We have to produce our own party out of another party we create. I wish, and it'll never happen because the two-party system is designed to keep us where we are, right? And then the uniparty is really what it is. But to your point, Severa, a lot of people complain about this, which is basically the populist left and the populist right. Essentially, this is what they do, right? So you have populist left over here, the populist right, and they almost curl up and touch like this. And then you have sort of blue MAGA, red MAGA down here. These two are almost touching, right? With what we want. They're sort of the America first left and the America first right. That's what I like to call it. And what I would really like, excuse me. What I really like is we could figure out how to make that a party, like an actual America First party that had progressive Democrats and America First conservatives. But you could never do it, right? Because there's just so much like left versus right hate still in people's brains that like not maybe us and our community don't look at it that way, but still, you still have the left and the right that just look at the other side as the enemy. And so there'd be so many, progressive left that would say, no, there's no way I'd ever, be in the same party with, people on the right. And it's like, yeah, but the populist left and the populist right are not that much different, right? If you actually like break it down and start to look at what they want, populism is populism. Populism really just means that we want to have a system of government that the populace, the regular American people, are the benefactors, are the winners of the situation, right? And so, a real Tea Party, somebody said. But again, I think it would be great, right, if we could do it. But they're going to make sure that never happens, right? The political apparatuses are smart, and they're going to keep us dialed in to left versus right hate, right? God. Again, I got this window open, so now I'm getting blasted with the outside pollen. But again, it's too bad, too, right? Because, you could probably... Here's my point, right, is you could have me sit down with like Keith Edwards, right? And I guarantee you we wouldn't agree on everything, but we'd probably agree on like 70 to 80%. And we would probably disagree on like how to what policy gets us to the vision that we want. But I bet you we probably have the same vision that we want, right? Sort of that populist vision. So whereas if I sat down with Ben Shapiro, who's supposedly a conservative, which he's not, we would have nothing in common. And we'd agree on maybe 5%. Right. So that's my point, was what I mean by that. Like, I would agree on almost nothing with neocon conservatives, whereas I'd probably agree with 70 to 80% on, a progressive left populist. So that's never going to happen, though, because while we might talk about it and think about it, I don't think the average person just wouldn't be able to comprehend, allying with the left or allying with the right. Ooh, right. Don't want to do that. God forbid. God forbid. Just make healthcare cheap. Yeah, I know, right? Which we could do if we wanted to. But we don't want to. Well, we want it, but it is what it is. For me, here's the thing. For me, it's like universal health care, universal education, things like that. I actually used to be super hardcore against those things. as a conservative. Now I say, here's my thought process on that now. As long as we're giving Israel and Argentina $40 billion a year and we're spending, hundreds of billions of dollars on this war, no, I'd actually rather my tax dollars go to universal health care and universal free college for kids. Why? Because it's going to fucking Israel and the military industrial complex instead. And if I had to have my choice of where my tax, because I'm still paying the fucking taxes, by the way, I'm still paying high, like socialist level taxes, right? 30+% of my income goes to taxes. So if it's gonna go to Israel and the military industrial complex, I'd rather it go to American citizens so they can have free healthcare. Me personally, at least. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but it seems like a pretty easy choice of where I'd rather want to have my tax dollars go. You know what I mean? So maybe that makes me a liberal, right? Am I a leftist because I'd rather have us spend our tax dollars on universal health care rather than bombing brown people? I guess maybe that makes me a leftist. Then fine. I'm fine with that. You know what I mean? But that's where I'm at this point. I'd rather we just take care of our own people, whatever that looks like, because it ain't what it is now, right? There's none of that right now. Nate for POTUS. No, I do not want that. Do not want that. And they would hate me, by the way. They wouldn't let me get to the finish line because everything I talk about is putting American people first and the power establishment last. And I don't think Nate would make it to the finish line of that race, if you know what I mean. Especially if I got popular. Yeah, they would eliminate me for sure. which is what scares me about people like Thomas Massey or Tucker Carlson or those type of people trying to run. Or even like a Jon Stewart on the left, that terrifies me because they have no interest in letting a candidate get across the finish line like that. Either side, the power establishment doesn't. You know what I mean? Everything is controlled, in my opinion. Yeah. Our reality is kind of controlled. We're kind of learning that with the SP. What is it? The SPLC. That big controversy, right? Where it turns out they were funding, KKK rallies and whatnot. I will say, I see a lot of conservatives in MAGA talking about how big the story is. And what I try to tell them is like, do you know who runs the SPLC? Soros and, those people. Do you know who those people are? MAGA, before you start cheering, do you know who those people are? I'm just saying. If you don't know who Soros is and who he's loyal to, I wouldn't cheer that on yet. Because it's a certain demographic of people that run that organization. Yeah, exactly, chat. You already know what I mean. Thanks, Citizens United and Conservative Justices, for the false choice. Okay. Democrat, Republican, two sides of the same coin. That coin is Israel. That's actually true as well. Unfortunately. Chris Van Hollen. I'm not sure who that is. Rube says, Nate, when are you going to have Ben Pappas back on the show? Asking for a friend. Yeah, sure you are. Actually was thinking about having Ben on tonight, and then I didn't have time. So, yeah. Definitely soon, right? Maybe next week. I got to reach out and talk to Ben. We talked about it, and then we just haven't got back together about it. I want to talk to him about the war because he's been doing great content on the war and why the bombing campaign is not working and things like that. Super smart dude. We're in a lull right now as we're waiting for this ceasefire or whatever the hell's going to happen. So if this shit kicks back off big, then we'll probably have Ben back on the show next week if he can come on. Because Ben's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to this stuff for sure. For sure. And one of my buddies too. Great dude. And the ladies love Ben. If you want to build your female audience, then have Ben Pappas on your show. Because the ladies love Ben Pappas. No doubt about that. He is a handsome man for sure. All right. We're here says, I think Jesse's a bit whacked. What, Jesse on fire? But he had a point giving us an option to vote no confidence in anyone. Just let them know how many people hate all of them. Jesse. I think Jesse's a bit whack. Which Jesse are we talking about here? A vote of no confidence. And anyone just let them know how many people. Oh. You're saying like that's a third option? Oh, I've seen this before where you have your two candidates and then you have the no confidence option. So you can actually vote against sort of the other two. And the idea would be like if no confidence wins, then like neither of those people get to actually take the seat. I do like that idea, actually. I think that's actually a pretty good idea. But yeah. I mean, that's funny to think about though. Where's Racket says, give me a Master Tucker or MTG ticket. I think I'm just done voting personally. I'd rather spend that time with my dog. Yeah. I'm the same way. I'm okay with all three of those options. I'm okay with like a Ro Khanna or Bernie Sanders, but he's too old. On the left as well. But man, there's just not a lot of choice. And problem is none of these people have announced they have any interest in running yet, right? So we're kind of in pipe dreams on the left and the right, for trying to get somebody across the finish line who might be good on either party. So Weird Al Yankovic for 2020 be better than what we got now. Guarantee you that. Free Tina Peterson, install her. Hell hath no fury. I'm a lefty who wants Massey to run. Yeah, I think Massey is. Everybody knows like Massey cares about the country. He was the one. Him and Ro Khanna were the ones that forced the Epstein files down the rest of Congress's throat and forced them out and things like that. So like guys like that care about the country, right? And that's at least a step in the right direction, right, for either side. And that's why I would be willing to vote for a candidate on the left or the right if I really thought they were an America First candidate. We don't really have any in the mix yet, but hopefully we get some. Have you heard the rumor of Maxwell pardon? It's not a rumor. They're literally talking about doing it. Yep. Do you think the pardon power has been abused beyond saving and should be reformed? It's been abused by Donald Trump for all his billionaire buddies. There's no doubt about that. I think it's been fine in the past, but I think the problem is when you get somebody in there as corrupt as Donald Trump, then it can be abused, right? And so I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the power of the pardon. But I do, unfortunately, think, when you get a psychopath like Donald Trump in there, it becomes a problem. So, yeah, I don't think you need to get rid of it, but I've taken away from this fucking guy. But, yeah, Maxwell is most likely going to get pardoned for sure. I think that's definitely coming. It's after the midterms. I think the second the voting is done after the midterms, Donald Trump starts to do the real fucking shit he wants to do, right? Which he's not going to give a shit after the midterms, right? He's going to go out there. He's going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. He's not going to care. So, yeah. Have you seen the body cam of Lucas? I can't even say that last name yet. You might find the case interesting. No, I have not. I don't even know about the case, man. Message me on Instagram, bro. So I'm not tracking this one. Or maybe I am, and I just don't recognize the name. Appreciate you, bro. Fox is not conservative. That's the truth, dude. Oh, my God. There is nothing conservative on Fox News, right? Yeah, great point. This is why our greatest ally targeted their scientists. Oh, my God. Whoa, bro. This is that came out of nowhere. Gigantic donation from Ryan, man. $200. Thank you. That's crazy generous of you. Without a central bank. Are you talking about, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about Iran? Like Iran being able to stand up to the United States without a central bank? Because they actually have been able to, which is pretty wild. But everybody else has got a central bank. You know what I mean? Well, wait, no. Who was the last? There was four countries, maybe it's three now, that didn't have a Rothschild central banking system. North Korea doesn't. Iran doesn't. Venezuela doesn't. What's the fourth? There's a fourth, I think. Those three don't, which is kind of makes sense why we invaded two of the three of those this year. Is Turkey? No, right? No, I think Turkey's part of the central bank. Or is it Cuba? Cuba. That's right. There it is. And Cuba. That's right. That's right. The third country we're threatening to invade. Of course. So the United States has either invaded or threatened to invade 3 out of the 4, and the only reason we haven't threatened the 4th is because they have nukes. Yeah, Syria and Iraq didn't used to. They do now. Right? But No, I think there's only 4 left. I think it was as far as I remember, there's only 4 left, and it was those 4. Libya was another one as well, and obviously we saw what happened with that with Gaddafi. Libya used to be, but obviously, so it makes sense, right? We've invaded or threatened to invade 3 out of the 4 on behalf of the Rothschilds, and the only one we haven't threatened this year, and it's the only countries that we're trying to go to war with, literally, is the countries that don't have a Rothschild central banking system. Sorry, Ryan, if I hijacked your comment there. I'm assuming that's the lines you were going down with that, but yeah. Yeah. It's rough, man. It's rough out here, guys. They don't even try to hide it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the most obvious shit in the world. Now that people are noticing and paying attention, if you know where the Rothschilds come from. What's the financial district is literally like Rothschild Avenue in Israel and Tel Aviv. So dumb, dude. Yikes. Thank you, Ryan, by the way. Super generous. Freedom MF says Freedom MF. Hell yeah. Freedom MFer. We got TDS equals Sue Dementia Syndrome. Levitt Kirk 2028. Wait, what? Carolyn Levitt. Oh, I see what you're saying. Carolyn Levitt, Erica Kirk ticket in 2028. You'd have to. Oh, the evangelicals would love that one, huh? That sounds like the worst thing ever. I think you would have to reverse that, though. Erica Kirk would, the narcissist that she is, she would be the presidential ticket. Levitt would be she would be the VP on that one for sure. But oh my God, Jesus Christ! Yeah, Autumn says hard pass, dude. Hard pass. Nightmare blunt rotation. Oh my God. Oh, did you see what speaking of which, I didn't have it for the show, but I did I believe I do have it in my stories. Yeah, look at this. Look at what she came out and said. God. And then that's my comment at the top, but you can see here she said, Erica Kirk came out and said, anyone who hates Israel is pure evil. Oh God, dude. Yeah, what did your husband think about that before he got shot in the face? She really likes to rewrite Charlie's history, doesn't she? Oh God, she's the worst. She is the absolute worst, man. It's fun. It's wild, dude. And like do you know how easy it could have been for her to be likable and her to be liked and her to be popular? It was going to be so easy for her. So easy for her. If she would have just been a normal fucking person, she would have had the support of the entire country for the most part, right? But that is not what she did. She did the opposite of being a normal person. So, what a waste. She had such a great chance and just destroyed it. Alaska is at 567 for gas. God, dude, that's brutal. BB got butt cancer. At least that's good news. Well, there's that. Penta says Stewart or AOC. I'm for candidates that are capable. Oh, John Stewart or AOC. They understand it's most important to know what you don't know and bring in experts that are eager to learn and understand the gravity of the office. Yeah. That's why I said, I know people get mad at that. I said that of the current, to Penna's point, of the current Democrats who've made it clear they're running, I would put AOC at the top of the list for sure. Right. You got to compare her to, Pritzker and fucking Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom, Mark Kelly. I think AOC trumps all of them pretty easily, at least in my view. You know what I mean? Not to saying that I think she's going to win or anything like that, but of the current Democrats that have put their name in the hat, I think she's the best choice by far, for sure. I honestly I don't know at this point. I kind of might just say, hey, let her cook, dude. She can't be any worse than Trump. She's definitely can't be. No way she's worse than Kamala. No way she's worse than Gavin. I don't know. Like at least we'd have a pretty president to look at, right? Like at worst case scenario, right? You got, and again, I want to bring us back to this. Worst case scenario, at least we don't have this going on, right? Like this guy is horrible on everything, and this is how he looks with his neck pussy and his fucking whatever this is, right? So sorry to Keith. Keith, if you see this, I apologize that I keep I apologize that I keep having you up here next to this picture. But it's your show, brother. You put it up there to get. You put it up there next to you, all right? So don't get mad at me that I'm using your video for this, but god damn, dude. That is brutal, right? So again, to my point, here's the thing. Let's do this. Let's do this. I have a good idea for a poll, okay? And I think this is a good way we could sort of test the theory. All right, I need this to oh wait, hold on 1 second. Let me close these out. Get this moving a little. All right, is this gonna pop up for me? Yeah, maybe eventually will. My polling thing is it likes to take forever to reload because there's so many comments like have to get when I pull it back up, it has like the last 1,000 comments that pop up. So okay, here we go. All right, let's let's get a poll. I got an idea for a poll here. I think you guys might like. Okay, Dan Bilzerian, 91% 9. I think this one's gonna have even more brutal stratification on it. Let's do this. Now this is if you could replace today a 1-for-1 swap AOC for Trump, would you do it? All right, AOC for Trump. All you have to do, this is your only choice. If they said to you, we are revoting today, and it's AOC versus Trump, who would you vote for? Okay, I'm talking right now. If you were allowed to vote today, they allow us to redo it. These are your two options. You can vote for in an election held today in 2026 with again Donald and this Donald Trump, right? This Donald Trump versus AOC. You got to choose. Who would you vote for if you had to choose between the two of them? All right, I just want to see what you guys think. This will give us a good idea to the point of Penna's comment here. Jody says, did you hear how Iran and Iraq's 20-year drought is suddenly over after the radars were hit? Oh, interesting. A little weather control, weather manipulation. By the way, we know we can do that. That's not new. Interesting, Jody. I did not hear that. I hadn't heard that, but I would not be shocked to find out that is true. America have to buy good leaders. Our leaders are all bought. That's for sure. They're not good, though. Massey plus AOC, America first, America support. I would vote for this ticket. Easy. Done. I'd vote for this ticket. If you did a bipartisan ticket with Thomas Massey as the head, with AOC as the vice president, I would vote for this ticket immediately. And I would use, and there's very few tickets I would use my platform to support. Very few tickets, if any. This ticket I would actually use my platform to support. For sure. I think that would be a cool ticket. I'd be fine with that. They're both fairly young, right? A lot of experience, and they both care about America. And then you have sort of the conservative libertarian and then the progressive left together. I think you could have a pretty good ticket there. Probably the best ticket that we could have, to be honest. Now that I think about it, one of the best. God. And then that way, you're getting bipartisan support. Yeah, I think it'd be a great ticket. I like your idea. I hadn't thought of that one before. We've talked about Massey Ro Khanna, which is the same idea, right? We've definitely talked. We've talked about Massey Hunter Biden, and people like that ticket. So yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Taco Joe. Caroline says, SF story is a perfect distillation of binary predictive markets that artificially incentivize destruction or disruption actions caused by profit seekers. Blame the design or blame the individual. Yeah, I think predictive. I don't like the predictive market things. I don't like, guys. I really don't like. I have a hard line for sponsors on my channel. As you guys see, I don't do a whole lot of sponsors, even on my regular videos, a couple a month. I have a hard line on who I will, and we get tons of offers, guys. I could do one every video, just so you know. If I was a full scale grifter, you'd have had 3 or 4 ads on this live stream, and you'd have an ad on every single video I put out. But my hard line is no gambling websites, no gambling. I will not have my brand attached to anything along the lines of that. Kalshi or what are the sports betting ones? I think that's super destructive to people. And the idea that, now I'm not saying like Las Vegas, if you want to gamble, I don't care, whatever, play poker and things like that. But to have like gambling on your phone at home, I know how many people have ruined their lives with that and how addictive it is. And so, yeah, I've got a super hard line against things that I have a my moral compass says no to, and gambling is one of those, sports betting and things like that. So, yeah, I blame, both sides have blame, right? Like the individual still has a responsibility for their actions, especially, but I don't like the idea of having gambling on your phone. I think that's terrible for the American society. Personally, I mean, that's just my opinion. That doesn't mean I'm right or wrong. Bobby says, when I have to pay $30 for 1 pound ribeye, the economy sucks, brother. God, meat's so expensive, dude. Oh, it's brutal. Yeah, that's another one. And the part of the problem with that is because our ranchers and our farmers are the ones getting skull fucked the hardest, right? Because they're dealing with the diesel prices and their fertilizer prices. So of course, that's gonna affect food as well. It's going to affect food as well. Yeah, this is fair, right? Yeah, self-control, but also, maybe not having the ability to gamble from my phone when I'm sitting in a home is probably not a good thing either, right? At least have to drive to the casino, right? So that you could at least have a little time to think in your brain of not pressing the button again. But again, that's just my opinion. Not everybody will agree with that. It doesn't make me right either. It's just my personal my opinion based off my own morals. You know what I mean? Fuck it, everything on zero. To my point. There we go. Would you say it's worth joining the infantry right now? Yeah, dude. If you're a young man or woman who is looking for, a career in the military, I think it's always a great time to join the military. People will say, well, with Iran and Trump, it's like, yeah, I get it, right? But you never know what's going to happen, right? You never know when the next war is coming down the pipe. You never know what's going to happen. So if it's something you want to do, it's a great career. Just be aware if you may go to war, right? That's part of the agreement. Good, bad, or indifferent. Whether it's a war that is morally just, right, or if it's one that's absolutely not morally just, like the one we're in right now, you're going either way, most likely. So don't sign up if you're not willing to go. That's what I tell people. Or don't get a combat MLS job. But infantry is a combat MLS job. My point is, do not join the infantry if you're not willing to go fight and die in a war, okay? Because you're the first one going. Well, you're not. Special operators would be the first one going. But you're right there behind us, right? Right to the meat grinder. So just keep that in mind, right? The combat arms is the meat grinder job. So regardless of what it is, infantry, Marine Corps, special operations, you're going to potentially get after it. So just keep that in mind. There's a Dem PAC that's financing Massey's opponent. I know Marion Adelson is as well. Like nobody wants him to win. I will bet you that Dem PAC is run by Zionists. I give you 100% chance. 100%, not even 99%, that it's not really a Democrat PAC. It is a Zionist PAC. I will almost guarantee you that. Thank you. AM says, if Alaska and Texas are also one of the top 10 producers in petroleum, where does it go? Well, oil's a global commodity, and I've explained that in detail on a lot of shows that it does not matter who's got it. The oil prices go up. Everybody increases their prices together. That's how the global commodity works, unfortunately. So, and also it's being sold to a lot of different people that aren't America now because they can't get their oil from the Strait of Hormuz, which is also driving up prices for American consumers. But Fox News will tell you that's a good thing. What did the poll say? What did the poll say? Wow. 86%. Oh my God. Almost 9 out of 10 people would replace Trump with AOC. I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked at all. I would 100%. I would 100% rather have AOC in charge than Trump right now. And I think that's, I'm not shocked to see those numbers, but yeah, makes sense. It's just it's so bad. And my point is like, you could give me a lot of options, right? I mean, I would put any of my moderators in charge of the country before Donald Trump at this point. Let Jasmine run the country, dude. I guarantee Jasmine could run the country better than Donald Trump. And I'm not being facetious, and I'm not being satirical. I'm not being sarcastic. I guarantee you. Guarantee you. Easily, right? So, that's my point with that. This guy's just, he's cooked, dude. His brain's cooked. It's mush. No third choices. Nope, no third choices. Oh, wait. There we go. What do we do when people rob for food and water at stores since the dollar and economy struggle? What's the solution? That's the solution, homie. That's what happens in countries that are collapsing and people are starving to death is governments get overthrown. And that's why I say all the time, like, you're never going to see any like massive changes to the system until you see like the American people starving to death. And then you may see all the power turned off, no food, no water. You might see some type of revolution then, but until then, yeah. Voting is the only way we can really help it for now. The veterans who got arrested at the Capitol protesting the war needs more eyes. Yeah, I was trying to work on it. It's just I need more I need like more information on it to do for a full episode. We are going to talk about it on Tuesday though. I saw it is tough. They're just standing there in the Capitol peacefully and they come and they arrest them all. It's gross. Right-wing media is ignoring them. Of course they are. FYI, Diet Coke is a refrigerator cigarette. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. My wife loves Diet Coke, dude. It's Diet Coke's not my favorite soda, but it's it's the healthiest one. So it's what we go with when we want a soda. Try not to drink too much soda in general. And with the 75th and 76th picks of the 2026 U.S. military draft, U.S. Army selects Barron Trump and Kai Trump for the MOS of 11 Bravo. That'd be nice. Pipe dream never happened, but that would be nice, wouldn't it? Russia has lost 1.2 million men in Ukraine in the SMO to the FPVs, hunted down and literally taken apart. Please not let the same happen to the U.S. soldiers. Yeah, Ukraine has lost just as many. That's a disgusting war that needs to end. Did you see what they're doing? See what Ukraine announced? Ukraine announced that they're going to now import male workers from Africa to take the place of all the dead Ukrainian soldiers. They won't send them to go fight in the war. They'll continue to send their own ethnically Ukrainians to go die in the war while they replace all their Ukrainians with third worlders. Whoa, no way. Wonder who is it that always does this? And who's Zelensky? What is he again? Oh, that's right. Oh, they're running replacement theory in their own country. And the guy in charge is just like the guy in Israel. Whoa, crazy. No way. No way they would do that. Well, they are. And they are. Yeah. Yeah, that also wasn't Donald Trump going to end that in the first 24 hours? 24 hours, right? What happened to that? Did Donald Trump give up on that one? Is he not he's not going to end the war in Ukraine anymore? No. Okay. But just another failed promise. Rock on. Jank says, great noticing will continue. Dude, I got to tell you, bro. we do our fair share of content on it, not like some other channels, but dude, the other channels are going hard. Tucker Carlson, oh my God, bro. His content, Jake Shields, their content, they are flying so close to the sun. If you haven't been watching Candace, ugh. There's some other channels going real hard on the noticing. Way harder than I am. Way harder than I am. Tucker, Candace, Jake Shields, they are going real hard. I'm scared. I'm actually worried for them. Ian Carroll as well. I'm actually pretty concerned about all of them. Their safety, by the way. And I'm not saying that to be a fearmonger. I just, when you fly close to the sun, given that topic, it gets real dangerous, real fast. So, first time subscriber to any podcast. I'm hooked. Well, I'm glad that I could be your first. Thank you. Glad to have you here. Welcome. Hope to see you around more. Appreciate the donation as well. Lax says, we pretty much in stagflation now. Yeah. Stagflation is the worst shit ever. So, yeah, it's not good. Just like the 70s and 80s. It's going to get there if we don't change something. Do you have a shorter video of the chart of oil being a global commodity? I have family that is not getting it. Yeah, I have a whole video on it. Short form video. Let me show you which one it is here real quick, so you don't have to dig through it. This is probably the best one to watch because it talks about the supply chains, the supply lines, and how oil works as a global commodity. I believe it's the epic failure video here, right? Let me see. I believe it is this video right here. J.D. Vance's peace negotiations have officially failed. The United States Navy. All right, let's come here. Yeah, this is the one. As you can see, I talk all about the supply lines. I go straight into how oil works as a global commodity through supply and demand curves, all of this. So this is the video that you're looking for right here. J.D. Vance's peace negotiations have officially failed. And I believe it starts at about, where are we at? A little bit longer. I don't know. 7:15 is pretty good where you can start it, and then it gets into all the oil and global commodity stuff. So yeah, that's the one I suggest you watch. You haven't watched that? I think it's a pretty good video. Just from an educational standpoint on global commodities and how global supply chains work and things like that. Not a. Do I got a clipper for your videos? Oh yeah, guys, I forgot to tell you, we do have a clips channel where we have started putting like segments from lives. If you can't watch the full lives, then maybe I should put that up, right? And tell you, I never talk about it. I never tell you guys that I have another channel. I should probably have done that. We've had it for almost a month, and I've literally never told you guys. That's how good I am at PR for my own company. Hold on a second. There's nothing bad in this. This is my YouTube stuff, but let's see. Let's see here. Let's see, where was this? How do I get to this? I forget how I get to this channel. I think it's the whole BFT clips. Is that it? Is this it? Where the hell did that go? Can't find my own channel. That's it. Does only popping up my channel. This is like how bad I am. Let me find. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll get it. I do have it here. All right, there it is. All right, there it is. Yeah, it's only got 358 subscribers. We should probably tell you guys about it. So here's my clips channel. We're starting to do like shorts and then like actual clips from the live streams. So if you're not able to actually watch the live streams or catch the live streams, then you can watch the short form segments, shorts, and different things like this over here. I'll put it in the pinned comment. So yeah, if you guys like my channel, you probably like to follow that channel too, because it's giving you a bunch of the short form content from these lives. All right. My bad. I'm sorry that I never told you guys about this. As you can see, it's only got 300 subscribers. We'll pin it up there. So make sure you go subscribe. Make sure you guys go subscribe to my my clips channel. We just started getting it going. So yeah, there we go. Feel free to follow that one. Again, I'm so I'm so bad at my own PR. Anyway, there it is. That's the clips channel. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Finally talked about it after a month on the live streams. Texas says, excuse me. I want to know who's blowing up refineries across the globe. This is happening, which is kind of crazy. India, just like us, brand new plants about to have an opening ceremony went boom. A lot in Texas, Russia, India, South America, and more. Yes, I know. Who's doing this? I don't know. I could probably guess, but yeah, this is happening and it is pretty wild. But again, I don't know. Don't know. But if I would have to guess. It is what it is. All right. Thank you for the subs over there, guys. Appreciate you. That's a lot of shorts and again, short form clips out of the live streams, just in case you can't make a full 4 or 5 hour live. You can at least catch some of them over there. Joe says, when I present facts, empirical data to my MAGA friends, well, that's your first problem, Joe. You thinking that your MAGA friends give a fuck about facts or empirical data? That was miscalculation number 1 on your part. Sorry, I'm just giving you a hard time. And will not believe their own eyes. Prices keep going up. MAGA faithful are a freaking cult. Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what it is. But yeah, they don't care about. Nobody cares about empirical data there. You know what I mean? Yeah, here's the thing. You'll see everybody will say anywhere from, 100,000 to 2 million on each side lost. What's the true numbers? I don't know, man. There's not any accurate reporting coming out of that war, just like there's no accurate reporting coming out of this war or any war. So I don't believe any numbers. I just, whatever people say, I go, okay, sure, whatever the government says. Yeah. But I don't believe any of the numbers I ever see when it comes to war statistics and casualty rates and things like that, personally. But just supposedly, that's how much it is, right? That's the best we can do. But again, I agree with you. There's no point believing pretty much any of those numbers. Where was I at here? Have you ever checked out Mr. Global? I have not. I do not know who that is. Don't know who Mr. Global is. Sorry, Shelly. Zhao Zilong says, but need that Trump class battleship. Maybe he'll get gifted one, right? Maybe he'll get gifted one. He got a $500 million plane from the UAE. Or is that Qatar? Qatar give it to him, or did UAE? Who gave him the $500 million plane? I think it was Qatar, right? Yeah, Qatar, I think. Yeah. They really got a great return on their investment, by the way. Yeah, not a great return on their investment for that bribe, was it? Oh boy. I expected RFK's math to be like that, considering his raccoon and whale fiascos. Yeah, AJ. Yeah, I'm not trusting RFK math either. Jon Stewart should run. I think John would do fine. I would vote for him over a lot of the other candidates, probably. I don't know if I would vote for him, to be honest. Right? You got to earn my vote, but I would much rather him over a lot of other candidates, for sure. Did you see Matt Walsh's video about the truth of slavery, guys? A literal Confederate sympathizer, like, dude, can we all just agree slavery is terrible and stop trying to rationalize it? The South lost. Right. Did he talk about who owned the slaves and who ran the slave trade? Was Matt honest about this? I didn't see the video, right? He says truth about slavery. Did he tell the truth about slavery? Did he tell the truth of who ran the slave trade? If he didn't, which I'm saying that because Ben Shapiro's his boss. So I got to imagine that he just left out all of the real history about slavery, right? Have you guys watched it? I haven't watched it. I'm assuming he left out all of that part of the story. The Dutch? No. It most certainly was not the Dutch. No. If you don't know who financed the slave trade, you should do a little trip down, a little rabbit hole down history, and you'll figure out it's not. Yeah, you guess who it was. You're never gonna guess. Of course. Whoa. So yeah, I doubt. But also to your point, yeah, slavery was bad. Like, how is that even something? Enslaving human beings is not good, no matter where it was done. Right? It's just, who knows? I haven't seen it though. I don't want to judge it before I watch it. I'm not going to watch it because I don't watch Matt Walsh. But if I were going to watch it, I don't want to judge it before I watched it. Pete Hegseth is going to use Cool Hand Luke. What we got here? John White says, "Thank you for the education." Well, appreciate it, bro. That's a very, very generous donation, and I don't know how much I'm educating, but and how much is just me ranting, but I appreciate it, man. That's very generous of you. Thank you for the support, brother. Ryan says, "Free Tina Peters. Look into it. Colorado is in rebellion. I'm on the government side." I've heard this multiple times now. I need to look this up. Am I just Tina Peters, American politician who served Count Clardy? I actually don't know the story. I'll have to look into that. There's a ton. Whoa, there's a ton of articles and stuff on it. Okay, I'll look into it. Temporary suspended convicted of criminal charge related to efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Oh, she tried to overturn the election of Joe Biden. Okay, well, I mean, if you think the election was rigged, I guess. Although it might have been. Joe Biden's vote numbers didn't make sense in 2020 at all. But I haven't seen any proof that there was large-scale voter fraud. There's definitely voter fraud, of course, right? But, the numbers, but again, also, this is a great comment. Who fucking cares? That was 6 years ago, right? Whatever. Like, I don't know why, like trying to figure out that election doesn't mean anything to me. Joe Biden's gone. At this point, should have overturned it 6 years ago, because now I don't care. I'd rather Department of Justice focus on things like the Epstein files. Interesting, Ryan. Though I'll look into that. I hadn't seen anything about the story other than what I just looked at. The problem I have is the OSINT bets like these create. Oh yeah, operational security intelligence bets. Yeah, I mean, there's that. There is more to it, right? Like that's one of the reasons why we don't want, soldiers betting on combat operations. One of the big problems, me and Brent were talking about, Brent Tucker, we're talking about this on the phone, and he brought up a good point because he was with me too, and he still is. The idea of like we don't really fucking care that this happened while Nancy Pelosi is, enriching herself through insider trading, but. Brent did have a good point. And what doing this publicly on like Kalshi betting odds or Polymarket is if you put in a giant bet that is super strange, right? Like that before a combat operation, and that clues our enemy into like, hey, there's some gigantic irregular bet that says that America is going to invade, then that might clue them into what's about to happen. So from an operational security standpoint, it is a good point. But however, I still really don't care. As long as nobody from the Epstein files has been arrested, I don't fucking care. Right? So there's that. But to your point, that is a good point. Joe says MAGA was all said about Hunter Biden supposedly using his dad's influence for business. Yeah. But MAGA is completely quiet when Trump's sons are blatantly doing it for the very same thing they accuse Hunter of doing. And they're doing it for like 1,000 times more money. Hunter Biden was selling his crackhead art paintings for like $200,000. Barron Trump is trading hundreds of millions of dollars on crypto and oil futures. There's a little bit different in the amounts being wagered here. Not that either are good, right? I don't think it's good of what Hunter Biden was doing either, but like comparatively to the Trump kids, yeah, there's no comparison going on there. Bobby says, wow, all these financial wizards in Congress and we are still in debt. Yeah. How's that possible? Yes, this is a rhetorical question. Wake the fuck up, people. Because they don't care. They don't care. They're selling our children's and grandchildren's future. And they don't fucking care. Because they'll all be dead. The boomers don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Yeah, they're selling the future generations out, man. That's exactly what this deficit is. is we all got to deal with it eventually. They'll all be dead when we have to deal with it, so they don't care. They could not care less. But thank you, Bobby. Great point. Jared K made $760 million in one day on oil futures. Technically, we don't know if it was Jared. It was somebody that just happened to put in a $760 million bet 5 minutes before Donald Trump made the announcement that Iran opened the Strait of Hormuz. So we don't know that it was Kushner. But critical thinking may lead us to suspecting that it was Jared Kushner. You know what I mean? Dub says USA has 3 sets of laws: the rich, the middle class, and the poor, and brown have all different rules. That's true. What it's actually called in finance is a K-shaped economy. I've explained that on the channel before, but yeah, K-shaped economy, right? You have the K, and the upward angled K is the economy for the wealthy, and the downward angled K is the economy for the middle class and poor. Currently, the United States is in a K-shaped stagflation economy. Objectively, that's the type of economy that we're in. But yeah. AJ says, I say give the Green Beret trophy. He won a super specific bet on the success of his own team. I don't know if I'd go that far in congratulating him, but yeah. Ryan says Mark Levine is so mad that even Fox News viewers. I can't say that one. I can't say that, Ryan, because JD got a week-long ban for saying that on his channel. So yeah, we don't say that one out loud. But thanks, brother. Love your show. Is BB still missing and not being seen in public? No, BB is back, and what we found out is he returned and let everybody know that he had successfully beat prostate cancer. And so what we found out is he was missing. all those AI slop videos, we were right. He was missing, and it turns out it's because he had cancer and he was going through cancer treatments. So, but he made it, unfortunately. It is what it is. That's the way it goes. God gave it his best. Thanks, big guy. Good try. Can't defeat Satan, I guess. It's the way it goes. Russians' best army at the moment, let's be honest. Not conventionally. No, the United States is still the big dog on the block conventionally. But you can see that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Just because you have the best conventional military doesn't mean that you can necessarily win a war, aka Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Iran. So yeah, we most certainly have the best conventional military in the world. It's not even close. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Doesn't necessarily win you a war, as we're seeing. Tommy says, FYI, I'm in Barham in SW. What's in SW, Australia? I know the Northern Territories. I'm not familiar with that one. Diesel here currently $3.58 per liter. I wonder how much that is in gallons. I imagine it's insane. And unleaded regular $3 per liter. Big thanks to the leader of the free world. Hope you enjoyed your time with Larry Loomer's nuts. Gross, dude. Let's see. How many gallons is somebody do it fast? Somebody know how much that is? 3.5 liters, $3 or $3.58 per liter. How much is that in gallons? I'm not going to do the math, guys. I can't do it in my head. It's got to be way more than $9 a gallon. Okay, that sounds. Yeah, I was going to say it made sense to like closer to $8 to $9 a gallon. About $9 a gallon. Okay. God damn it, dude. Holy shit. Oh, I told you guys, Australia, our Asian allies are getting absolutely skull-effed, man. And that's why they're going to start turning to Russia and China. $9 a gallon. Fuck, dude. Oh, bro. Sorry, man. Sorry for what we did to you. But we can't really control what he's doing, Have you looked into the JDL that was here in the United States? No, I know the ADL, but I don't know the JDL. The ADL's bad, though. I know that. Strings are hanging from your sleeves. Do some push-ups, commie. Bro, I'm objectively huge. What are you talking about? Again, these don't work. They don't work. Get the good jokes, man. You can't tell a dude with like 19, 20-inch arms that he's got tiny arms. It's not going to work. Okay. All right. Come on. Somebody get a better one. Let's go. Let's go. What do we got here? Change the money, change the war. Anyone else think it's funny when churches refer to denominations? Fukin Khazarian. What's a Khazarian? I don't know. I don't know what that means, brother. You got me stumped. I've never heard of that one before. Never heard of that one before. Let's see. This goes out to the best mod, Jasmine. There you go. Jasmine, shout out. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Jasmine is the best mod. Jasmine's been around with us forever. Jasmine, how long have you been? I mean, you've been with the War Room even before that. How long have you been with the moderator on the channel? A while, right? Maybe close to a year? No. I'd say probably close to a year now. Maybe longer. That's wild. Jasmine's the best, man. She's been running the ship for pretty much the whole time we've been doing lives. So all our mods are great. We got great mods here. Great mods. Jasmine's the ringleader, though. Six's mom said the question is, does he give an F what happens after he's gone? No, great point. I don't think so. His family will have a new country to establish Trumpville, formerly known as Gaza. Aloha from Kauai. Yeah, great point. No. Yeah, that's part of the problem is no, he doesn't care at all. He's not even going to care in his back 2 years. Like the last 2 years, he's not going to care at all. You know what I mean? So that's what also makes it scary. That's what makes the last 2 years super scary, scarier than now. The midterms, look, the midterms are one of those things where like, okay, good, because most likely he's going to lose a lot of power, but also not good because then he goes into being a lame duck and he's going to go full psychopath, dude. Full psychopath. You know what I mean? It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough out here for everybody. Thank you, Six's mom. Airwolf says, JD Vance and Peter Thiel run Acre Trader. Trump's tariffs causing farmers to go bankrupt, and they'll buy it up cheap. That makes sense. Vance is just as corrupt as the orange sphincter. Yeah, I agree with you. 100%. 100%. That's why I'm super, super hardcore anti-JD Vance. He is the bottom of the list for Republicans. Bottom. Absolute bottom. He's got no business. But, again, he could end up as Mr. President before the election, and that's going to make him the only candidate. No primaries. So, a little scary. This may piss you off, but I wish our soldiers or military would stop killing other peasants for rich elites. Rich elites hate all of us too many. It doesn't piss me off at all. You're not wrong. We did it in Vietnam. I did it in Afghanistan. Not civilians, Taliban, right? But at the same time, you know, we invade their country, and it's one of those things, you know. I'll just say this, you know, when you sign up for the military, you're there to do a job and complete the mission. You're not a politician. You're not the ones making the decision where to go. You're not the ones making the decision what country to invade, right? So again, I try to tell people, don't blame the soldiers. People sign up because they're patriotic and they want to serve their nation, right? And if our leaders send them to go do this type of shit, you know, it's the way it goes, man. I blame leadership. The decision makers are the ones that make that decision, right? Military is important. You got to be able to defend your country. Think about if America had no military at all, America wouldn't exist. Right? Or pretty much any of these countries that aren't at least protected by the United States. So you have to have the military. You got to be able to defend yourself. You got to be able to defend your country. And if your leaders decide to be corrupt psychopaths like Donald Trump and really George W. Bush and a lot of other presidents, then you end up, unfortunately, in situations where that's where it happens. And that stuff happens. Okay. So no, you don't piss me off. You're not wrong. You know, I did it myself. So it's one of those things you got to come to terms with as well as a soldier, right? And again, not peasants, but they're combatants, right? They're shooting back, but at the same time, we're the ones invading their country. You're never really the good guy. I'll tell you this: the invading, you start to learn this, right? Right? If you look back through history, the invading country is very rarely the good guy, right? Usually usually how that works. Now, there's some context to like, okay, well, what about if Nazi Germany was invaded by the United States? Okay, that's at the end of a war, right? Who blitzkrieg, Germany blitzkrieg Poland, right? And at the time, you're like, probably not the good guys, right? Although, looking back on it, who did we side with? We sided with the communists instead, which was probably a bad idea also. So again, yeah, probably not the good guys. But anyway, it is what it is, right? It's the way it goes. Unfortunately, the soldiers don't make those decisions. We sign up to defend the nation, and however they use us is how they use us. Politicians. The squid meals say logistic chains are not established. Hua. No, brother. The fact that the ships just aren't going to dock to get stuff does not mean there's no supply and logistic lines. They could figure it out. Donald Trump's just deciding not to because he's trying to blockade the blockade. But no, all of our logistic lines are still completely fine in the military. That's how we keep dropping bombs. Got to have logistic lines to drop bombs, homie, and that's how we keep doing it. Carolyn Miller says, is there a hypothetical situation where this GB's data online movements were being tracked and could have tipped off, compromised the Maduro raid or nah? I would like to think if it was a spy, yes, this for sure. However, the odds that anybody even knew who he was is extremely, extremely low. So, but to your point, do they target us, SF SEAL guys, for intel? Yes. Yes, they do. All the time, right? And this is a big deal when we deploy. Why we have to be very careful. If like even let's say deploying to Thailand. Whenever I was deployed to Thailand, China was there with operators. Russia was there with operators watching us and trying to pull intel and shit off of us the entire time. So yeah, so that is a threat for sure. Was it necessarily when he's stateside in America a big threat? Probably not. But to your point, that is a threat that a lot of special operators have to deal with. And guys do dumb stuff, especially at bars. Yap their mouths at bars, So that has happened, by the way. But in this case, probably not. But I don't know. Paul says, Russian army are the best in the sense they have wiped out nearly 2 million Ukrainian Nazis. This is different warfare. Americans or NATO have fault. Yeah, have they wiped out 2 million? So your numbers, hold on. Your numbers are Russia's only lost 200,000, but Ukraine's lost 2 million? Maybe. I don't know if I believe those numbers either. But I think the numbers are probably less than that on the Ukrainian side and higher than that on the Russian side. Probably somewhere in the middle there. But yeah. Here's the thing. This is a weird one, right? Because you'll see people talk about this. Ukrainian Nazis, right? But at the same time, who runs Ukraine? So why would he have Nazis in his military? Not saying there's not, because I do know there is. Because I know 10th group guys that have worked with them. It's just an interesting dichotomy there in Ukraine where you got both. You got both on. So anyway, but as for the numbers, I don't know, bro. 2,200,000. Who knows, dude? Who knows? I don't take any of the numbers seriously, because again, you're not getting anything accurate from either side on that. Also good for Goose, good for the gander. I'm over the rich elites getting away with all their crimes. There is no equal justice in the world. I'm over it. Yeah, no, God, no. God. They don't get any trouble for anything. Like, that's the crazy thing about the files, is that we literally got to learn about them and exactly what they did and who did these things. And we still got no accountability. Even once the public learned about it, zero accountability, right? Yeah, no, I just said there are. At the same time, the country is also run by Zelensky, who's a what? My point is, that's the weird dichotomy that's going on in Ukraine, is you've got both. Oh, Vanessa's in here. What's up, Vanessa? Oh, if you were asking me you asked me if I had anybody who does the clips and things like that. Yes, Vanessa does all of that. Vanessa, we finally after a month, told our viewers about the clips channel. I realized I literally never told anybody in our audience that we had a second clips channel. So got to remind you guys got to remind me to talk about it on these. You know what I mean? But yeah, bizarre stuff going on in in Ukraine in that regard. You know who I could have on the show if you want to learn, if we want the real truth about what's going on in the Ukraine war. One of my buddies who's in the Special Forces Hall of Fame, who was in Delta Force forever, he's never done any podcast, he's never done anything publicly, but I talked to him, and I think I finally talked him into being willing to come on the show. What makes it interesting about him, again, he's in the Special Forces Hall of Fame, so he's a legend that no one knows. But what's interesting about him is he's Ukrainian. And so he's actually been involved in fighting the war in Ukraine since the beginning of it as a retired Delta Force operator. So he knows fucking what's really going on in that war. So if you guys want to have a dude that, again, is an absolute legend out of Delta Force that nobody knows, that literally is Ukrainian, that has, and he's still involved in it, by the way, then that could be a good one. So let me know what you guys think if you'd be interested in something like that. That might be one of my first in-person guests in the new podcast studio. Am I in the Hall of Fame? Fuck no. No. Not even close. I had a good Special Forces career. I did about a little over 10 years. You know, I've got Valor and Combat Awards and combat and different things. So I had a good career, but as for compared to the legends, no. Let me give you some context to who we just inducted into. He's in both the Special Forces Hall of Fame at Fort Bragg, and also we just inducted him into the Oregon Military Hall of Fame here, and that's my dad's best friend, Riley Lott, who was the NCOIC of Mike Forces in Vietnam. If you don't know who Mike Forces is, Mike Forces was a unit that they designed to help the Special Forces A camps and MACV-SOG when they were getting overrun. They would call Mike Forces, and they would show up with, 10 Green Berets and like 200 Cambodian strike force guys, fighters, and they would come and come save the camps. So these guys were in combat, like blowout gunfights all the time in Vietnam. Riley, and again, he's in the actual Special Forces Hall of Fame, which is the highest you can get. He was in Vietnam. I don't know if I told you guys this before. He was in Vietnam for 6.5 years, deployed to Vietnam. He was only home for 6 months of that. He was in Vietnam for, I believe, from 1964 to 1969, living in the jungle with his Cambodian strike force for 5 years straight. What is that? He was in a 60-month deployment, never left. And he was the NCOIC of Mike Forces, in combat every other day. I think he has six Valor Awards, and he never even got put in for a Valor Award until his last year in Vietnam. The first 5 years, we talked to him, super humble guy, like the most humble guy ever. And we were asking him about that, and we said, well, how many? Because there was nobody to put him in for Valor Awards, right? Because he was the NCOIC of Mike Force, and he just, he probably was in, I would say, probably 500 gunfights. And we asked him, and we said, how many Valor Awards do you think? Yeah, we actually call him Colonel Kurtz all the time, for sure, because he lived with his indige the entire time. And we said, how many Valor Awards do you think you would have had if they would have actually counted them? And he said, oh, I don't know, probably around 25 or 30. And you're like, oh, you would have been literally the most decorated fucking person in the U.S. military history by like 20-fold. And he's like, well, yeah. But I mean, never talked about it. And just kind of in passing, 4 or 5 Purple Hearts, six Valor Awards. And again, that was all in the last year. So anyway, that's the type of Green Beret that's in the Special Forces Hall of Fame. Not an average Green Beret like me. Yeah. And again, no, 5 years for his first, he did 5 years straight. What I mean by 5 years is like not 5 deployments, 5 straight years as one deployment. Then he did six months back, and then he went back for another year after that straight. So, yeah, man, that's Riley Lott, absolute legend. And again, we just had him inducted into the. He's already in the Special Forces Hall of Fame. Just had him inducted in the Oregon Military Hall of Fame. My dad's best friend. Legends, right? But anyway, so that's I appreciate the comment, but no, I'm nowhere near those boys, right? Or like Joe Kent, right? Joe Kent's another example. That's a dude that'll probably, have a chance at it to, 10 combat deployments, right? 6 Bronze Stars, things like that. So those are the type of guys that get into the Hall of Fame. Not your run-of-the-mill Green Beret like Nate. Okay. Trump might get a Medal of Honor for for having got a boner spur. Okay, AJ. Okay. Let's relax. Let's relax. All right. Shit, I'm not outraged by the Green Beret. I'm at the situation is enraging. Oh, we probably didn't explain that well. Probably had a bunch of people accidentally vote on something they didn't mean to. There's a dog. Oh, I got the window open. Dog barking out there. Howard Lutnick is Trump's handler. It's so obvious. Thank you for all you do for us, Nate. Yeah, I think so too, by the way. I appreciate you more than you ever know. Keep up the great work. Looking forward to see the new studio. Yeah. I'm stoked. Oh, God, we get the electrician out there to fix the electricity, then we can move the studio over. I was hoping to have it done by Friday, I was hoping to have it done by today, but they just haven't got to it yet. So next week, hopefully. If not, I'm going to start freaking out. I'm rooting for Iran to not lose. Someone needed to stand up to the world's policemen and our greatest ally. I see a lot of people saying that. Here's the thing. Excuse me. I will never, as someone who served in the military, I will never, ever, ever, ever root against my brothers and sisters. So when they go out and conduct these operations, I'm absolutely rooting for their success and their safety, and I always will. However, I 1000% do not agree with the decisions to conduct this war at all. And so I don't want Iran to lose necessarily because I don't want to see a bunch of fucking civilians slaughtered for no reason in Iran. Right? Why would I want them to lose? I don't want the United States to lose. I don't want Iran to lose. I don't want the whole world to lose. The whole world is losing right now. You know what I mean? So I think it's a fair thing to say because you probably just don't want to see innocent people getting slaughtered. And I don't think there's anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to see innocent people getting killed. Right? So I think it's a fair comment. Right? You're rooting for them not to lose is not the same as rooting for them to win, right? And so that's why I think you have a very fair comment when you say that. If Trump is terminally ill, he's a Trojan horse. I think he probably is. Well, he definitely is. He's got coronary heart disease for sure, and frontal lobe dementia. We'll see how long he hangs on. Crimson Desert is R2D2, Skyrim, GTA, and AC had a baby. Okay, I'll have to look it up. I don't usually play. I do like Skyrim style games, but typically you should just play first person shooters. I haven't played I haven't done any gaming in I don't know, 5 months now. Just don't have the time. Unfortunately, that's the hobby that has gone. I also ramped up my combatives, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, things like that is my time and hobby, right? So I'm doing that 4 times a week, training 4 times a week right now. So that's eating a lot of my free time as well. I'm thinking about training at 40 years old, training for a professional fight in Muay Thai. Maybe one, just to see what happens. So I might be too old, but I want to, I want to potentially test myself in a professional fight in Muay Thai before I get too old. So if we do that, I'll definitely keep you guys involved on the journey for sure. I think we'd have a decent shot. So we're working on that right now. Ideally, I fight somebody in my own age demographic, right? But yeah, that's why we're training. We're training a lot. We're training 4 times a week right now. So we'll see. We'll see if I decide to do it. Taking a professional fight at 40 years old is my wife is gonna freak out. But whatever. Your son just did it. That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't think I'm gonna do full Muay Thai. I'm too old. The problem is that I'm much, I've a lot more training in stand-up combatives. than I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And what I don't want to do is, you know, get in there against some dude that's been wrestling for 20 years, right? And then you know, just get handled on the ground and not be able to really handle the fight in MMA. If I take a strictly Muay Thai fight, then that's way better for me. So that's probably what we're gonna do. But working on it. Oh yeah, dude, it's fucking Muay Thai is brutal, bro, as a sport. Yeah. Not like boxing, homie. When you can kick elbow and knee, it's a much more violent sport. Much more violent sport to comparatively. But yeah, that's what we're training for. Maybe after about a year at this point. Been training for a while, but I mean, like, training professionally is a lot different than that, obviously. Okay, let's keep moving. Trump is a Trojan horse and a traitor, and the U.S. is purposely being weakened from all sides by those he's putting in strategic positions. We are 100% occupied. Look, you can't argue with any of this, right? I don't know if this is true. I have no idea if this is true, but I can't argue that this is not what it looks like. This 100% looks like this is intentional and this is what they're doing. And if it's not intentional, then, oh my God, is it negligent and incompetent, right? Matthew said House oversight split on pardon for Maxwell and indictment of an SF guy priorities. Yeah, isn't that crazy? They're talking about pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell while they're arresting Green Berets for betting $34,000 on himself. Oh my God. When you actually put those two things side by side, it's actually crazy. That's actually crazy, right? Wow. Great point. Typo in my last super chat. I meant look forward to the. Oh yeah, I got it, brother. I've been doing this a long time with misspelled super chats. I can usually figure out what you guys mean right away. Look forward to the new studio, new interviews, not fed. Yeah, actually, I just wanted to use quotation marks correctly. unlike the Orange Stallion, huh? Oh shit! I've been talking to JP. Me and JP are talking about doing some content together. Yeah, I finally got introduced to him. I've been talking to him in the last couple of days. Such a nice guy. Oh my God, he's got to be like the nicest fucking guy I've ever talked to, by the way. Drove JP Spears home from the airport when he flew home to Austin. Worked with a local black car service. Could pick you up in a baggage claim when flying needed. Thank you for your service. America first from America only. Yeah, so I'm planning on, I go out to Texas and the Austin area a couple times a year usually. And so next time I'm out there, I'm planning on doing content with JP, Jesse, Dan from Heavy Duty Country, a bunch of different people when I come out next time. Hopefully in the next month or two. I think me and JP could do some hilarious content together because we both do like very satirical, sarcastic content, and I think I think we can do some funny shit together. So, yeah, we're definitely going to get to eventually get together eventually because, dude, he's got to be one of the nicest guys, literally nicest people I've ever talked to. All right, let's keep it moving. Paint Demon says policy over party. I like that. This is a great comment. Is this possible, or are we going to be stuck forever in the seesaw? Love the show. Thank you for your content. I think most critical thinkers agree with you on policy over party. I'm a very policy over party guy, as you can tell. I look at each individual policy and kind of make my decision based off that. So if everyone did that, I feel like we would have a much better system. But the tribalism in politics, right? Like human beings are naturally tribalistic, and politics, unfortunately, really rewards that. And so that's why you see both on the right and the left, right? Both on the right and the left. So anyway, I would like to see it, but I don't think we're going to see it probably. Was there talk of a ground invasion? Yes, Donald Trump said he is preparing to invade Iran. What does that mean? Does that mean he's going to do it? Your guess is as good as mine, because he also threatens to nuke them. So, but he did say 3 days ago that we were preparing to invade Iran. Take that for what you will, right? It's coming out of his mouth. So who knows? Anything's possible with this guy. Oh yeah. I've talked to me and Caleb have talked about doing some gaming content together if I could ever get my gaming channel up as well. Caleb's a man, dude. I love Caleb. Caleb is also another one of like the nicest fucking guys in the world. If you don't know Caleb Francis, he's also gigantic. Oh my God, dude. He is so big and so strong. He's not as tall as me, but dude, he is huge. I'm big, and Caleb is giant, bro. Giant. He is a big boy, and he's funny. Super funny. Bobby says, love your God, love your country, love your family. Do not love a government that doesn't support your values. Great comment. We are one, not what our politicians tell us we are. Right off the backs of this comment to another good comment. And this is like why our community is so much better than everybody else's. Is just, this is what, so many of our viewers think, right? Love your country, love your family, love your God. Don't worry about politics or politicians or the government. I agree with you 100% on that, Bobby. Thank you very much, brother. Hardway says, TDS believing the same thing on Wednesday as you did on Monday, no matter what the fuck happened on Tuesday. Yeah, dude. That's a great comment, too, from Hardway, man. That is exactly true. Yeah. Say dick lickers. That's funny. Okay. All right. It is funny. Thank you. Always talk with God, move with God, end with God, never doubt God. There you go. Appreciate you. Good looking. You got twins there? Looks like you got twins. Congratulations, bro. Oh, well, I would be. If I would have looked at your name. If I would have looked at your name, that probably would have been pretty fucking obvious. You got twins, huh? Based off of twin life. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. That's funny. Jennifer Jenkins is running in that race as well. Oh, in the Dan versus Randy Fine race. Interesting. Heavyweight says even boxer Bernard Hopkins legally bet on himself to beat Oscar De La Hoya. That GBA story is wild. Keep slinging truth, Nate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I didn't know about that, actually. Didn't know about that story. Where in Oregon are you? The sort of Junction City, Corvallis area, in that area. So let's say about 30 minutes outside of Eugene, like north of Eugene. Yep, in that area. Great area. In the heavy rural area, out towards the west as well. We're not in the city. Not in the city. We're out in the rural area. I'm not a city boy at all. I'm a rural boy for sure. Now reality can be whatever I want. Diaper Thanos Dawn after collecting the dementia stone. Oh my god. All right, that one got me, dude. That one got me. Oh fuck, that's funny. The dementia stone. That needs some AI work and a meme, and I'm probably gonna do it when I talk about. Okay, no, the reason why this is so good, guys. When I made a MAGA cinematic universe the other meme or a MAGA cinematic universe joke the other day, and what I was gonna do when I made because guys know how I do memes and AI all the time, make my own stuff. I was gonna use the the poster for Avengers Endgame, and I was gonna like Photoshop like Donald Trump and Ben Shapiro and Mark Levine and Lindsey Graham's faces over all the superheroes, and then change it to say the MAGA Cinematic Universe. Now I know how I'm gonna do that. Is I'm gonna have AI change. I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna have AI change Thanos to Trump, and it's gonna talk about the dementia stone. So I'm gonna pivot off your joke and finish that meme that I started working on. Thank you, brother. Thank you. You guys come up with great ideas that help the channel a lot of the time, by the way. Okay. Jenk says, hack to clear your nose. Do this real quick. I swear to God it works. Press your left thumb against the bottom of your right cheekbone. Left thumb, bottom of the up and out. What do you mean? What the fuck is this? I'm gonna write this down. I'm gonna take a picture of this because, dude, my sinuses are horrible. Always have been horrible. But if this works, good. But I'm not gonna try to do this on stream. I'm not gonna try to do this on stream. Nope. Appreciate you, bro. I'll try that. You might be messing with me. That's why I'm not going to do it on stream. I am going to try it later, though. And I'm going to be pretty upset with you if it doesn't do anything. And you just fucking with me. Mountain Michael with the $20 donation. Thank you very much. With the meditating Pepe frog. All right. Chancellor says, COVID veteran here. I'm voting for the politician with the sharpest jawline because we may as well have a uniparty candidate with a visible mandible. This is very looks maxing, right? Is this Gen Z? Are you Gen Z? I don't mind the look maxing, right? Oh, have you seen all the stuff with clavicular? Turns out that dude is potentially just paid for asset by our greatest ally. Ooh, to manipulate Gen Z. That's wild. Our buddy John Bravo did a whole expose on that dude, exposing him. You don't want to get exposed by John Bravo, man. Oh my God, John Bravo will crush your world. He will crush your world. Dude, John's great. John's super funny. Good dude. All right. I post favorite quotes because I know it's time for discussing why the owners are effing us. Is past time to figure out what we will do about the problem. Yeah, I know. It's just like, it's just the problem is so big, right? The problem is so big and it's so entrenched that it makes it so hard to figure out, like, can't vote your way out. It doesn't seem like that works. So what the hell do you do, right? What the hell do you do? And, oh, is this a record near 5 hours? No, this is 4.5 hours is pretty average for the show, actually. This is pretty normal. We're getting near the end. Yeah, 4.5 hours. It's a little long, but 4 hours is pretty average. We've done like 8.5, I think. I think 8.5 hours was our longest stream. That one was a doozy, dude. Oh my God. But yeah, 4.5 hours is pretty average. You guys love to destroy me with supers because they know I'll read every single one. I'm a glutton for punishment. You know what I mean? So we read every donation, every single one. I don't think many creators do it like I do it, where I just take the beating and literally we go one by one. But I appreciate it. So for me, guys, like, I really do appreciate everybody who comes, everybody who donates. And so what I would never ever want to do is have someone donate to support the channel and leave me a comment and have me just not read them. Like, sometimes we've had to, like, group streams where we have too many and like guys have to go and stuff like that. But I mean, for my own personal streams when it's just me, I don't like the feeling of you guys being, generous enough to donate a super chat and then have me just like only read like the top. I'm not saying this, like, I'm not trying to talk shit to other creators. I'm not. I know a lot of other creators do it this way, but for me personally, it just doesn't feel right to be like, I'm only reading the top donators' comments, right? Maybe eventually if the channel ever got so big that it's like, I just couldn't, right? Then we get there. But for now, we just take the punishment. Bobby says 3.9K watching, 3.3 thousand liking. You're winning, brother. Wow, we're at the end of the stream, man. I think we were, what were we at? We were at like 7,000 or 8,000 earlier in the regular part of the show. But I'll find when the government shuts down. Keep preaching, brother. Thank you, Bobby. Yeah. I'm a good person to find when the government shuts down. I'll tell you that. DJT has a late stage neurosyphilis. Maybe he got that from Larry Loomer. Ooh, mimics dementia. That's crazy. I don't want to think about that. Ooh, gross. Yuck. Twitter algo is pushing a lot of alien stuff. Yeah, we're in for a big distraction, aren't we? We need a big distraction. So aliens is always one they try to pull out. But for Trump, disappointed now. United States Marine Corps veteran. Yeah, War Dog, we're right there with you. Voting, hoping, coping. WTF. Yeah, I mean, well, about all we got at the moment, unfortunately. Did you hear about the millionaires begging to have their taxes increased to pay down the debt? Yeah, who are they? Who are these millionaires who've been begging for that? I'm not aware of who they are. Here's the thing. You can donate. Donald Trump set up to where you can donate to pay down the debt. So, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, where are you at? Why don't you donate some of those billions towards the debt? That'd be nice. Bet you won't. Bernie has had for years now my bill, renamed it Medicare for All, gathering dust in his office, but parts of my high school little club care for passed. Bernie saying you wrote the Medicare for All bill? Gave it to Bernie? Okay. I mean, maybe. It's kind of hard for me to believe, but if you say it's true, then I'm not going to disagree with you because I don't know. I've seen corporate media and MAGA freaking out about Hassan Piker and Nick Fuentes. That's all I need to know who I should have listened to. Yeah, I mean, they hate both, right? Like Hassan takes a lot of heat as well. The reason why the left wing media hates Hassan as well is that he is super hardcore anti-blue MAGA, right? Much like I am with red MAGA. Hassan has literally said that he will not vote for JD, or he will not vote for Gavin Newsom. He would vote third party. So he's a big problem for the centrist Democrats. They really do not like him because he is like he's like in the populist progressive left. He's like way out there, right? So his own party doesn't like him because of that. So kind of makes sense, right? Now, I'm not saying I agree with Hassan. I'm just saying that's why he gets so much hate, and from the media apparatus as well. It's because he's a big problem. He's a big threat to the establishment Democrats for sure. They do not like dissent, and he's a dissenter, much like Nick in a lot of ways. Obviously, not political ideology wise, but just the way the media looks at them. I'm sending you the cash. LG paid me for my picks on my ham candle. Spend it wisely. I worked for it hard. Okay. Well, thank you. I will buy 3.5 gallons of gas with it. But thank you, brother. It's generous of you. I appreciate it. Or what? I could buy 5 Diet Cokes. 5 Diet Cokes. Or 3 gallons of gas. 3.5 gallons of gas. Appreciate you, brother. You should run for office. Yeah, no. I got approached for. Have I ever told you the story about me sitting down with the Republican Party in Oregon to run for Congress? Have I told you guys that story? It was right after I retired, before I was big on YouTube or anything like that. It's a long story. I don't want to get into it now. Remind me. Somebody will remind me in the future. Again, we're at the end of the stream, and I got to eat here pretty soon. I don't want to get into it now, but that experience made me immediately walk away from it and go, fuck no, there's no way I'm getting into politics. I met with the money donors, like the people that fund your campaign. After talking to those people, it was like, no, I'm good. I learned very quickly what you have to, to get the money to run your campaigns, things you need to promise. And I was like, nah, dog, I'm out. You guys aren't going to tell me what to vote on and things like that, which they expect, right? And that's all of them. That's every single politician across the board, right, left, center, that takes money, big donations. You have to adhere to what they want. And if you don't, then they primary your ass, and then they fund your competitor, which is exactly, not to get too deep into the story, which is exactly what they wanted to do with me, because they wanted me to primary a Republican who wasn't voting the way they were telling him. The donors were telling him to vote certain ways on certain bills, and he wasn't. And so they wanted to use me to primary him so that I would vote the way they wanted. And I was like, nah, dude, no, that's not what not what I'm interested in. But that's the way politics works. If you don't do what they say, then they fund your competitors, right? Your own party will do that to you. So, oh yeah. You do what you're told, or they'll get rid of you. So, and again, that's on both sides of the aisle. So that's why politics is so fucked up, for sure. The money is what ruins politics. Hunt, fish, grow, forage your food, brother. I do. Not all of it, but I do. Don't fish though, because I hate seafood. I do with my dad, because my dad's big into fishing, so we do that sometimes. My kid loves fish as well, but we do all these things. I just don't eat the fish. Family eats the fish, not me. But my dad's an incredible fisher. He's been doing like deep sea downrig fishing. So going out to the Oregon coast and catching like fucking 5-foot long salmon, things like that, Chinook salmon. But anyway, appreciate it. Why did Trump sell out the beef industry to Argentina? Well, I don't know if you saw recently who just visited and kissed the wall, but it may have been Javier Milei from Argentina. So if I had to guess, I think we know exactly why we gave Argentina $40 billion. If you know who their president is, it becomes very, 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 very obvious, actually, unfortunately. But yeah, more of the same. A little unrelated, but do you think Mexican cartel is a threat? Ooh, this is a good question. There's no denying America has a fentanyl problem. How would you solve the issue? Yes, 100%. So I've said before, if you want a just war, come back and let's go support Mexico in combating the cartels. I support that 100%. Why? Because I have friends that have died from fentanyl overdoses. And so to me, that's a real threat to this country. The border is a real threat to this country. The Mexican cartels are a real threat to this country. We're doing nothing about that. Literally nothing, by the way. So isn't that interesting how we don't give a fuck about that? So yes, I 100% think they're a threat. And I 100%, this is where, a lot of, people will say we don't agree with you on that. But for me personally, yeah, I think the fentanyl crisis is a massive, massive problem. And I think combating it would be a good use of our military. But instead, we're over in Iran for some reason. But anyway, that's my personal opinion on it. So yeah, I wish that we were using our military to control the border and deal with Mexican cartels, but we're not. So there's that. And ICE, by the way, I would like ICE to go after cartels and gang members instead of 50-year-old ladies that work at food trucks and Home Depot. That's what I would prefer ICE do instead, but they're also not doing that. Did you know that ICE isn't trying to go after any of the cartels or any of the criminals or any of the potential domestic terrorists or sleeper cells? No, they're not. And that's not my opinion. It's objectively true. They're focused on Home Depot and food trucks. So that's why I don't support ICE either, because they're not using ICE to actually combat the fucking problem that it's designed to use. So I don't support that shit either, right? That's the way it goes. I would like us to focus on, yeah, exactly. I would like us to actually focus on the problem. And to me, the problem isn't, Mexican grandmas. I'm sorry, it's just not. It's not for me. Might be for some of you guys, but no, the cartels are problems and we're not doing anything about them. So anyway, yeah, that's my feelings on that. Tucker / Anna K or verse AOC Roe. Who do you vote for and why? Oh, what? This is the easiest question ever, dude. I vote for Tucker and Anna Kasparian. Duh. It's not even a question. You must be new to the channel because obviously I'm a big fan of both. And Anna Kasparian is the GOAT. She's probably my favorite, one of my favorite content creators on the internet. I absolutely love Anna. Love Anna. So you put Anna Kasparian in the ticket, and Nate's voting for that ticket. Tell Anna to run. I'll use my platform to do anything she needs to help her win. So yeah, you made that way too easy, dude. Way too easy on that question. What's a better Xmas movie? Oh, see now Penna knows how to ask a hard question, which is what's the better movie? Christmas movie, Die Hard or Lethal Weapon? I have to go with Die Hard. I got to go with Die Hard. as my favorite Christmas movie, Penna. Me personally, I'm a Die Hard on Christmas guy. I know everybody's different on that, but yeah, see, that's a good one. Will Trump be the first? Will Trump be the first placed? Oh my God, dude. Probably not. No, I don't think so. Fanta is my favorite soda, if you know what I mean. I mean, I do love Fanta, but I don't think that's what you mean. What do you mean here, AJ? Is there something special? I love orange Fanta, by the way. So now I feel like you're tricking me with something. What's the trick here? Yeah, hell yeah. Lethal Weapon's good too, though. I love Lethal Weapon as a movie. But yeah. But for a Christmas movie, I got to go with Die Hard. Perfect Cosman says there are 85 countries without central banks. What? Look at this guy. He says that's Nazi propaganda. There's plenty of reasons to be anti our greatest ally without the banking cabal. This guy thinks there's 85 countries not a part of the central banking system. Oh my God, dude. There's people like that exist. That guy's a real person, I'm assuming. That exists. He's living a life somewhere out there. He's alive and living, dude. He actually thinks that's true. Oh my God. I'm sorry, dude. We get dumb comments on the channel sometimes. Holy fuck. That might be the dumbest comment I've ever had left on my channel. Wow, dude. Holy shit. Thank you for that, dude. Thank you for that. I'm just sometimes I'm shocked at how stupid some people are, but when I'm talking about like losing faith in humanity, the fact you exist as a human being, holy shit, brother. Good on you. I don't know how you survive. Hopefully you live with your mom so she can take care of you, because I don't know how you function in the real world, homie. Whoa. Oh boy. Okay. Oh shit. All right. Let's keep going. Proud to say I saluted your shorts channel. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ukraine equals our greatest ally 2.0. Not wrong. And actually they say that. Zelensky literally said that. We're a bigger Israel, is what he said, word for word out of his own mouth. So to your point, they say that themselves. Bribe politicians with millions. Yeah, they're the most corrupt country in Europe as well. That's not my opinion. That's actually the European Union will tell you that as well. Incredibly corrupt country. And not to say Russia isn't. Don't get me wrong. Russia's super corrupt too. I'm just saying Ukraine is the most corrupt country in Europe. Straight by the data. The United States is actually getting really high up on the list, though, guys. If you haven't seen the corruption, there's a corruption index, right, that shows how corrupt each country is. The United States is ramping way up there, not in a good way, or like getting more corrupt, right? We're how high up are we now? I think we're in the 20s to 30s in getting up in some of the most corrupt, one of the most corrupt countries. So we're getting up there. We've went way up on the index since Trump took over, as you can tell with the shit he's doing with his buddies. Okay. Penna says, God, man. Can we get a Nate Answers 10 questions on Patreon a month? Dealer's choice? Yeah, we can do that. Hell yeah, I like that idea. Let me, God, I can't talk. Been talking for 5 hours straight. Penna, let me write that down. I think that's a great one. And I gotta answer them all. Yeah, top 10 questions. We can do that. Or is Vanessa in here? Vanessa runs the Patreon. Or helps me run the Patreon, rather. So if Vanessa's in here, she'll hear that, and we'll get after it. If not, then I'll let her know after the show. But this is a great idea, Penna. I like that idea. Thank you, brother. We will definitely start that one. All right. The point I'm making is, God, man. Bro. Again, 5 hours of talking, guys. What did JD just sent me a reel, guys, and all the reel says is thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu. So I can only imagine what that one entails. Anyway, the point I'm making is FPVs have completely changed things for defenders. Are you talking about the drones? If at the lowest count Russia had lost 200K, that's what the U.S. would have to absorb. It's terrifying. Oh yeah, it's way higher than that for sure. It's after 3. What? Oh no, wait. What do we have? 4? We have 4 or 5 years. We're at 4 years. 4 years in Ukraine, right? The Ukraine-Russia war. 4 years now. It's definitely much higher than 200,000 on both sides. And yeah. Just from the drones. Yeah, the drone threat's insane. Flying IEDs for everybody who served out there. Yeah, imagine what that's like. Do we want to deal with flying IEDs? I don't. Jimmy says, VolVT, your mods deleted my super chat because I criticized Ukraine. My mods cannot delete super chats, so I don't believe you. But not sure what you said. I go super chat by super chat, brother, and they cannot delete my super chats. So don't know what happened with that one. Tina Peters is still in jail. Don't read MSM and accept it. Okay. Again, I just heard about that story, so I got to look it up and see what's going on with it first. Thank you, Pookie. What do you think about all the missing aerospace propulsion scientists? Yeah, this is weird. Feels like a Nightmare episode of the X-Files. Yes, they keep disappearing, and I think that is very sketchy, actually. All these anti-gravitational scientists and excuse me, aerospace scientists disappearing and being killed or committing suicide, I think is Very, very odd. YouTube deleted it. That's possible. But typically YouTube won't let you post it if it's for super chats, if it's something they don't like, right? But yeah, this is bizarre. This is super bizarre. I don't know enough about it to do a story on it yet, but it is bizarre. Have you heard of the Unsubscribed podcast with the Donut Operator? Yeah, I know all these guys personally. I met Donut in Bernie, Texas, maybe 6 months ago. And Brandon and Fat Electrician, Jacob. I know all those guys. Have you heard I feel it'd be right up your alley. Thanks. Yeah. So I talked to him about potentially coming on the show when I was in Vegas. We were all out there for SHOT Show, but I had to leave the day that I left on a Monday, and they had just gotten there. So someday probably. We've talked about it, but I haven't gotten around to it. Great dudes, though, obviously. I like all the guys from the Unsub podcast. All of them are like super, super nice, good dudes. Brian says, just joined the chat. What would a U.S. ground invasion entail? Would it be just a Strait of Tehran, Strait of Tehran, Strait of Hormuz, or I guess Strait of Iran, or Iran, I guess you call it, or both? Do we have the manpower? For sure, 100% we have the manpower. We could 100%. If we levied the entire United States military, everything, and we threw it all at Iran, we would have to retake Afghanistan. We would retake. The way you do it is you retake Bagram or you retake Kaf, and then you actually retake the bases in Helmand, Farah, and then Herat. Excuse me. And then you can actually get all your ground forces. And God, we're about to have to be done. Can't even talk. You get all your ground forces and your mechanized infantry to be able to come through the valley that comes through eastern or western Afghanistan into eastern Iran. And yeah, you could march to Tehran, but you'd be dealing with ballistic missiles and tens of thousands of FPV drones, suicide drones. And yeah, so I would say you'd be looking at, I would say low estimates probably to actually forcefully take Tehran would probably be at least 100,000. I would say at least 100,000 killed on the U.S. side. Probably 2 million Iranians would die. And that's just to take Tehran. That doesn't mean you win. That just means you've, maybe removed the regime. Now you have to deal with insurgency. Now you're doing counterinsurgency because the IRGC doesn't go away. They just become a insurgency at that point. So that'd take another 20 years, and then you'd probably never be able to actually nation build the country. And then we would give up and we would leave, and then most likely the IRGC would just take back over. So that's probably realistically how it would happen. And the reason why I say that is from the historical context, that's exactly what happened in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan. So why would we expect anything different with a country that's actually significantly more powerful than any of those countries that we fought before that we couldn't win wars with, right? So yeah, that's basically what happened. Could we do it? Yes. Would it cost us trillions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of lives and millions of Iranians dead? Yes, also. So yeah, and this too. Yeah, the political backlash of that would be insane. And this is a great point too. We don't fight wars to win. We fight wars to make them protracted and last forever. So that way the military industrial complex can make trillions of dollars. So very, very, very good comment. This is 100% true. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, we're almost there. We're almost to the end. Guys, abusing me here. What time is it? 10 o'clock? Oh, God. All right. That's why I'm so hungry. I came straight from Muay Thai personal coaching straight into the live stream, so I haven't even eaten yet. All right, let's keep going. Morning, enjoy your content. Joke of the day: Trump doesn't like stairs. He always thinks they're up to something. Yeah. Good one. Scott, MAGAs won't be MAGAs after they see the Epstein videos. I was, now no longer. Boomers don't give a shit. I'm one. We do watch your show. Well, thank you. Yes, a lot of boomers are actually coming around for sure. Thank you, Bobby. My guy, look into gas production. You'll be amazed how deep this runs. I know you know this. Yeah. I've been looking, Bobby, more and more into what's going on with, the oil industry, the gas industry, and the way the United States is doing it, just so I can really get a better grasp on what exactly is happening. Is Henry Kissinger the best diplomat the United States ever had, or the best diplomat the world ever had? Real, and he feels about the U.S. is actually getting revenge against Iran for all the U.S. military they killed. No, and here, Kissinger the best diplomat? I don't know, maybe. But for your second part of the question, the reason why this does not work, and this is how I debunk every Zionist that I debate that tries to say that this exact thing. This is because United States. Iran's the number one state sponsor of terrorism, and this is justification for all the soldiers they've killed. Even if that was true, which there was U.S. soldiers killed by EFPs, which was an IED that Iran actually taught or started filtering into Iraq. So yes, that is a thing. However, why does that argument not work? Because al-Jilani, the former leader of Al-Qaeda, is the president of Syria and was an honored guest in the White House by Donald Trump. My point being is that dude killed infinitely more U.S. soldiers than fucking Iran by far. And he's an honored guest in the White House, and he's running a country that basically Israel's allied with. So no, the argument that what Iran did in the past to U.S. soldiers, that's why we have to be at war with them. No, sorry. We'd go remove al-Jilani from power in Syria immediately if that's how we were actually operating, right? But as long as al-Jilani is an honored guest in the White House, no, that's not an excuse. And that argument immediately falls apart, right? So no, that's not why we're doing it. Donald Trump doesn't care about that at all. Trump doesn't care about dead U.S. soldiers. Also, remember that. It's Mayor B, first-time super chatter, long-time listener. What are the odds of you getting on the Unsub podcast? I'm Sean Ryan. I've talked to both shows, actually, about coming on the show. I just haven't done it yet. The PDF class needs to be stacked like sandbag. What the hell was that? Like a horse fly just flew in. I got the window open. Goddamn, the window's open from having the camera over here earlier. Giant fly just flew in here. Sorry. The PDF class needs to be stacked like sandbags, John Basilone style. True. Agree with you. Again, I have talked to both. God, dude, my voice is going to be cooked tomorrow. Grinding through. I have talked to both, but we haven't figured anything out yet. So I'd love to go on both shows, right? Talk to Sean here and there, and then talk to the Unsub guys here and there. So ideally, at some point, we just haven't got around to it. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Thank you for the donation and, being around and watching. Appreciate you, brother. As a former Lurse guy, I would watch you guys from a distance and just say, yeah, I ain't made enough of that shit. That dude sounds like a legend. Oh, yeah. When you're talking about Riley Lott, 100%. What an absolute legend. Yeah. Thank you, bro. Have been to Iran way back when. Don't like the Iranian leadership at all, but the U.S. behavior towards them absolutely justifies their nuclear interests. Also, given your greatest ally has the nukes. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the Iranian leadership either. But at the same time, the Iranian leadership is in power because of the United States. And if you know your history in Iran, you would know that. I'm not saying you don't know that. I'm sure you do. But the entire reason why the Ayatollah is in power is because we, with Britain and Operation Ajax, created a coup in, I believe, 1953 and overthrew the democratically elected government of Iran and installed a pro-Israel America puppet in the Shah. Yes, Raza Pahlavi's dad was an installed puppet. And why does that matter? Because he ran the country like shit, and that's what created the uprising to remove him. And that's why it's so ridiculous when you see people try to say the Iranians want Raza Pahlavi. Why? They overthrew his dad and kicked him the fuck out of the country because he was such a terrible leader. So no, they don't want him. So again, United States caused all that with Britain. It's funny how Britain and the United States have been responsible for a lot of what's going on in the United States or in the world now through our actions in the early 20th century. Okay. Brian says, don't have a military background. Who do the active duty and vets think should be the next SecDef? Everybody's got different feelings on this. Some people, not very many, like Pete Hegseth. Vast majority of guys I know and I'm friends with think he's a fucking absolute clown. Next SecDef, Joe Kent. That's what everybody says. Joe Kent should have been SecDef. So yeah, that's the easiest one. Obviously. He's the most qualified. Yeah, Joe Kent, easy choice. Currently, right? Currently, if I could put somebody in SecDef, I'd put Joe Kent in SecDef. And I would remove Pete Hegseth immediately. So there's that one. All right. Are we almost at the end? Jesus, guys. Guys. Oh, we got to. That's a good looking puppy right there. I graduated the Fire Academy in my late 40s, and I'm a grandma. You can do it. That is awesome. Good for you. Good for you. That's very, very cool. Thank you. 49-year-old grandma in the Fire Academy. Good for you. What a badass. What a badass you are. Nate, come to Belfast, have a boxing match. I can do boxing too. I'm just waiting for one of these, one of these brand risks. Like Brandon Tatum or Ben Shapiro. To try to challenge me to a brand risk, man. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen. But, it is what it is. Somebody eventually is going to do it that's like a professional boxer. and then I'll have to go in the ring because I'll do it. Tim Kennedy, right? Oh, I could see Tim Kennedy being like, fuck, Nate, I'll challenge you. And then I go in there and just get the shit beat out of me by Tim. God damn it, dude. Tim should challenge me to a boxing match, so he just beat the shit out of me. Anyway, funny joke. Ken, thank you. And he would beat the shit out of me, by the way. You look like Fedor's bro, Alexander Emelianenko. Well, I mean, I'm not Slavic, but I'm Scandinavian, so that kind of makes sense. Graduated basic today. What did I miss? Well, if you've been gone for the last 4 months, and you've missed a lot, it turns out. We found out about the government being run by pedophiles, and we're at war with Iran. So welcome back to reality. A lot has happened since you went in, brother. Since the 4 months ago. That's funny. Congratulations, by the way. Congratulations, brother. That's a big moment for you. Thomas says, just bought a TS 1911A1 classic style government model series 70 Parkerized, first pistol ever at 21. Did I buy 1911A1? Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan. I'm personally not a 1911 guy. But a lot of them are very, very, very good guns. Not my, it's your first pistol ever? Oh, for a first pistol ever, yeah, you got a great gun. I always tell people, it's personal preference, right? I always suggest, a Glock 19, or Glock 17, depending on what you like. But I don't use them for like competition anymore. But I do like them for everyday carry. I shoot a Walther PDP Pro for competition. But yeah, it's a good choice, man. Yeah, Glock's just such a great, not even just starter gun, but just a great, reliable gun. That's what we used Glock 19 Gen 5s in Special Forces. I think they're using SIGs now, but when I was in, that's what we used for our duty guns. Fragile says, are you into hiking and or mountaineering? Good question. I'll tell you the answer in that in a second. If so, what are your favorite hikes? Have you done Rainier, Denali, a killer hike around Seattle, Mailbox Peak? So, no. I hate hiking. Why? Because I was a Green Beret and I spent fucking 10 years carrying a goddamn 100-pound rucksack, hiking everywhere. So, no, I do not like hiking. That's like going to work for me. However, mountaineering, I was on a mountain team for about 2 years, and I did not like that either. I do not like mountaineering or rock climbing. The scaredest I've ever been is on the side of a fucking mountain, trying to rock climb, doing mountaineering. I was on a dive team, mountain team, and Halo team, and I can tell you the mountain team was my least favorite. The coolest places, we got to go to the coolest places. But no, dude, I do not like. I don't know. I'm too big. I'm too big to be rock climbing, boys. That's for dudes that don't weigh 250 pounds, homie. So I don't like hiking or mountaineering. I do like like getting to the top and like hanging out and chilling, but no, I spent my whole career hiking and ruck marching. So no, dude, not a fan. But thank you. Thank you. Michael says, Nate, have you ever heard that other MAGA idiot, Sean Hannity? Yeah, we demands Catholicism. Yeah, we talked about it on Tuesday. He was a huge Catholic. Now, as a member of MAGA cult, he downs his religion. What a moron! Yeah, it just blows. That's like we talked about it on Tuesday. Definition of being in a cult, right there. That dude. And did you see the reason why he left the Catholic Church? Because Donald Trump doesn't like the Pope. That's what he said. And the Pope doesn't support the war in Iran. He gave 2 reasons. Those are the 2 reasons why you renounced your faith. Wow, you're in a cult. 1000%. Can everyone just send mirrors to the U.S. government? Maybe. Thank you. Who's your favorite guitar player? You're way too young to pick mine, but go, brother, go. Favorite guitar player? Guitar player. I don't think I have a favorite guitar player. I have favorite rock bands or punk rock bands. I'm big 2000s punk rock emo fan. Actually, you might not. Well, God, you might actually tell by fucking being covered in tattoos and literally looking like somebody that would enjoy that. But as for actual bands, some of my favorite bands: Taking Back Sunday, 30 Seconds to Mars. What do we got? Newfound Glory. Ubastank. Those are some of my favorite bands. But as for favorite guitarist, I don't really have a favorite individual guitarist, personally. But yeah. But thank you. Oh, we got this one already. Even during peacetime, are JSOC elements constantly operating? Yes. Well, yeah, JSOC is, but Green Berets are always deployed. We're in 93 different countries at all times around the globe. So for us, that's different than JSOC, obviously. But JSOC, yeah, JSOC's constantly doing stuff, man. Constantly doing stuff. Syria, Somalia, Sudan, like there's shit going on everywhere all the time. So yeah. How should the U.S. fight the cartel? Support with the SF, CIA assets, or heavy direct action to CAG DevGru? Once again, thank you. The first. Right. Yeah, you'd be much better off with like Green Berets and the CIA working by with and through the Mexican military would be much more effective. You could use CAG DevGru for like point target hits if you found like a cartel boss's compound. That's what you might use, but it would be more effective to use Green Berets and the CIA to work by with and through the Mexican military than it would strictly conventional. Or not conventional, like not CAG DevGru is not conventional, but more like not as a point target, I guess you could say. But you could use them too, right? For certain things. Orange Fanta while watching Die Hard musical pitch. Oh, thanks, Bobby. Imagine a Western hemisphere with USA help, like here in Brazil. I had 16 when Trump was elected for the first time, and it was one of the most happy days of my life. 10 years later, he's a PDF. Yeah. Yep. Times have changed. Although, like, he was back then, too. We just didn't know about it, but he is now. Thank you. Luke says, have you seen the 8 proposals Republicans have put forward to honor Trump? I did. We talked about this on Tuesday. That's just, dude, it's so psychotic, bro. Isn't it the $250 bill, right? I think it's a new $250 bill they want to put Trump on. So there's that. Yeah, it's psychotic, dude. So odds of mechanized infantry surviving that initial push are slim. Yeah, dude. Yeah. You're going to be eating drone strikes and tanks and all kinds of shit. It's not going to be quick, dude. Like, you're not just going to march your way. It's not going to be like Iraq where we just roll the tanks in across the country. It ain't going to be like that. It'll be probably 100 meters at a time for a year to probably get there. Yeah, that would be nasty, dude. Nobody wants none of that on either side. Don't give me AOC as an option. Toxic Latinas are my weakness. There you go. That's funny. All right, we're almost there. If you go on Sean Ryan, will you poop on Shrek and TK while you're there? So when Sean initially talked about me coming on the show, it was to talk about the Tim controversy. No, I'm not gonna dunk on those guys. We've already exposed them for their issues with stolen valor. So no, I don't need to do any more of that. I would answer questions if Sean asked me about it, of course. but I'm not going on there to just dunk on those dudes. I think they've been punished enough, I think, at this point for the poor decisions they've made. Moto Poop said, just want to say thanks for sacrificing for us and thanks for being a sane voice of reason in this dystopian world. All love, bro. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Your dog's eyes are crazy in that, by the way. All right, holy shit, we made it. Oh my God, guys, you guys did me in on this one. Honest, it's my own fault because tonight I thought was going to be a short show. And then it ended up being a little bit long on the regular show and super long on the back end. All right. So you made it at the last moment, right before we're going to leave. Okay. So also, friendly reminder, we got the Clips channel in the pinned comment. If you haven't gone and subscribed over there, feel free. That's where we're going to be putting up more shorts content and clips from, yeah, I got to eat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going straight to McDonald's, Juju. Straight to McDonald's. I don't eat a lot of fast food, but 10:30 at night after a 5.5 hour stream, we're going straight to Mickey D's, homies. Okay, so we did it. Thank you all so much for sticking with me this whole way. Thank you to all the super chatters, all the donators. Thank you to the mods for being here. Jasmine, I know it's super late, so thank you to everybody. And yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday for the regular scheduled Tuesday politics show. And you know what's going to be fun about Tuesday? Well, the deadline for wiping out all of Iran is Sunday night. So I'm sure we'll find out what's going to happen. All right. Who knows? All right. I got to go get some food. Let my voice recover. Thank you all. Love you guys. And I'll catch y'all on Tuesday. Have a good night.